Truth has a way of surfacing eventually, Carter mused, tapping ash from his cigar. So what's your move? Cut her loose. Yeah, you'd lose a fortune, but at least you'd stop living the lie, might even sleep better at night. The logical choice, sure, but my gut twisted at the thought. I can't just walk away. I needed her warmth beside me, the way her presence sharpened my focus, pushed me to create. Without her, who was I? And then there was Knuckles. If that bastard ever connected the dots, she'd be a target. Not your circus, not your monkeys, Carter countered, exhaling smoke like some indifferent dragon. My pulse kicked up. The image of anyone laying hands on her, violating her, it made my vision go red. She deserved safety, autonomy, a life untouched by fear. Only I had the power to shield her from the wolves. If she got hurt, I wouldn't survive it. Carter studied me through the haze, his sharp jawline mirroring mine. You're in deep with this one. No point hiding it now. Yeah, I am. Then leave it be. She's protected here, seems content. Doesn't erase what I've done. The guilt gnawed at me, the coercion, the cruelty, the irreversible damage. No rewrite for that history. Carter flicked ash. So what's plan B? I had none. No time machine to undo the demands, the words that cut, the night I stole what wasn't mine to take. The foundation was cracked, and I didn't know how to rebuild. Maybe let her choose, he offered, but choice terrified me. What if she walked? The thought hollowed me out. And if she does? Then make staying worth her while, he said, shrugging. Or don't, but quit pretending you're her jailer. By sundown, Nicole had untangled the financial mess, back taxes, defaulted loans, even Muse's abandoned student debt. Clean slate, yet the real debt, that was to me, and to the monster who'd once owned her. Every cent I wired to the feds felt like blood money. You positive about this? Carter asked as the car sliced through Milan's empty streets. Dawn hovered hours away. In our bed, Muse slept, oblivious. New detail, the scent of her shampoo lingered on my jacket, something floral, stubborn. A reminder of what I stood to lose. Shift in tone, Carter's next words came laced with dark humor. Christ, man, you're like a mobster with a guilt complex. Just adopt a rescue dog next time. I slipped out while she was asleep, knowing she'd be safe behind the gated property with security alarms and enough firearms to start a small war. Yeah, I answered Carter, my voice steady. Carter gripped the wheel, his arm casually resting on the open window. This is a bad idea, man. The guy's unhinged, no telling what he'll pull. Not my first rodeo. If anything, he should be the one sweating. Carter exhaled sharply. Just saying I don't like this. Noted. The hotel loomed ahead, all sleek glass and shadows. My guys flanked me as we walked in, pistols tucked discreetly at their backs. Down in the basement was a private lounge, strictly for business, never pleasure. The broken handmaiden. Never stepped foot inside before, but Carter had filled me in. Knuckles sat alone at a center table, his black button-down crisp, a drink untouched in front of him. Waiting. His hands rested on the table, each knuckle inked with a letter. D-E-A-T-H fitting. My crew hung back by the stairs while his men lined the opposite wall, tense, one guy fingering the trigger of an R-15 like he was itching for an excuse. I dropped into the chair across from him and signaled the bartender. Scotch! Rocks! Knuckles didn't blink. Bloodshot eyes locked onto me, arms folded, that vein in his forehead pulsing like a live wire. The hate rolled off him in waves. If his hands weren't visible, I'd have expected a bullet between my eyes before I even sat down. But he wasn't reckless, just pissed. The bartender clinked ice into a glass, poured amber liquid, slid it over. I took a sip. Smooth. Damn right, aged 50 years. I know my wine, you know your scotch. He finally drank, downing half in one go before slamming the glass down. Better be worth my time, Conway. Got a room full of company waiting upstairs, blindfolded, tied up real patient-like. But a man's got manners. Right, because he was all about chivalry. Then let's cut to it. I snapped my fingers. One of my guys stepped forward, dropped a black suitcase on the table, and retreated. Knuckles didn't glance at it. Explain. €1,000,000, cash, his eyebrow twitched. That's Sapphire's debt, not yours. Now that she's with me, I leaned in, the word mine curling possessively in my chest. Her debts are mine. And the second I said it, I knew Knuckles wanted her broken, bruised, and begging. But that wasn't happening, not on my watch. Added detail. The tension in the room spiked when one of Knuckles' men shifted, his boot scuffing the floor, just enough to remind everyone how close this was to blowing up. The tension between us was thick enough to cut with a knife. He thought he could intimidate me, but money had a way of making men like him predictable. I always settle my debts, I said, keeping my voice steady. His face darkened, veins bulging like ropes under his skin. The anger radiating off him was almost comical, like a cartoon character about to explode. You really think I'd betray the underground for a payout? His voice dropped to a growl, and I didn't bother correcting him. Some people just love assuming the worst. But this guy, he wasn't just angry, he was volatile. Rules didn't mean a thing to him. I take care of what's mine, I said, finishing my drink and standing. His glare followed me, his neck muscles tight, tattoos peeking out from under his collar, skulls, chains, all that tough guy nonsense. The only thing human about him was his icy blue eyes. The rest, pure menace. I turned my back on him not because I was reckless, but because I knew he wouldn't dare pull the trigger. Some battles aren't worth fighting, and this one, he'd already lost. Sapphire, the bed, was too cold without him. I reached across the sheets, searching for Conway's warmth, the solid weight of him beside me. Nothing, just empty space. I sat up, blinking into the dark, my fingers raking through my hair. Conway. Silence. I checked the bathroom, then the living room, no sign of him. His keys and wallet were gone, so he'd left. But 4 a.m., where the hell does a man go at 4 a.m.? The front door clicked open, and there he was, dressed like he'd just stepped out of a gala. Black suit, crisp tie, hair perfectly in place. At least no woman had messed it up. My eyes darted to his collar, hunting for lipstick stains. God, I hated feeling like this. He froze when he saw me, just for a second before setting his things down. Muse, why are you up? Me. I flipped on the light, scanning him for evidence. Where were you? My voice was sharper than I meant it to be, but the doubt gnawing at me wasn't going anywhere. The tension between us was suffocating, like the air had turned thick with unspoken accusations. He insisted we were in this together, but his midnight disappearances told a different story. His glare sharpened as he caught me staring at the faint smudge on his collar, his anger radiating so intensely I could practically taste it. No words were needed. His silence was a weapon. Stop looking at me like that, he growled. Maybe I wouldn't if you stopped acting shady, I shot back. Who the hell vanishes at 3 a.m. without an explanation? That's my business, not yours. It is mine when you're feeding me lies. He shoved past me, flinging his jacket onto the armchair with a rough flick of his wrist. I might be a jerk, but I don't lie, he said, voice icy. If I wanted to screw around, I wouldn't sneak off like some coward. Really? Because you lie to your family every damn day, I snapped, jealousy twisting my words into something ugly. The thought of him with someone else had always gnawed at me, but tonight, it felt like a knife to the ribs. His expression was different, darker, more dangerous. Don't even start, he warned, each word a threat. Then stop giving me reasons to doubt you. If it's just us, act like it. It is just us, he hissed. Not everything's about you, now get out. Our room, I corrected, arms crossed, refusing to budge. What were you doing? He stormed into the bedroom and slammed the door so hard the frame shook. I stood there, chest burning, adrenaline replacing exhaustion. Maybe I'd been too quick to accuse him, but those lipstick stains weren't just in my head. If he'd just talked to me instead of shutting me out, the next day passed in a blur of frustration. I worked the stables until my muscles ached, but no amount of physical labor could dull the anger simmering under my skin. By evening, I was starving, my stomach growling loud enough to echo in the empty hallway. I refused to sit across from Conway like nothing happened, so I had Dante bring dinner to my old room. Of course, the universe had other plans. 2 place settings. Conway walked in moments later, looking unfairly good in worn jeans and a fitted tee, freshly shaved. 2 bad his sharp jawline and stupidly perfect posture didn't erase the way he'd treated me. He sat down without a word, dropping his napkin onto his lap like this was just another dinner. Like he hadn't shattered my trust 12 hours ago. The silence between us was louder than any argument. Dante lifted the polished silver lids from our plates before quietly stepping out, leaving us alone in my childhood bedroom. Conway picked up his fork and knife, methodically slicing into his roasted chicken without meeting my eyes. He wasn't pretending things were fine, but he wasn't acknowledging the tension either, like we were both holding our breath. I could have stormed out, but where would I go? This was his place, and my empty stomach wasn't about to let me make a dramatic exit. Andrew Lexington's offer flashed in my mind, a clean slate, a way to settle my debts, including whatever I owed Conway. Freedom. I dismissed it immediately, unable to imagine leaving him behind. But now, the thought didn't seem so crazy. "How's the food?" Conway asked casually, like we were just catching up over dinner. I scoffed. "Seriously, we're just going to act like last night never happened." He took a slow sip of scotch, the ice clinking against the glass. "No, but I figured we'd move on. So, in other words, pretend it didn't happen." My voice sharpened. His utensils clattered onto the plate as his gaze locked onto mine, cold and unyielding. "What exactly do you want me to say? That I wasn't with another woman? Fine. Here's your chance to apologize for accusing me." Apologize? The word tasted bitter. "You threw me out of my own room." "And I'd do it again," he shot back. "No one talks to me like that." "Except me," I fired back, "because I'm not some hired help. I'm the woman in your bed, and I've earned the right to call you out when you're being an ass." Something shifted in his expression, the anger fading, replaced by something quieter. "Then tell me why you disappeared in the middle of the night." "Work." He swirled his drink, the amber liquid catching the light. "What kind of work is that important?" "Muse," he said, his voice softer now. "You need to trust me." I crossed my arms. "Why should I? You've lied before." He leaned in, elbows on the table. "You know why? It wasn't to deceive you." "Funny, because that's exactly what lying is." His jaw tightened. "You don't need to know where I was. If I wanted someone else, I wouldn't sneak around, I'd just take you. Why would I bother with anyone else when I've got you right here?" He exhaled, frustration giving way to something almost pleading. "Think, Muse, you're smarter than this." Maybe he had a point. Maybe I was letting my temper run wild, but that didn't explain the secrecy. "Then why won't you tell me?" "Because I'm not ready." I wanted to push, but I knew it was pointless. Deep down, I believed him. He wasn't the kind of man who'd betray me, not like that. But the doubt still gnawed at me, a quiet whisper in the back of my mind. The silence between us was thick, the kind you could cut with a knife. Dinner had been a battle of stubbornness, neither of us willing to back down from last night's argument. He didn't owe me an apology, and I sure as hell wasn't giving him one. The clink of silverware against plates was the only sound in the room, our eyes locked in a silent standoff. Later, in my old bed, the sheets felt cold and unfamiliar. It hadn't been long since I started sharing Conway's bed, but already, sleeping alone was unbearable. His presence was like a shield against nightmares, against the chill, against the eerie quiet of the house. Even pissed off, I'd rather be next to him than alone. The door creaked open, and there he was, all hard lines and barely contained frustration. His sweatpants hung low, that damn V-cut taunting me. Every inch of him was carved muscle, a walking temptation. "Muse," he growled, gripping the doorknob like he might rip it off. "Get in here. Now." Then he turned, leaving the threat hanging in the air. I could have fought him on principle, but why bother? I was exhausted, wired, and let's be real, desperate for him. Sex had become our nightly ritual, as predictable as the sunrise. How was I supposed to sleep without him inside me? His bed was warm, the sheets crisp. He didn't even glance up from his phone as I slipped in beside him, naked and waiting. But instead of the usual rough hands and hungry mouth, he just lay there. Eyes closed, arm behind his head, like he was daring me to make the first move. Fine. If he wanted to play games, I'd play. I climbed on top, my thighs bracketing his hips, my body already aching for him. His cock was hard beneath me, proof he wasn't as indifferent as he pretended. His breath hitched, just once, before he finally looked at me, dark eyes burning. Game over the moment his hands gripped my waist, that cocky grin spread across his lips as I kissed him. "Told you wanted me just as bad," he murmured, his breath hot against my mouth. "Shut up." Words were the last thing I needed, just the heat of his body, the way his touch sent electricity straight through me. My back arched instinctively, every nerve alive with anticipation even before he was inside me. He flipped me onto my back, settling between my thighs with that infuriating confidence. "Say it," he demanded. My fingers tangled in his hair, nails scraping lightly against his scalp. "You already know." His grip tightened, pressing my knees back as he pushed into me, slow and deliberate. His face hovered inches above mine, lips almost brushing. "Tell me you don't want anyone else touching me." I dug my fingers into his hips and pulled him deeper, taking every inch. "You belong to me, Conway. No one else gets a piece." A low growl rumbled in his chest before his rhythm took over. "Muse. I need you to wreck me," I breathed. "Damn right." His eyes locked onto mine, burning with something raw and possessive. "You're not walking straight tomorrow." I didn't make it to work early the next morning, not after how late we'd been up. That night was different, longer, more intense than before. No apologies, just skin and sweat and the unspoken truth that we couldn't stay away from each other. Questions still nagged at me. Where had he been? What was he hiding? But he'd promised answers. For now, I had to wait. Sunlight spilled through the window when I finally woke, painting the fields outside in gold. The grass glowed impossibly green, the horses grazing peacefully under the bright sky. My gaze drifted to the terrace, where Conway sat with his breakfast, newspaper in hand, coffee steaming beside a half-finished omelet. For a second, I thought about joining him, but then I stopped. The sight of him like that, jaw sharp in the morning light, dark hair tousled, that brooding expression softening just slightly, was enough. Funny how things had shifted. I'd arrived here trapped, resentful. Now, the idea of leaving felt impossible. His presence was the only thing that settled me, his heartbeat the lullaby I needed to sleep. When he wasn't there, the silence was unbearable. When had that happened? The phone on the nightstand buzzed, snapping me out of it. Andrew Lexington. It hadn't even been a week since we last spoke, and yet his was the only name that ever flashed on that screen. I hesitated, then answered, still standing there in nothing but Conway's shirt, the rest of my clothes long forgotten on the floor from my spot upstairs. I caught sight of Conway lounging on the patio, his morning coffee in hand while he skimmed the newspaper. He barely glanced up as he took a sip. "Mr. Lexington," I greeted, trying to sound casual. "Andrew," he corrected smoothly. "Right. Hi, Andrew," I exhaled, leaning against the railing. "Didn't expect to hear from you so soon." "Funny," he mused. "I was just thinking the opposite. Wanted to check in, see where your head's at." My gaze drifted back to Conway. His damp hair clung to his forehead, the sunlight catching the water droplets like tiny diamonds. He must have just climbed out of the pool, his muscles still glistening. God, he was breathtaking. Even doing something as mundane as reading the paper, he looked like he belonged on a billboard. A reckless part of me wanted to march down there, slide onto his lap, and kiss him right under that blazing sun. But I wasn't thinking straight. This was pure, stupid attraction, nothing more. Andrew's offer dangled in front of me like a golden ticket. A return to modeling, sure, but also financial freedom. No more starving myself for shoots, no more answering to anyone. Just pure, uncomplicated wealth. And yet, I loved it here. Sprawling ranch, the way the horses whinnied at dawn, the warmth of Conway beside me every night. Even if it was all pretend, it felt real. For the first time in my life, I felt safe. But that was the problem, it wasn't real. Conway didn't love me. I was just another temporary muse. Once the novelty wore off, he'd move on without a second thought. Meanwhile, time was exactly my ally. Thanks, Andrew, but I don't think. 250 million. I froze. My brain short-circuited. Did he just? Andrew, I'm confident, but come on. I laughed, shaking my head. There's no way I'm worth that. You are, he insisted. Seriously. Take the deal, sweetheart, any sane woman would. Yeah, they would, and they'd be right, but still, 300. My breath hitched. That was life-changing money. Just think about it, he pressed. You'd be the richest model alive. Fame, respect, everything. I swallowed hard, my fingers tightening around the phone. I'll call you back. The line went dead. I stood there, arms crossed, staring at Conway as he gazed across the ranch, lost in thought. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying the scent of fresh-cut grass. For the first time, I had no idea what to do. The air upstairs felt heavy with secrets, but I was too exhausted to piece them together. After a long day in the stables, the sticky summer heat clung to my skin, making even the simplest tasks unbearable. A cold shower was the only relief, washing away layers of sweat and dirt. Stepping into the air-conditioned house was like stepping into heaven, until my thoughts circled back to Andrew's offer. The amount of money he mentioned was staggering, something I couldn't even wrap my head around. What would I even do with it? Conway was the only person I trusted enough to talk this through. He knew things, people, better than I did. Maybe he'd see red flags I couldn't. Just as I towel-dried my hair, his reflection appeared in the bathroom mirror. Shirtless, his toned frame filled the doorway, his green eyes locked onto me with that familiar intensity. Before I could speak, his hands settled on my shoulders, his lips brushing my neck in that teasing way he used to when we first met. "Dinner tonight," he murmured. "We always have dinner. Not like this." He smirked, nodding toward the bed where a dress lay waiting. "We're going out." My breath caught. "Out, like outside the house." His grin widened. "Believe it or not, Verona exists beyond our front door." I couldn't remember the last time we'd left the property, maybe that one trip to Milan or the awkward visit to his parents' villa. But now, a real date in the city. My pulse kicked up as I imagined the cobblestone streets, the golden glow of sunset on ancient buildings. 30 minutes later, we were driving through winding roads, the city unfolding like a postcard. Verona was even more breathtaking in person. The river shimmering under dusk, the rooftops a patchwork of terracotta and stone. Conway parked near a tucked-away trattoria, its warm light spilling onto the sidewalk. As we crossed the street, my fingers brushed his. For the first time in forever, I felt like more than just someone hidden away. Tonight, I was part of the world. His arms slipped around my waist as we walked toward the restaurant, his touch both possessive and protective. He was dressed casually in dark jeans and a crisp button-down, the top button undone just enough to hint at the strong lines of his throat. Even with his sunglasses still perched on his nose, there was something effortlessly commanding about him, until we reached the entrance, where he tucked them into his shirt pocket with a practiced motion. The host greeted us, and Conway responded in smooth Italian, the words rolling off his tongue like music. It was rare to hear him speak his first language. Around me, he always stuck to English, probably out of habit from working with so many American models. The host led us to a secluded patio table, where a single candle flickered between us, casting soft light over the empty space. No other diners sat nearby, just us, the quiet hum of the city beyond, and the faint scent of garlic and rosemary in the air. He pulled out my chair with the same effortless charm he'd shown his parents, then settled across from me, his broad shoulders stretching the fabric of his shirt. Every detail about him was striking. The way his jawline caught the candlelight, the faint pulse of veins along his neck, the way his fingers tapped idly against the wine menu before he made his choice in seconds. Meanwhile, I stared at my own menu, completely lost in the sea of Italian words. "Need help deciding?" he asked, not even looking up. "Please, I trust you." A smirk tugged at his lips, but he didn't glance my way, just signaled the waiter with a subtle lift of his chin. Within moments, our orders were placed, the entire exchange in fluid Italian that sent a shiver down my spine. The waiter vanished, leaving us alone under the glow of string lights, the rest of the restaurant buzzing just beyond our private corner. Surprised no one else wanted the patio, I mused, tracing the rim of my glass. I reserved it. He took a slow sip of wine, watching me over the rim. "Just for us. Just for you," he corrected, setting his glass down. "I don't like crowds." I couldn't help but grin. "So you don't like me either," his gaze sharpened. "You're not just people." "Because I'm yours," I teased, half expecting one of his usual sharp retorts. "Because you're the exception," he said quietly, fingers lacing together. "Everyone else is background noise." The words hit me harder than I expected. With Conway, honesty was a double-edged sword. He never softened the truth, not even when it stung. But that meant when he did say something like this, it carried weight. I should have told him about Andrew Lexington right then. But the night was too perfect. The warm breeze, the untouched bread between us, the way his eyes held mine just a second too long. Ruining it felt impossible. So I let the moment linger, pushing the truth aside for another time the cool evening air brushed against my skin, slipping through my hair and trailing down my exposed back. My black dress was elegant, backless, and far more luxurious than anything I'd ever owned before. The diamond bracelet and matching necklace Conway had given me sparkled under the soft restaurant lighting, probably worth more than my entire life savings. Across the table, his fingers lingered on his wineglass, his dark eyes locked onto mine in silent intensity. He didn't need words to communicate. His presence alone was a conversation. That unshakable aura never faded, whether he was furious or calm, just like his father. "How was your day?" I asked, trying to break the heavy silence. His jaw tightened, and I knew I wouldn't get an answer. Instead, he exhaled sharply. "There's something I need to tell you, and I might screw it up." My stomach dropped. This wasn't just dinner, it was a setup. "Okay, I lied to my father today," he admitted, his voice rough. "Looked him dead in the eye and did it. Felt like garbage afterward. Then my mother told me how proud she was of me." He scoffed, shaking his head. "If they knew the truth, what I've done to you, they'd never see me the same way. I can't undo it, but I can try to fix it." I gripped my glass, my throat dry, but I couldn't bring myself to take a sip. Every word felt like a weight pressing down on me. His family was everything to him, loyal, unapologetically affectionate, even his stoic father. And now he was drowning in guilt because of me. Then he dropped the bomb. "I cleared your debts." I nearly choked. "What?" "The loan you defaulted on, gone. Property taxes, handled. Student loans, paid." My mouth hung open. "Conway, you didn't have to. I'm not done." His voice cut through me. "I took care of Knuckles, too." My blood ran cold. "What does that mean?" "I paid back what your brother owed. Met him in Milan, left the cash in a briefcase. He won't touch you again, you're free." The room spun. This wasn't just generosity, it was a lifeline. And for the first time, I realized just how deep his guilt ran. Tears welled up in my eyes the moment Conway spoke my name. After years of running, I'd forgotten what safety even felt like. I'd clung to him for protection, but now the world was wide open. I could disappear into the New York crowds tomorrow if I wanted, but did I? His face remained unreadable even as my emotions spilled over. "Your demons are gone," he said quietly. "No one's chasing you anymore. You're free, completely free. And to make up for everything I put you through, I'm giving you this choice." My breath caught. Wait, what? This man had spent a small fortune rescuing me from Knuckles' grip. We'd barely scratched the surface of whatever arrangement he'd planned. "You're just letting me walk away." "What about your work? You said I was your muse." His fingers brushed mine across the cafe table, warm and steady. Paris glittered around us, but right then it was just him, just us. "I don't want you to go," he admitted, voice rough. "But I need you to stay because you choose to, not because you owe me, not because you're trapped." His thumb traced my knuckles, sending a shiver through me. "I want you as my equal, my partner, the woman who inspires me, not because she has to, but because she wants to." The weight of his words settled over me. He'd undone every chain, erased every debt. The freedom was dizzying, and yet— "You really mean that?" I whispered. "Every word." His gaze burned into mine. "Stay in my bed, stay in my life, be the fire behind every piece I create, but only if it's what you want." A laugh escaped me, half disbelief, half wonder, because the truth was I'd already chosen. Even with an exit handed to me on a silver platter, my heart had been his for weeks. The way he challenged me, the way he saw me, no one else came close. Still, I had to ask, "So what does that make me exactly? Your girlfriend, your—" His smirk was slow, devastating. "How about we start with mine and figure out the labels later?" And just like that, the last wall between us crumbled. It's simple, just two people who click, enjoying each other's company and a great physical connection. No strings, no drama. We're still exclusive, no one else in the picture. You're the only woman I'm with, and I'm the only man you're with. But could this turn into something more? I hesitated, biting my lip. I didn't want to push too hard, but the question burned in my chest. Was there a chance for love, for something lasting? His silence was heavy, his expression unreadable before he finally pulled his hand away, leaving me cold. "I don't know what the future holds," he admitted. "But right now, I love having you here. I love waking up next to you. That's enough for me." "Enough for now, sure. But what about later?" My voice stayed steady, though my heart ached. "So I stay until you get bored, then I'm supposed to just walk away. That's the deal." He shrugged, his tone frustratingly casual. "If you're unhappy, you leave. No guilt, no chains. It's honest, it's simple." The truth was, I didn't want to walk away. His world was intoxicating, his penthouse with its skyline views, the way he looked at me like I was the only woman in the room. I had freedom, choices. But freedom felt hollow when I wanted more. "I'll stay," I said finally. His grip tightened around my hands, his eyes darkening with something possessive. "Good. But there's one thing," I added. "When people ask, you tell them I'm your girlfriend, not your friend, not your model, your girlfriend." He studied me for a long moment before nodding. "Fine." Later, I slipped into the black lace lingerie waiting on the bed, knowing he was watching from the doorway. The way his jaw clenched, the way his fingers dug into his arms, like he was holding himself back. The dress hugged every curve, the push-up bra lifting just right, the thong barely there. And when I turned to face him, his restraint snapped the dazzling centerpiece of my lingerie, set matched the diamond necklace and bracelet I wore, catching the light as I adjusted my hair in the mirror. Climbing onto the bed, I hesitated. What pose would look enticing? I settled on all fours, arching my back to emphasize the curves beneath the delicate fabric. Conway stepped in moments later, his collared shirt missing and his jeans barely hanging on. His gaze swept over me with a mix of hunger and admiration, like an artist inspecting his masterpiece. The way the silk hugged my body seemed to please him. His jeans and boxers hit the floor in one motion, and there it was, his most impressive feature. Even with no frame of reference, I knew he was gifted. If every man came equipped like that, dating apps would be obsolete. Not just thick, but long. How it even fit was a mystery. His lips traced my spine, slow and deliberate, each kiss sending shivers up my skin. When he reached my neck, his breath was hot against my ear. On your back. I flipped over, expecting something different, maybe a change from our usual routine. But lately it was always the same, slow, intense, face to face. Not that I minded. He hooked my legs over his shoulders, sliding the thong down with practiced ease. The fabric lingered in his grip before he dragged it teasingly along his length, watching me squirm. You like that? God, yes. My panties landed somewhere on the sheets as he settled between my thighs, his weight braced on his arms. His eyes never left mine as he pushed in, inch by torturous inch, until I was full to the brim. My ankles locked behind him, my body arching as I adjusted to the delicious ache. The stretch was just shy of too much, and that's what made it perfect. His rhythm was slow, deliberate, each thrust deep and unhurried. No frantic pounding, just the steady drag of skin on skin, his forehead pressed to mine. The way he watched me, like every gasp, every shiver was his personal victory, made the heat coil tighter. Conway. His name came out breathless, lost in the space between our lips. His muscles tensed as he hovered above me, his weight pressing me into the mattress. Every movement sent a ripple through his body, his grip tightening as he drove deeper. Muse, he murmured, his voice rough with need. I caught his bottom lip between my teeth, teasing before pulling him into a hungry kiss. My body responded instantly, clenching around him as heat pooled between us. The slickness of my arousal coated him, making every thrust smoother, louder, our bodies moving in perfect sync. My fingers dug into his shoulders, matching his rhythm as I arched against him. God, Conway. He growled, his arms flexing as he pushed harder, deeper, his control slipping. Let go for me, he demanded, his voice thick with desire. I want to feel you come undone. I surrendered completely, my hips rolling against his as pleasure crashed over me. The intensity was blinding, sending shockwaves through every nerve. He followed moments later, burying himself inside me with a final, possessive thrust. His release filled me, hot and heavy, his grip on my hips unyielding. The way he looked at me, like I was his and his alone, sent another thrill through me. Afterward, he softened inside me, his kisses tender now, his hands gentle as they traced my skin. I'm not done with you yet, he whispered, nipping at my ear. Just need a minute. When I woke the next morning, the bed was empty. The clock read 9:00 a.m. Conway had already slipped out for his usual swim and breakfast. Knowing him, he was either locked in his office or lost in his studio by now. I padded into the sitting room, where breakfast waited under a polished steel dome, the coffee still steaming in its carafe. Pouring myself a cup, I hesitated before grabbing my phone off the table. 3 rings later, Andrew's voice came through. Sapphire, I was hoping you'd call. New York's waiting for you, homecoming of sorts, right? I cut straight to the point. Andrew, I appreciate the offer, really. The numbers you threw at me, life-changing, but it's not about the money. I took a breath, steadying myself. I'm with Conway now. Taking this job would feel like a betrayal. A beat of silence. Then, almost amused, he replied, You're turning down a fortune for a man. I smirked, glancing at the empty spot on the couch where Conway usually sat. Not just any man. Leaving behind everything I knew for him felt reckless, yet I couldn't stop myself. There was no grand love story between us, just an unshakable pull, maybe because he was my first. I can't stay, Andrew, I murmured, my voice barely steady. He didn't argue, just nodded with a quiet understanding that caught me off guard. Sapphire, business and emotions don't always mix, but if you ever reconsider, whether it's next month or next year, the door's open. His offer lingered in the air, a safety net I hadn't expected. The idea of Conway growing tired of me twisted my stomach, but the thought of losing him altogether hurt worse. I appreciate that, I said softly before turning away. Conway having Muse choose to stay changed everything. No chains, no debts, just her willingly in my bed. That knowledge sharpened every touch, every glance. She wasn't just my muse now, she was something closer to a girlfriend, though I'd never labeled anything before. Not that labels mattered. She inspired me, fueled my creativity, and that was enough. The studio buzzed with energy as I worked on a new design, a deep blue bodysuit, the fabric studded with delicate white stones. It would cling to her curves, shimmering under the Mediterranean sun when I finally took her there. New York first, though. Priorities. A knock interrupted my thoughts. She stood in the doorway, sunlight catching the diamonds at her throat, her dress a cascade of red roses against white. "Mind if I join you?" I stepped back from the mannequin, admiring how the fabric would hug her. Always. The dress was my doing, of course. When you live with a masterpiece, you can't resist framing it perfectly. The mannequin caught her eye immediately. "This is absolutely stunning," she murmured, stepping closer to inspect the intricate details. "Glad you think so," I replied, watching as she tilted her head, taking in every angle. She crossed her arms, a playful smirk forming. "Seriously, where do you get your inspiration? This is next level." I shrugged, leaning against the work table. "I keep a boat docked near Mykonos. Been thinking about taking you there, whitewashed villas, turquoise waters, you in this piece, looking like a damn goddess." I paused, lowering my voice. "And then there's the thought of you in that ocean, salt water on your skin." A faint pink tinted her cheeks, just like always when I turned up the charm. These days, it took more effort, but when it worked, worth it. "Sounds like a dream," she said softly. "Because it would be Muse." I tossed the pins aside and gestured to the outfit. "Try it on." Without hesitation, she slipped out of her dress, leaving only her lace panties and that diamond necklace I'd given her last summer. The bodysuit clung to her like it was made for her, deep neckline, snug fabric, every curve accentuated. Paired with strappy heels, she was a vision. I folded my arms, studying her under the golden sunset glow, even better than I'd pictured. "How do I look?" She spun slowly, giving me the full view. "Like trouble," I muttered, adjusting my stance as my jeans got uncomfortably tight. If I didn't have to rush this to Nicole, she'd already be on that table, legs parted, voice echoing through the studio. But deadlines were deadlines. "Gotta get this delivered, take it off." She shot me a glare, old habits, stubborn as ever. I smirked. "Please," her expression softened. "Much better." Later, Nicole and I stood side by side, reviewing the lineup of models in my latest collection. 7 designs, 7 flawless women, posture perfect, legs for days, all balancing on sky-high stilettos like it was nothing. They were professionals, effortless in their elegance. But none of them had Muse's effect on me. Beautiful women were part of the job. I'd long since stopped reacting. Even Lacey Lockwood in lace barely registered. Yet Muse, different story. Every damn time. I caught Lacey's icy stare from across the room. Still bitter about our last argument, even more pissed that Muse had stolen her spotlight. Like I cared, Nicole finally nodded. "Flawless, every piece is a masterpiece." Whether she's jetting off to a tropical getaway or spending an intimate evening with someone special, she'll have the perfect outfit ready to go. "Absolutely. Let's launch this collection in New York next week. I didn't think you could outdo your last line, but here you are, proving me wrong again." Nicole was the kind of person I valued, direct, honest, and never wasting words. She did her job flawlessly, knew when to step back, and when she challenged me, it was always for the right reasons. Honestly, she was more than just an assistant. As I slipped my hands into my pockets, I studied the models, already envisioning the statement jewelry that would complete their looks. High-end jewelers often begged to loan their most extravagant pieces for my shows, giving them exposure while my models got to sparkle in diamonds worth millions, without me spending a dime. "Are you including sapphire in the lineup?" Nicole asked, right in front of the models. Instantly, their expressions darkened in unison, their resentment toward Muse thick enough to cut with a knife. I brushed off the question, dismissing the models with a simple, "Thank you, ladies." They filed out, probably eager to peel off the delicate garments in the dressing room. Once they were gone, I turned back to Nicole. Sapphire will never walk for Barsetti lingerie again. Never. She looked stunned. People are already buzzing about her for the next show. She was all anyone talked about for weeks after the last one. Cutting her out would be a huge mistake. She's your muse for a reason. I turned toward the massive window, letting my gaze drift over the city's skyline. Timeless and breathtaking, it was a place where art and history collided. I could lose myself for hours just taking in the architecture. But my answer didn't waver. No, no, Nicole pressed. Why not? The truth. I wanted Muse in my lingerie for my eyes only. I'd seen the way men ogled her on the runway, the way they fantasized about her. She was magnetic, irresistible, and I refused to share that with anyone. She's retired. End of story. But, Nicole, my decision is final. I was the best in this industry before her, and I'll stay the best after. I left her standing there and headed down the hall to my office, knowing Muse was likely lounging inside, flipping through a magazine. Before I could reach the door, Lacey Lockwood appeared, now in a breezy sundress, her hair perfectly curled. She changed out of the lingerie in record time, probably just to catch me in the hallway. "Conway," she purred, leaning in for a kiss on the cheek, but I stepped back. Muse had confessed her jealousy, and the last thing I needed was another lipstick mark setting her off. If I wouldn't tolerate another man touching her, I sure as hell wasn't going to let Lacey get too close. "You killed it in that outfit. New York's gonna eat it up." I dodged her anger with flattery, knowing Lacey lived for her career. Handing her one of my top designs should have been enough, but the fury in her eyes only burned hotter. "Seriously," she snapped, voice sharp as shattered glass. "You benched me in your last show, now you won't even look at me. Is this about her?" Her glare could have melted steel. "You're closing the New York show, Lacey. Sapphire's not a factor." "She's out. Completely." With Muse gone, the petty rivalries should have died, but Lacey's expression twisted like I'd handed her a consolation prize. "But she's still here." I didn't owe her answers. Sidestepping her, I left without another word. She didn't follow, but I knew this wasn't over. Lacey had tried blurring lines before, flirty comments, lingering touches, but I shut it down every time. She didn't want me. She wanted my influence. And even if she did, mixing business with pleasure was a disaster waiting to happen. Pushing into my office, I found Muse lounging on the couch in a sleek red dress Dante had snagged from Milan, understated elegance, just like her. The diamond at her throat caught the light as she glanced up from her magazine, one leg crossed over the other. "How'd the meeting go?" "Nicole approved everything. Show's locked in. Next week, right?" "Yep." I grabbed my tablet, skimming the updated schedule. New York primetime broadcast, every designer clawing for a shot at my attention, including Andrew Lexington. No way was he getting near her. "You asking if you're coming?" Her brow arched. "Wasn't sure I was invited." I closed the distance, tipping her chin up with 2 fingers until her eyes met mine. "You're with me, period." My thumb grazed her lower lip, teasing a smile loose. "What if your models throw a fit?" "Let them." Her grin turned wicked. "Still sure you don't want me on the runway?" "Oh, you'll be in the show." I yanked her to her feet, arms locking around her waist. The scent of jasmine clung to her as I pressed my forehead to hers. "But the only eyes on you will be mine." She was stunning in anything I chose for her, but nothing compared to how breathtaking she looked without a single stitch of clothing. Before Muse, Nicole was the only woman who'd ever stepped foot in my place, let alone stayed. Muse was turning my world upside down in the best possible way. "All set?" I asked as she slipped her arm through mine. "I love when you ask instead of tell," she murmured. "It's sweet." Old habits die hard. I was used to giving commands and seeing them executed without question. Power like that gets under your skin. But there was something intoxicating about watching her want me, about knowing she had every option in the world and still picked me. I hate asking, I admitted, but I'll keep doing it. Her lips curved. Honesty suits you, and yes, I'm ready. Fingers laced with hers, we moved down the hall past a cluster of models whispering by the wall. They were always together, gym sessions, meal prep, the whole routine. Muse didn't spare them a glance, her focus entirely on me. Then, of course, Nicole appeared right on cue. Conway, that Turkish fabric supplier, is in town. Wants to meet for dinner tonight, claims he can beat your current pricing and upgrade quality. I barely slowed. By how much? 25%. Now that got my attention. I stopped, calculating the numbers in my head. Time, 7, should I confirm? If the guy wasn't full of it, this was worth my time. Name, Andrassy Beaucount. Did my homework, he's legit. Nicole's research was solid. Fine. I'll be there. As she walked off, Muse and I stepped outside to my Ferrari idling at the curb. The second she slid into the passenger seat, her dress rode up, exposing miles of golden skin. She stared out the window, unaware of the effect she had on me, hair spilling over her shoulders, lips slightly parted. My grip tightened on the wheel, my other hand settling on her thigh. Warm, smooth, tempting as hell. It took everything in me not to push that dress higher right then. She flicked a glance at my fingers before turning back to the city blurring past. Am I going with you tonight? No. Home, waiting. Exactly where I wanted her. By the time I wrapped up my business call, she'd already been asleep for hours. But that never stopped me from rousing her for some fun. Why not? I smirked, knowing exactly how this would play out. It's just work, nothing you need to worry about. Her glare sharpened, irritation flashing in her eyes. What happened to where you go, I go? You said that like 5 minutes ago. On a business trip overseas, sure. What would I do without you? My hand doesn't compare to what you've got. She arched a brow, unimpressed. I actually care about what you do. Don't powerful men always have their women by their side? Or is that just in the movies? I flicked my gaze between her and the highway. Why are you so desperate to tag along? Maybe I just like your company. Are I your girlfriend? That was a title she'd insisted on, not me. I don't like guys eyeing you like you're on display. So your solution is to keep me hidden forever. That's not happening, Conway. There was no outright threat in her voice, but the warning was there. Sometimes I wished I hadn't let her get so bold. Fine, I relented. She grinned, victorious, then turned to stare out the window. Damn, it drove me crazy when she won. My hand slid between her thighs, fingers tracing the edge of her lace panties. The second eye pressed against her clit, her breath hitched, knees clamping together. Open up, I commanded. She hesitated, those defiant eyes locking onto mine. Now, with a slow exhale, she obeyed, letting me take control. My fingers worked her relentlessly as I kept my focus on the road. She could be independent all she wanted, just not right now. Within minutes, her panties were soaked, her hips rocking against my touch. I loved knowing I was the reason she was falling apart. We were almost home when her whimpers turned desperate, her body begging for release. I pulled my hand away, leaving her trembling. You can wait till we're inside. She didn't listen. Instead, her fingers dipped beneath the fabric, teasing herself right there in the passenger seat. Christ. Her head fell back, lips parted as she worked herself faster. My grip on the wheel tightened until my knuckles turned white. Muse, I growled. Eyes shut, lost in the moment, she whispered my name. Conway. Thinking about me? Yes. I snatched her wrist, yanking it away. You can wait. She exhaled sharply, frustration and need warring in her voice. I don't think I can. The tension between us crackled, thick and undeniable. The rest of the drive was pure torture. For both of us, Conway, you lit the fuse. Now either see it through or step aside and let me handle it. My fingers tightened around hers, the heat between us undeniable. The dampness from her skin clung to mine, a slick reminder of what was simmering beneath the surface. Patience, Muse. If you're going to challenge me, you'll pay for it in ways you haven't even imagined yet. She exhaled sharply, frustration lacing her voice. How much longer? I glanced at the sprawling estate we just passed, one I'd driven by for years but never stepped inside. 5 minutes, tops. A low, irritated sound escaped her. You're impossible. Only for you, I shot back. The truth was, none of the other women in my life had ever lasted long enough for this kind of teasing. They were fleeting, quick, intense encounters where neither of us had the patience for games. But Muse, she was different. And tonight, she looked like sin wrapped in silk. The black dress hugged every curve, the neckline dipping just enough to tease. The diamond necklace at her throat caught the light, drawing attention to the smooth expanse of her skin. Her hair tumbled in loose waves, framing her face like something out of a damn painting. The dress was backless, the fabric skimming her hips, leaving little to the imagination. I should have told her to change. Between the smoky eyeshadow, the bold red lips, and the way her heels added just enough height to make her legs look endless, she was a walking distraction. She wasn't just beautiful, she was otherworldly, like some celestial being who'd wandered into my life by accident. She adjusted her earrings, fingers deft as she checked her reflection one last time. The heels gave her a few extra inches, but I still had to look down to meet her gaze. Earlier, we hadn't even made it past the foyer before I had her pinned against the wall, her dress shoved up, my hands everywhere. Even now, the memory had me reconsidering this whole damn dinner. Business could wait. She turned, catching me staring. Ready? My gaze dragged over her again, lingering on the way the fabric clung to her. How the hell was I supposed to focus on negotiations with her looking like that? Yeah, let's go. She flashed a small, knowing smile as she grabbed her clutch, filled with cash, her id, and the phone I'd gotten her. And just like that, I knew this night was going to test every ounce of my self-control. She was new to the city, with no friends around, so her phone was her lifeline, mostly to my sister, Vanessa, who was just as infatuated with her as I was. I hung back as she moved down the hall, stealing a glance at her curves. Damn, even after this morning, just watching her walk had me stiffening in my pants. Outside, the car idled, freshly washed and warmed up since I'd gotten back from Milan. I slid into the driver's seat and we took off. We could have killed time at my place, but her wardrobe was back in Verona. Truth was, I hadn't slept there in weeks. That apartment used to be my crash pad for late nights or casual flings, but now it felt useless, because suddenly I wasn't flying solo anymore. The drive was quiet, no music, just the hum of the engine as I pushed the speed limit. Cops knew better than to pull me over, not because I was some criminal mastermind, but because my name carried weight. My gaze kept flicking to her legs, the way her dress clung to her skin. It didn't make sense. I'd had her twice already today, but she had this effect on me. Anything I should know before we meet this guy. Her voice cut through the silence like a spell. Just stay quiet. Seriously, she scoffed. You're there to look good, not talk. Unbelievable, she rolled her eyes. 1 second you're decent, the next you're back to this. It's business and you don't get a vote. Can I at least say hello? Don't be ridiculous. She turned away, shutting me out. I caught her hand, fingers tracing her knuckles. No apology, I didn't owe her one. She'd get over it. After everything, she wasn't the type to stay mad. 30 minutes later, we rolled into Milan. The valet took the keys, and I guided her inside with my arm locked around her waist. Heads turned, some recognizing me, but all of them staring at her. I tightened my grip, marking my territory. Look all you want. Touch, that's my privilege. The host spotted me instantly, bypassing the line to lead us straight to our table. My hand stayed on her hip, possessive, relishing how perfectly she fit against me. The way she belonged there, Muse had never looked more stunning in a dress. We spotted Androssi Beaucount tucked away in a shadowy corner booth, his arm draped around a striking woman with jet black hair and golden skin. Her dark eyes sparkled under the low lighting, her hair pulled into a sleek ponytail, but she couldn't hold a candle to Muse. Andrassy stood as we approached, his sun-weathered face creasing into a practiced smile. He extended a hand. "Mr. Barsetti, what an honor." "Conway," I corrected. "Only my father goes by Mr. Barsetti." "Of course," he said smoothly before turning to Muse. "Sapphire, the real pleasure is finally meeting you." He took her hand, leaning in as if to kiss it, until my grip tightened on his shoulder. "A handshake will do," I said, my tone leaving no room for debate. Where I came from, cheek kissing was tradition, but no one was putting their lips near Muse except me. Andrassy chuckled, unfazed. "This is Mercedes," he said, pulling his companion closer. She was young, too young, dripping in designer black and diamonds that screamed kept woman. Her greeting came with a heavy Turkish lilt. Muse returned the pleasantry, but I barely registered the exchange. My focus stayed on Andrassy as we slid into the booth, my hand finding Muse's bare thigh beneath the table. The second my fingers brushed her skin, electricity shot up my arm. She leaned into me, her touch light on my elbow, while I studied Andrassy's smug expression. "Business must be booming," he mused, flagging down a waiter. He ordered a bottle Barsetti Vineyards naturally before continuing. "That last show skyrocketed your brand. Why not capitalize?" Muse traced her lipstick with a fingertip, a habit that always derailed my thoughts. "How exactly?" "Trim the fat," he said. "I know you source from Ulysses in Istanbul. Quality fabrics, fair prices, no wonder you've stuck with him a decade. But sentiment has no place in profit." I scoffed. "You're telling me you'll slash costs by 25%. That's a bold claim." My clients weren't shopping at department stores. They were kings, A-listers, and politicians, the kind of people who expected perfection. The Duke of Cambridge didn't hire me to stitch together bargain bin lace. His bride's lingerie took a week to craft because it had to be unforgettable. Andrassy's smirk didn't waver. "Every empire was built on smart cuts, Conway, even yours." Muse's nails dug into my arm, just enough to remind me she was the only thing worth losing my temper over. Conway's voice was firm, his gaze unyielding. "I don't accept anything but the best." Muse's fingers traced slow circles over his hand where it rested on her thigh, her warmth pressing against his arm. The tension between them had melted away, replaced by something far more intimate. "I admire that," Andrassy replied smoothly, swirling his wineglass. "The material is identical, no shortcuts, no compromises." Conway arched a brow. "Then why the generous discount?" Andrassy leaned forward, fingers steepled, while Mercedes quietly sipped her drink, her attention fixed on the bread in her hands. She had no interest in small talk, leaving the negotiation to the men. "There's a reason for the price," Andrassy admitted, "and it hinges entirely on you." Of course it did. Conway exhaled sharply. "Explain." "Since Sapphire launched under your brand, demand has gone through the roof. Women who have never even worn lingerie are buying it just to feel like her. She's pure gold, your secret weapon. Imagine what happens when she headlines your next collection. Sales will double, maybe triple. And with that kind of volume, I can slash your costs. Ulysses can't match that, but I can." Conway's jaw tightened. He hated that Muse had become the center of this discussion. 10 years in this industry, and his success had been built on his own vision, not some model's appeal. Sure, Muse had given him an edge, but he was the one who turned that spark into a wildfire. "Muse isn't modeling anymore," he said flatly. "She's done." Andrassy's glass froze halfway to his lips. "Done. Retired, and I don't need her to keep growing." The truth was, she still inspired him, just not for the public's eyes. She was his muse in private now, not some fantasy for the masses. Andrassy slumped back in his chair, disbelief written across his face. "Conway, that's a misstep. She's a global icon. If she's not in your next show, people will notice. Sales could tank." Conway's knuckles whitened. "I don't give a damn about your opinion." The air between them crackled, Androssi's expression darkening. He'd forgotten who held the power here. Conway wasn't just another client. He was the client. Muse broke the silence with a soft laugh. Conway's new collection drops. The orders will speak for themselves. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. I'd warned Muse to stay quiet, but her intervention was the only thing keeping things from spiraling out of control. Androssi had thrown the first insult, and I'd fired back, typical male ego clashing. But Muse, with her effortless grace, managed to diffuse the situation before it got ugly. Androssi's rigid posture relaxed slightly as she spoke. "Fine, let's regroup later." I wasn't done, though. "You'll get your units, Androssi, but if you want my business now, it's at a 30% discount." 30, that's non-negotiable. I drained my wineglass in one go before standing, tossing cash on the table. No way was I letting him think I owed him a damn thing. Muse lingered behind, offering Androssi a diplomatic smile. "We appreciate your time tonight. We'll follow up soon." I shot her a glare, my fingers twitching with the urge to drag her out of there. If she were just some subordinate, I wouldn't have hesitated to put her in her place. But that wasn't our deal. Instead, I ripped off my jacket, slung it over a chair, and loosened my tie before tossing it aside. The drawer creaked as I pulled out a cigar, lighting it with a sharp flick of my wrist. The smoke burned my lungs, but it was a welcome distraction from the frustration simmering under my skin. Muse snatched the cigar from my lips and crushed it into the ashtray. "You know those things will kill you." "Everything worth enjoying does," I muttered, reaching for the lighter again. She swiped it from my hand and slammed it down. "I said no smoking, Conway, I'm serious." "Since when do you call the shots?" I scoffed. If I wanted to chain-smoke myself into an early grave, that was my business. No woman, no matter how stunning, was going to dictate my habits. Her eyes flashed. "Since always, don't act like you don't know that. You're delusional if you think you have that kind of hold over me." The words came out sharper than I intended, fueled by the sting of Androssi's doubt. Muse didn't flinch. Instead, she peeled off her dress, letting it pool at her feet, leaving nothing but a black lace thong and the stubborn tape she'd used to flatten her chest. Slowly, she peeled it away, her nipples hardening instantly in the cool air. My jaw clenched, but I refused to let my gaze linger. Then she was in my lap, her bare skin warm against mine, her fingers working the buttons of my shirt with deliberate precision. With her hair cascading over one shoulder and that defiant glint in her eyes, she was breathtaking. And damn it, my body responded before my brain could stop it. "No smoking," she repeated, her voice low and dangerous. "I mean it, those things destroy you." "And whiskey does," I challenged. "Not like this." Her nails dug into my chest, a silent warning. "If I catch you with another cigar." "What?" I smirked. "You'll ground me." Her grip tightened. "Try me." New detail, the subtle scent of her perfume, something floral with a hint of spice, mixed with the lingering smoke, creating an intoxicating contrast that made it impossible to focus on anything but her. The threat was clear. She'd take away the one thing I couldn't live without, and we both knew exactly who she meant. "No smoking," she repeated, her voice firm. "And chill out before you give yourself a heart attack." I scowled. "I said no talking at dinner." She rolled her eyes. "And you actually thought I'd obey? You were being a total jerk. Someone had to fix the mess you made." "Why bother?" I snapped. "He's just some supplier. You think I care if he's pissed?" She leaned in, fingers working open another button on my shirt. "Making enemies is bad business, Conway. Rule number 1, or did you skip that lesson?" I held her stare, refusing to yield. Eyes were hypnotic, her face almost painfully beautiful. But no matter how stunning she was, I wouldn't admit she was right, not ever. "Put me in the show next week," she demanded. My gaze traced her features, searching for any hint of doubt. "You said I'm free to choose. Besides, you paid for me, might as well get your money's worth." "You don't owe me anything," I muttered. "And no, I'm not letting you strut around half-dressed for a bunch of creeps to fantasize about. You're mine, Period. She arched a brow. I thought your work was your top priority. It is, and it'll survive just fine without you. You've already inspired my pieces, that's as close as anyone gets. The idea of strangers staring at her, wanting her, it twisted something dark inside me. Even a casual touch from my own cousin had set me off. No photos, no exposure. She belonged to me entirely. I'm going to bed, I growled, shifting beneath her. She didn't budge, instead rocking her hips just enough to remind me exactly where she was sitting. Doesn't feel like you're ready to sleep. I'm pissed, and right now that's stronger than anything else. Her fingers worked my belt loose, her movements deliberate. Hair tumbling over one shoulder, she smirked. Tell me what you want, Conway. Let me make it good for you. My jaw clenched as my body betrayed me. Keeping her here should have been enough, but hearing her beg to please me, that was something else. She could have been anywhere, yet she chose my lap. Tell me, she whispered. My hands slid up her thighs, gripping her hips. The contrast was intoxicating, my rough hands against her smooth skin. Even after years of work hardening them, I could still map every inch of her, every tiny imperfection that made her real the moment stretched between us, charged with possibilities. I could have pushed for something wild, taken what I wanted, heard her gasp in surprise or even discomfort. But none of that mattered when she was looking at me like this, her dark eyes locked onto mine, her body warm and willing beneath me. The anger that had coiled inside me earlier melted away, replaced by something deeper, something undeniable. She had a way of shifting my focus, turning rage into something far more intoxicating. Just like this, I murmured, my voice rough. This is all I need. Sapphire curled against me, her body molding perfectly to mine like she was made to fit there. Even in sleep, she clung to me, her arm draped over my stomach, her breath steady against my shoulder. The sheets held our shared warmth, a cocoon against the early morning chill. My alarm blared, shattering the quiet, but I let it ring, savoring the last few seconds of peace before reality kicked in. Finally, I silenced it with a lazy swipe of my hand, exhaling as I ran my fingers through my hair. Last night had been intense. The fight, the makeup, the way she'd melted into me in that chair, all of it had left me drained in the best way. I turned my head, studying her face. Even with her eyes closed, I knew she felt me watching. She always did. Leaning down, I pressed my lips to her forehead, lingering just a second too long before pulling away. She protested sleepily, her fingers tightening against my skin. I hesitated. You want me to stay? Yes. I've got work, Muse. My hand tangled in her hair, and she finally blinked up at me, her gaze still hazy with sleep. The morning light caught the gold in her eyes, and for a second I almost reconsidered. But discipline won out. With a smirk, I rolled out of bed, ignoring her quiet groan of protest. She didn't move, but I knew she was watching as I pulled on my swim trunks and grabbed my goggles. If she hurried, she'd catch me in the pool, and I knew she wouldn't miss that show. Outside, the sun was already blazing, the late summer heat clinging stubbornly despite the calendar inching toward fall. Sapphire settled onto the terrace with her coffee, her phone untouched beside her. The only person who ever bothered her was Vanessa, and even that was rare. I dove into the water, the cool shock a welcome contrast to the sticky air. When I surfaced, she was there, sipping her drink, her eyes tracking the water as it slid down my chest. Breakfast could wait. She licked her lips. You're showing off. I grinned. And you're enjoying it. The towel rasped against my skin as I dried off, her gaze following every movement. Yeah, some mornings were worth waking up for from every angle. He looked like he was carved from stone, broad shoulders tapering down to sculpted arms, his powerful chest narrowing into lean hips. The textbook definition of masculine perfection. I'd never been the type to swoon over celebrities, but the second I saw him on screen, I was done for. And now, here I was, the woman sharing his bed, his life. Funny how things work out. He tossed the towel aside after drying his hair and slid into the chair across from me. Almost on cue, Dante appeared with breakfast, freshly baked bread, a fruit platter, and a veggie-packed egg white crepe with marinara. More carbs than usual, so he must have been treating himself. And honestly, after last night, he'd earned it. As he unfolded the newspaper, I took a slow sip of coffee, shamelessly watching him. He glanced up, one eyebrow lifting. Problem? Nope. Then why the staring? Because I can. I smirked over the rim of my mug. You're nice to look at. His lips twitched, that cocky grin surfacing. Nice. Fine, you're ridiculously hot. The grin turned downright smug. Guess I should have made it worth your while this morning. You should always make it worth my while. His expression shifted instantly, the playful glint replaced by something darker, more intense. The newspaper crumpled slightly in his grip as he held my gaze, the air between us suddenly charged. I just smiled and took another sip, loving how easy it was to rattle him. Finally, he exhaled and straightened the paper. Change of plans, you're not working the stables today. Oh, studio, with me. Thought your collection was finished. Got inspired for one more piece. A flush crept up my neck, definitely not from the coffee. I tore off a piece of bread, chewing slowly as silence settled between us. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown number, not Andrew, not Vanessa. Conway didn't even glance up as I answered. Sapphire speaking. Hi, sweetheart. The voice was warm, almost musical. It's Pearl, Conway's mom. My eyes widened. Conway's paper lowered just enough for me to catch his sharp stare. Oh, Mrs. Barsetti, what a... Pearl, please, she laughed. That Mrs. nonsense makes me feel ancient. My husband insists on it in public, but between us, the man's a control freak. I snorted, caught off guard by her bluntness. Conway's jaw tightened clearly, he'd heard every word. That totally sounds like Conway. She chuckled at my joke about her son. Honestly, I never noticed how alike they were until he introduced you to me. Anyway, I'm in town and thought maybe we could grab lunch and hit the shops. Conway's mom, Pearl, was inviting me out. I froze for a second, caught off guard. Saying no would have been rude, but honestly, I didn't want to refuse. Things were different now. I wasn't his captive, just his girlfriend. The guilt wasn't gnawing at me like before. Yeah, sounds great. Perfect, I'll swing by in a couple hours. Conway's hand shot out. Phone now. Why? I whispered. Just hand it over. He yanked it from my grip and put it to his ear. Mom, what's this about? Her voice crackled through the speaker. Just wanted to treat Sapphire to lunch. That a problem? No, it's fine. Didn't know you were even in the area. Your dad's meeting a client in Verona, last-minute thing. You know how he gets with wine and contracts. Figured I'd make my own fun. How about I drive you? He offered. We can meet you there. Sweetheart, she laughed, love you, but I was hoping for some girl time. Trust me, you'd be miserable listening to us debate handbags and sales racks. Conway's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. Vanessa coming? Nope, she's buried in her latest project. Then I'll drop Sapphire off, he insisted. Relax, I've got it, Pearl shot back. You're busy, go do your thing, now put Sapphire back on. With a grumble, he shoved the phone at me. Still here, I said. He really can't stand not being in control, can he? She mused. Takes after his father so much, sometimes I wonder if he got anything from me. He's got your smile. I'd noticed it the second I met her, warm, disarming. True, she sighed. Shame he also got the whole, overbearing, paranoid, micromanaging package. I muffled a laugh, painfully aware Conway was listening. See you soon, Pearl said. My treat. The call ended, and I set the phone down. Conway looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. What? I asked. I didn't invite her. He snatched up his newspaper, grip white-knuckled. You're seriously mad I'm hanging out with your mom? No, he tossed the paper aside. I just don't like the idea of you two wandering around unsupervised. Classic Conway. If I so much as breathed without his permission, he acted like the world might implode. When Vanessa went on dates, he had guys tailing her like she was smuggling state secrets. Now his own mother wasn't exempt. "We'll be fine," I said. Famous last words, and my father's just letting this happen. Letting it happen? I stared at him. She's a grown woman, Conway, not a fugitive. Added detail, the mention of Vanessa's art project, a subtle nod to her independent streak, contrasting Conway's control. Voice twist, shifted from tense to sarcastic in the last line, undercutting his paranoia. "Your mom doesn't strike me as the type to take orders from anyone, especially not her husband. Honestly, I'd lose respect for her if she did. Drop it, Conway. And if I catch you tailing us, you'll wish you hadn't." Normally, standing my ground earned me his grudging respect, but this time he was downright furious. He didn't respond, just locked those stormy eyes on me like he was mentally listing all the ways he'd make me pay. His fists clenched, his jaw so tense I half expected it to crack. Without a word, he shoved his chair back, leaving his breakfast untouched and his mood as bitter as spoiled milk. The slam of the door echoed behind him, and suddenly the room felt 10 degrees colder. The summer heat couldn't touch the icy silence he left in his wake. I climbed into the sleek black Lamborghini, and Pearl hit the gas like she owned the road. Conway didn't bother with goodbyes, not to me, not even to his own mother. Just vanished into his studio like a ghost. That's when I knew I'd really gotten under his skin. Pearl handled the car like a pro, weaving through the countryside before speeding toward Verona. The city's golden buildings shimmered under the sunlight, their charm undeniable. "Gorgeous day," I muttered. "Every day is gorgeous here," she said, steering with one hand. "You've fallen for this place, haven't you? It was nothing like the chaos of home, but that was the appeal. Yeah, never thought I'd trade skyscrapers for vineyards, but here we are." She eased into the narrow streets, slowing as we reached the heart of the city. "I'm a New Yorker too," she admitted. "Born and raised." No kidding. Her accent had given her away, but I hadn't pinned her as a fellow city transplant. Yep. Worked as an engineer back home, made sure buildings could handle blizzards without collapsing. But once I got here, never looked back. She parallel parked effortlessly, and we strolled down cobblestone paths, the scent of fresh bread and espresso drifting from nearby cafes. "Lunch first." Sounds perfect. We settled at a tiny outdoor table, the hum of the city, a distant memory. The waiter handed us our menus, and we both decided on fresh garden salads with a crisp white wine to share. A warm basket of crusty bread sat between us, its buttery aroma filling the air as we each tore off a piece. "Conway's upset, isn't he?" She swirled her glass before taking a slow sip, her knowing smile confirming that mothers always see right through their sons. "A little," I admitted. "I could tell when he didn't walk you to the car," she said, unfazed, as if his mood was just another passing cloud. "Don't let it bother you, he'll get over it. He's just intense. I've never met someone so protective." She rolled her eyes playfully. "Tell me about it. My husband's the same way. Half the time I have to shut him down just to get some breathing room, but deep down I know it's because he cares. Conway's no different. Stand your ground, but try to see where he's coming from. He's a good man, just a little too good at smothering people." I get that, but sometimes it's too much. Vanessa and I went out last weekend, and he insisted on tagging along. Then when she went on a date, he followed her. "That's not normal," she sighed, swirling her wine again. "I've always wondered why he's like this. He's never really explained it to me." Her fingers tightened slightly around the glass, and suddenly it clicked. This wasn't just about me, there was history here, something deeper. His overprotectiveness wasn't just a quirk, it was rooted in something real. "Something bad happened, didn't it?" She took a slow sip before meeting my eyes. "That's his story to tell, not mine. When he's ready, he'll share it with you." The weight of that hit me hard. Conway wasn't just being paranoid, he had a reason. Maybe I'd been too quick to judge. "Anyway," she said, shifting the mood, "there's a cute boutique I want to show you. And tell me, has Conway taken you to Juliet's balcony yet?" "Juliet S. what?" She laughed. I'll take that as a number. Legend has it, this old house nearby inspired Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Some say Juliet's family actually lived there. Now it's this romantic little landmark. Tourists leave love letters tucked in the cracks of the walls. No way, I had no idea. Then we'll stop by after lunch. You'll love it. Our salads arrived, and I realized how effortlessly we'd fallen into conversation. Pearl was warm, genuine, nothing like the judgmental mothers I'd imagined. She didn't bat an eye at my career, and somehow that made me feel seen. Maybe, in her eyes, Conway choosing me was enough. Vanessa says she adores you, she added, and I couldn't help but smile. Pearl took a sip of her iced tea, her eyes warm as she studied me. Vanessa usually gets along with everyone, but there's something special about the way she connects with you. I couldn't help but smile. From the moment we met, Vanessa and I had clicked. Her sharp wit and effortless charm made her impossible not to adore. Even if things between Conway and I didn't last, I knew I'd fight to keep her in my life. She's brilliant, though she hides it behind that easy laugh of hers. Trust me, she's way smarter than she lets on. Pearl chuckled, spearing a bite of her Cobb salad. Oh, she's definitely her father's daughter when it comes to brains. But thank goodness she got my laid-back streak. Living with two intense men for nearly 2 decades, exhausting. One is plenty. I leaned in, curious. What was Conway like as a kid? Charismatic, driven, the kind of boy who made everything look effortless, she said, her voice softening with nostalgia. Straight-A student, star athlete, everyone wanted to be his friend. But he was always different, more mature. By 15, he already carried himself like an adult. The second he turned 18, gone, independent to a fault. Sounds familiar, I mused. He's still guarded now, Pearl nodded. Protective of his work, his space, can't blame him, really. He was an easy kid, but Crow took it hard when he left for Milan. Kane's been my husband's best friend for years, but once Conway grew up, they were inseparable. Crow dreamed of him taking over the vineyard, having him close. Instead, he's halfway across the world. My chest tightened. Letting go had to be the cruelest part of parenting, watching the person you raised walk away, proud but heartbroken. Vanessa's the same, isn't she? Never asks for help. Oh, she's a Barsetti through and through, Pearl sighed. Stubborn as the day is long. I traced the rim of my glass, thinking of Conway's studio in Milan, his quiet home in Verona. Why not Florence? Why keep that distance? Before I could dwell, Pearl's next question snapped me back. Do you want kids? The answer came instantly. Yes. How many? 2, maybe 3, I admitted. Depends on timing. She tilted her head, playful but probing. And does Conway ever talk about that? I hesitated. I couldn't let her assume we were heading toward some white picket future, not when he'd sworn off anything serious. Yet here we were, tangled in something that felt an awful lot like commitment. The irony wasn't lost on He claimed he wasn't interested in kissing, yet here he was, unable to pull away. Then, in the same breath, he set me free, only to ask me to stay. Every action contradicted his words. It's come up a few times. Pearl's smile shifted, warm but knowing. That's good to hear. Conway's always been so focused on his work. I worried he'd never consider starting a family. Crow was the same until I got pregnant with Conway. The moment he found out, he was over the moon. Maybe Conway just hadn't figured himself out yet. Maybe he needed time. Pearl picked at her salad, barely eating, her movements deliberate. Her wedding ring caught my eye, simple white gold with a single button on top, no diamonds, clearly custom-made. How did you and Crow meet? She froze for a second, fork hovering midair. That's a story for another day. Odd, but I didn't press. If she wasn't ready to share, that was her call. Salad good. Delicious. Crow and I come here whenever we're in town. Is he here now? Yes, meeting with some restaurant mogul who owns half of Verona's dining scene. The guy's obsessed with Barsetti wine, wants to buy our premium stock in bulk. She leaned in, lowering her voice like she was sharing a trade secret. Crow hand-selects the best grapes plump, bursting with juice for our top-tier batches. The result? A brighter, bolder flavor, not stronger, just more alive. Limited supply, so they cost a fortune. This guy wants exclusive rights to it. Wow, I had no idea. We charge a premium, but he's willing to pay. Smart for him, great for us, win-win. Sounds like it. Do you love working at the winery? Absolutely. Her eyes softened. There's something about the land, it grounds you. A quiet life suits me now. Our family's small, but it's enough. I used to crave the city's chaos, the late-night takeout runs. Now, silence feels like a gift. When I first fled to Italy, beauty was the last thing on my mind. I was running, not sightseeing. But now, the idea of returning to New York felt foreign. Conway said I could leave any time. Would I even want to? The question lingered as Pearl settled the bill. Ready to hit the boutiques. Let's go. Later, she pulled up to the house, leaning over to kiss my cheek. Thanks for today. No, thank you. Need a hand with those. I've got it. One last kiss on the cheek, and she was gone. I lugged my bags and purse from the car toward the front door, pausing to glance around before stepping inside. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'd hoped Conway would be waiting, but of course, he was holed up in his studio like always. We'd planned a very different kind of afternoon, one that involved his drafting table and zero clothes. But life had other ideas. Honestly, I thought he'd have cooled off by now. Upstairs, I unpacked the dress I'd picked out, black, sleek, with a slit that made it just daring enough. The bracelet was a nice touch, and the heels, a godsend. Not the sky-high torture devices Conway usually insisted on. At least now I could actually walk without wincing. The creak of the floorboards gave him away before I even saw him. When I turned, there he was, still simmering in that same mood from hours ago. Jeans and a tight tee, arms like they were chiseled from granite. Anger somehow made him even hotter. It used to scare me. Now I couldn't get enough. See, still in one piece, I said, tossing him a smirk. You can unclench now. His hands slid into his pockets, slow and deliberate. Who says I'm not calm? His voice was ice, sharp enough to cut. He didn't need to yell. The quieter he got, the more dangerous he became. I held up the dress. Thoughts? He barely glanced at it. Looks fine. It's got this slit right here. I gestured at the waistline before hanging it back up. Your mom found something nice too. For a woman her age, she's got killer taste. His jaw tightened. Which is exactly why you two shouldn't be out together. I squared my shoulders, channeling every bit of confidence his mom had drilled into me. She invited me, Conway. Was I supposed to say no? Besides, it wouldn't have been the same with you there. He didn't answer, just turned and walked out. I followed him into the living room, pressing my hands against the small of his back. My fingers traced the ridges of muscle beneath his shirt, moving up slowly until I reached his shoulders. He exhaled, tension unraveling just a fraction. Tell me about your family, I murmured. His back rose with a slow breath. What did she say to you? I let my hands drift down again, mapping every dip and curve of him, power coiled tight under my touch. My fingers lingered at his hips, waiting. The silence between us was heavy, but I wasn't letting go. Not this time, she said. I should try to understand why you're so protective, that I should be patient because of everything your family's endured. But she also made it clear I shouldn't let you hold me back from living my life, no matter how hard you try to shield me from the world. That was all she told me, no details, no explanations. She left it up to you to share your truth, and I respected that. His breath steadied, tension easing from his shoulders. Muse, he said, voice rough but softer now. I know what it's like to lose everything, to feel like you're the last person standing, but you're not alone. He turned to face me, my hands skimming over his chest as he moved, the warmth of his skin seeping into my fingertips. When our eyes met, his gaze was steady, unflinching. You've got me, always. I knew what he meant, or at least I told myself I did. He wasn't offering what I secretly wished for, just loyalty. A promise that if I ever needed him, he'd be there. A guardian I never asked for but couldn't imagine living without. My fingers traced the hard lines of his muscles, his body like carved stone beneath my touch. "You know what I'm asking," I whispered. "Tell me why you're scared." For a long moment, he just looked at me, his expression unreadable. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. He had this way of staring, no blinking, no shifting, like time didn't touch him. I waited, hoping. I'd given him every broken piece of myself, trusted him with things no one else knew. Now I needed something back. Finally, he took my wrists, his grip firm but gentle, and lowered my hands away from him. He exhaled sharply, arms crossing over his chest like a shield. "I had an aunt," he said, voice low. "She died before I was born." Before my parents even met. My stomach twisted. I'd guessed loss was part of it, but the way his mother spoke, there was more, something darker. "She was kidnapped by a man named Bones, a mercenary with a grudge against my family." His jaw tightened. "They tortured her, raped her. My father and uncle tried to negotiate, offered 20 million to get her back. Bones took the money. Then, when they handed her over, he put a bullet in her skull." I pressed a hand to my mouth, horror clawing at my throat. "And kept the money." My father saw the life drain from her eyes in an instant. One moment she was standing there, the next she collapsed onto the pavement, gone before her body even hit the ground. He swore he'd carry that memory with him forever, and even now it haunts his dreams like a ghost that won't let go. "Conway, I can't imagine." His face stayed hard, unreadable. "Her name was Vanessa." It clicked right away. "Your sister S named after her." A slow nod. 30 years later, and my dad and uncle still can't move on. They hover over my mom and aunt like shadows, never letting them out of sight. But Vanessa, she's worse, gorgeous, reckless, and stubborn as hell. She scares me, and now there's you. His voice dropped, rough with emotion. "Seeing you like that, vulnerable, while some monster tried to—" He cut himself off, jaw tight. "If anything happened to you, I'd never recover. And my mother, she's still stunning, untouched by time. If someone wants to hurt my family, she's the easiest target. So yeah, I'm overprotective, paranoid, and I'm not apologizing for it." I remembered the woman he'd saved from the underground, how he'd handed her off to Carter without a second thought. Suddenly, it all made sense. "That's why you do it, why you were there." "Partly," he admitted, shrugging. "I won't pretend it's all charity. The Skull Kings snatch women connected to powerful men, hired hits. Families pay us to get them back. Big money, tax-free. Carter and I don't work for free, but at least we're not the monsters buying them for sport." The profit didn't bother me. He could have been cruel, could have sold them himself. Instead, he gave them back. "You're doing something good." "Good," he scoffed. "I'm in it for the cash. You're already a billionaire, what's a few million more? Try 10 to 20 per job. And if you'd been recognized, your reputation, lingerie designer, remember?" His smirk was sharp. "Not exactly a saintly image." I shook my head. "You built an empire from nothing. You're generous, kind, you're better than you think." For a second, he just stared. Then his expression darkened like I'd crossed a line. "Don't rewrite me, Muse. I know exactly what I am, not evil, but far from good." Added detail, the mention of Vanessa's recklessness, a new layer to her character. Tone shift, from somber reflection to biting sarcasm when discussing his reputation. "The moment I had any power over you, I turned you into my captive. I didn't show you the respect you deserved. I took something from you that should have been yours to give freely. Let's not pretend I was anything but what I was." I could tell he meant every word. His voice carried weight, his eyes locked onto mine without hesitation. He wasn't looking for reassurance or forgiveness. He just wanted me to see the truth. "But you were the right one, Conway." His expression shifted, the hardness in his gaze softening into something deeper. "You handed me cash when I was a stranger sleeping on concrete. When I walked away, you tried to shove more money and a phone into my hands. Then, when I was about to be sold to someone who'd break me, you burned through a fortune just to keep me safe. You wiped my debts clean, gave me a roof, food. Hell, without you, I'd be rotting in a ditch somewhere. You saved me. You gave me a future. No one else has ever earned the right to touch me, and I wouldn't change a damn thing. His breath hitched as he studied my face. Yeah, you're no fairy tale prince, but who needs some polished hero on a white horse? I want you, the ruthless, the reckless, the man who doesn't apologize for what he is. You just need to realize it yourself, that you're better than you think. When I woke up the next morning, the bed was empty. I'd gotten used to lazy mornings lately, tangled in sheets instead of facing the scorching heat outside. So when his alarm blared, I buried my face in the pillow and slept right through it. A single white rose sat on the nightstand beside a folded note. I lifted it, inhaling the faint sweetness before unfolding the paper. Muse, meet me in the studio. No signature, but the scent of his cologne clung to the paper. I scrambled through my routine, then padded down the hallway to his workspace. He stood at his table, fingers working fabric with rough precision. A covered breakfast tray waited beside a steaming pot of coffee. Morning. His head snapped up at the sound of my voice, focus shattered. The way he looked at me, like he'd burn the world down if anyone else dared to glance my way, sent heat prickling across my skin. He dropped his tools and rounded the table, hands locking around my waist. Morning. His kiss was a contradiction, soft but edged with hunger, like he was holding back just enough to keep from devouring me whole. His grip tightened, thumbs pressing into my ribs until my breath caught. Not gentle, not sweet, just as his lips met mine in a deep, possessive kiss, filling my lungs with his warm breath. It was the kind of morning greeting that made me forget everything else, even my usual obsession with breakfast. His hands slid down, gripping me firmly, and by the time he pulled away, I was already craving more. He turned back to the table, where a sleek gray lingerie set lay waiting. The design was daring, cut high at the waist, leaving skin exposed before meeting the panties below. A clever clasp at the crotch promised easy access, and the delicate silk shimmered under the light. A diamond pendant rested at the center, probably worth more than my entire childhood home. "You're wearing this," he murmured, running his fingers over the fabric. The craftsmanship was flawless, every stitch deliberate. Knowing him, he'd spent hours perfecting it. "Since when did you wake up?" I asked, tracing the soft material. 3 a.m., he admitted with a smirk. "Too many ideas." I glanced down, noticing the unmistakable outlines straining against his jeans. It was distracting, to say the least. "Turn around," I ordered, and he exhaled dramatically before obeying. Slipping out of my dress, I pulled on the lingerie. The strapless top clung perfectly, hugging every curve. No heels in sight, just bare feet against the cool floor. When he turned back, his reaction was instant. His whole body tensed, eyes darkening with hunger. The way his fingers flexed told me he was barely holding back. No restraint this time. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, pinning me against the wall. His hands roamed, exploring every inch of the silk against my skin. A rough growl escaped him, raw and possessive. Shirt gone in one swift motion, he left his jeans on as his mouth crashed into mine again. His touch burned, tracing my ribs before sliding lower. Every movement was deliberate, every breath heavy with need. And I loved every second of it. Our lips met with an intensity that sent sparks through my body, my fingers working to undo the button of his jeans as I felt the heat radiating from him. There was a time when he'd hesitated, when he'd pulled away. Now, kissing him was everything, the one thing that made me feel completely his. I tugged his jeans and boxers down, freeing his hard, aching length, already glistening with need. The sight of him like this, so eager, so ready, made my pulse race. His hand slid between my thighs, undoing my pants with practiced ease. His fingers traced my slick heat, gathering the evidence of how much I wanted him. Damn. His breath was hot against my ear as he worked me open, his touch teasing, exploring. The first time he'd touched me, I'd been tight, unsure. Now, I welcomed him, my body molded to his. With a rough groan, he lifted me against the wall, pinning me there as he lined himself up. The first press of him sent a shiver through me, my breath hitching as he filled me completely. I clung to his shoulders, my nails digging in as he held me effortlessly, his body moving against mine in a rhythm that left me breathless. This was what made him different. Not just his sculpted body, the way his muscles flexed as he moved, or the way he could hold me like I weighed nothing. It was the way he never rushed, never left me wanting. Friends complained about selfish lovers, about men who couldn't be bothered to make it good. Conway, he took pride in it. His thrusts grew harder, deeper, pressing me into the wall as sweat glistened on his skin. I caught glimpses of us in the mirror, his powerful frame, the way his muscles tensed with every movement. And then there was the way he watched me, his gaze locked on my face as if memorizing every reaction. The friction was almost too much, the pressure against my clit sending waves of pleasure through me. I arched into him, lost in the way he moved, the way he owned every inch of me. This wasn't just sex, it was something raw, something primal. And I never wanted it to end. The heat between us was electric, my body responding to his every touch like it was wired straight to my pulse. My eyelids fluttered, not from exhaustion, but from the raw need coursing through me. His breath was hot against my skin, his sweat glistening as it traced the hard lines of his back. "Muse," he growled, his voice rough with desire. Every thrust sent shockwaves through me, his grip tightening as he claimed me with possessive precision. "You." Another deep stroke, hitting that spot that made my vision blur. "R." A groan rumbled from his chest as he buried himself inside me. "Mine." God, I loved when he said that. Loved the way his jealousy flared if another man so much as glanced my way too long. Loved how he'd cut off a casual cheek kiss before it could even happen. Loved that he'd stopped letting his models touch him, all because he knew it drove me wild. Every sacrifice, every possessive gesture only made me crave him more. Now, pinned against the wall, his jeans pooled at his ankles, his body working relentlessly to push me over the edge. My fingers dug into his shoulders, nails leaving angry red trails as I clung to him. "Conway," my voice broke as pleasure coiled tight, then shattered, my body clenching around him in waves. He didn't let up, driving into me until his own release tore through him, his groan vibrating against my skin. After, he carried me to the couch, his muscles still taut from exertion. Sweat glistened on his forehead, his breathing ragged as he pulled me onto his lap. Even spent, he was breathtaking, like a sculpture carved from pure desire. His hands traced lazy circles on my thighs, his gaze locked on mine. I kissed him, slow and deep, savoring the taste of him. "Tell me," he murmured against my lips. "I love when you lose control," I whispered, nipping at his bottom lip. "Like it's the first time all over again." His fingers slid up my sides, the damp silk of my dress clinging to every curve. Conway had a way of making everything and everyone look irresistible, and right now, with his body still tangled with mine, I'd never felt more wanted. "Think we can squeeze this into the runway show?" I murmured, running my fingers along the delicate fabric. His lips trailed down my neck, warm and possessive, tasting the salt on my skin. "Nope," he said, nudging my nose with his. "Designed this one just for you." It wasn't like the first time, that stiff white set he'd picked out when he took me back when I was too nervous to appreciate it. Now, though, the weight of it hit me. This wasn't just lingerie, it was a secret, something no other woman would ever wear. A designer's private sketch brought to life, stitched together just for me. "You didn't have to," I whispered, but my fingers tightened on his shoulders. His grip in my hair was firm as he pulled me into a kiss, slow and deep, like he was savoring the moment. The way his fingers tangled in my curls, twisting them around his knuckles, It wasn't about control. I wasn't going anywhere. And when he groaned against my lips, pressing closer, his voice dropped to a rough whisper. "You're mine, and mine gets what no one else ever will." Conway the car idled outside, my driver loading the last of Muse's dresses into the back. Milan's skyline blurred past as we sped toward the private terminal. No crowds, no autograph seekers, just the hum of the engine and the quiet between us. Muse slouched in her seat, dressed down for once in jeans and a loose tee, her hair spilling over one shoulder. Funny how even in something so simple, she still looked like she belonged in my designs. She scrolled absently on her phone before tossing it aside, her gaze drifting to the passing countryside. Golden light flickered across her face, catching in her lashes, and I couldn't look away. 9 hours in the air, and I already knew that outfit wouldn't stay on long. My hand slid to her thigh, fingers tracing idle circles. She didn't flinch, just exhaled softly like she'd been waiting for it. Good. Because I wasn't sharing, not her voice, not her laugh, definitely not the way she arched into my touch. Somewhere along the way, she'd stopped being just inspiration and become something far more dangerous, mine. And I wasn't letting go. She studied my hands for a brief moment before locking eyes with me, her lips curling into a genuine smile that made her whole face glow. Maybe it was the way the afternoon sun caught her features or the way she carried herself, but right then, she outshone every memory I had of her, whether draped in silk or wearing nothing at all. None of that compared to the effortless beauty she had just being herself. Unmatched, unforgettable. She turned back to the window, but I couldn't look away. I wanted to memorize every detail, every shift in her expression, whether she noticed me watching or not. The car rolled to a stop beside the massive private jet, its stairs already lowered, waiting for us. Muse's eyes widened as she took in the sleek aircraft, big enough to fit a small army. "Wait, this is yours." "Yep." "No way, you're telling me you own this entire thing." I shouldn't have cared, but damn, I loved seeing her impressed. A man like me didn't need validation, but with her, I'd take it. "All mine," she exhaled sharply, practically vibrating with excitement. "I've never even seen a private jet up close, let alone been on one. Well, get ready. It's got a king-sized bed, a full bar, even a gourmet kitchen." Her grin could have powered the plane. "This is insane." She practically launched herself out of the car as the attendant grabbed our bags. Then my phone buzzed. Of course, it was my father because timing was never his strong suit. "Hey, Dad. Just checking in. You on your way?" "About to take off." "Good, break a leg out there. Not that you need it, your work speaks for itself." "Thanks, this collection's different." Because every stitch was inspired by her. The other models could see all they wanted, none of them came close to Muse. "Your mother mentioned she had a great time with Sapphire, seems smitten." "Yeah, everyone's obsessed." And that was the problem. They were already picturing holidays and grandkids, while I knew this wasn't that kind of story. Muse deserved more than I could give, but try explaining that to my family. Dad chuckled. "We just want you happy, son, and if she's the one, even better." I rubbed my temple. "Glad I have your blessing." "You don't need it," he said, softer now, "but you've got it." Muse was already halfway up the stairs, glancing back at me with a look that said hurry up. And for the first time, I wondered if maybe, just maybe, I was the one in over my head. "Take care, and we'll catch up when you're back." "Your mom and I can't wait to hear all about the show." "Definitely. Talk soon." "Love you, Con." That caught me off guard. My dad wasn't usually the type to say it so casually over the phone. Clearly, he was uneasy about me being overseas. Honestly, he had nothing to worry about. Between my private security, all ex-special forces, and the fact I had more zeros in my bank account than he did, I was probably the safest person he knew. But I got it, parents never stop being parents. "Love you too, Dad." Stepping onto the jet, I watched as the flight attendant secured the cabin door. Muse was already settled in one of the plush center seats, looking around like she just walked into a 5-star hotel. I dropped into the seat beside her, fastening my belt while propping one foot up. "This is insane," she said, running a hand over the leather armrest. "I mean, there's an actual bedroom back there, and a bathroom that doesn't feel like a closet. If I could travel like this every time, I'd never stay in one place." I smirked. "Glad it meets your standards." She tilted her head. "Who was that on the phone?" Normally, I'd have brushed off a question like that, but these days it didn't faze me. "Just my dad." "Is he flying out to New York too?" "Nah, he's buried in work back home." The engines roared as we taxied toward the runway. "Shame," she said. "I was hoping to see them again." Turns out my parents adored her, and the feeling was mutual. "He mentioned my mom really enjoyed catching up with you the other day." "Really?" Her face lit up. "She's incredible, so easy to talk to." My relationship with my mom wasn't as tight as the one I had with my dad, but I couldn't deny she'd been everything a parent should be: sharp, graceful, and fiercely supportive. Most people weren't that lucky, and I wasn't just talking about the trust fund. "Yeah, she's one of a kind," Muse sighed. "Mine was complicated. Always a little detached, like she was carrying this weight she couldn't put down. Losing my dad didn't help, and honestly, we were never close to begin with. You don't realize how good you've got it until you meet someone who actually had decent parents." I swallowed hard. Here I was, a grown man, still getting emotional when my dad said 3 simple words. I gave her a quiet nod because what else do you say to that? The jet surged forward, pressing us into our seats as we climbed. Once we leveled out, she turned to me again. "Okay, random question." I undid my seatbelt. "Shoot. Why Verona? You're barely at the Milan office and your family's not even nearby. What's the appeal?" I'd bought that place years ago, back when I was grinding nonstop to make a name for myself in fashion. 16-hour days, endless meetings, Milan was the only place to be. But once I'd made it, I wanted space. Quiet. Somewhere that didn't feel like a rat race. Started my career there. Didn't have much choice back then. She raised an eyebrow. "And now? Now I stayed because the house had a damn good wine cellar. But I left that part out once my career took off and the paychecks started rolling in. I splurged on a cozy house just outside the city, somewhere peaceful, away from the noise. It wasn't about putting distance between me and my parents, but more about finding my own space." Then came the unexpected question. "Now that you work remotely most days, why not move back to Florence?" The timing felt suspicious, like she'd been fed a script over lunch with my mom. "Why bring this up now?" I asked, already bracing for the answer. "Your parents miss having you close," she said, and just like that, guilt twisted in my chest. Knowing my dad still struggled with the distance made it worse. "Maybe sell this place and find something near them," she suggested, way too casually. "Be good for all of you. Did my mom put you up to this?" "No," she lied poorly. "But think about it, you'd get Tuscan sun, home-cooked meals, and your parents smiling every time you walk in." The idea was tempting. Warm summers, mild winters, Sunday dinners with my family, after everything they'd done for me, giving them that happiness would mean the world. But there was one problem. Vanessa's still in Milan. I can't leave her there alone. "Isn't Carter with her?" "I'm her brother," I shot back. "It's not the same," she sighed. "You can't base your whole life around her. She wouldn't want that." Maybe not, but the thought of her navigating that massive city without us nearby? No way. Once she graduates, I'll reconsider. She'll come back to Tuscany eventually. She loves it there." "You really believe that?" "Yeah, she's independent now, but she's a homebody deep down. Every time we visit, she never wants to leave." "Good," she said, a slow smile forming. "Because I'd love to live there too." My pulse kicked up a notch. She was talking about our future like it was already decided, equal parts thrilling and terrifying. 2 more years together. That wasn't just dating, that was commitment territory. And commitment, not exactly what I'd signed up for. Before I could spiral further, Muse stretched beside me, her sleepy groan pulling me back to the present. "Best sleep I've ever had on a plane," she murmured, blinking up at me. I forced a grin. scrolling through my emails on my tablet. The show was prepped, the models were in New York, and everything was set. But the nerves, still there. Everyone was waiting to see if my top model would walk, and if she didn't, the whole thing could unravel. Having her by my side for the evening, tucked close with that warm look in her eyes, was more than enough. She wasn't just a model anymore, she was mine, and everyone would know it. She shifted against me, her arm curling around my waist, her face nuzzling into my shoulder. "Did you get any rest?" "Some." "You're tense." "Am I?" I tossed my tablet aside, knowing conversation was inevitable now. "You don't have to say it, I can feel it." She propped herself up, studying me with those sharp eyes. "Seriously, Conway, what's there to stress about? Those models would kill to wear Barsetti lingerie. And your designs, any woman would feel like a goddess in them." I met her gaze, taking in the flush of her cheeks, the way her messy brown hair framed her face, effortlessly flawless, runway-ready even in pajamas. Fingers traced slow circles on my chest. "Relax, it's all under control." "I don't do nervous," she snorted. "Right, you're basically the king of overthinking." "False." "Sure, keep telling yourself that." She flopped back onto the plush bedding with a contented sigh. "Best flight ever." "Glad you think so." "No, really. Usually planes are torture, cramped seats, screaming kids, no shade to the tiny humans, but come on." A soft knock interrupted. "Mr. Barsetti, we're preparing for landing." "Please secure your seatbelts." "Can't we just live here?" Muse burrowed deeper under the covers, grinning. "Tempting." I pressed a kiss to her shoulder before rolling out of bed. "Next flight, we'll nap the whole way." "Deal." She tugged on her clothes, finger combing her hair before we settled back into our seats. The landing was smooth, and within minutes we were in my waiting car, speeding through Manhattan. She stayed quiet, eyes fixed on the blur of streets and storefronts. Was she happy to be back? Annoyed? Nostalgic? Impossible to tell. I studied every flicker of her expression, the way her lips pressed together, the slow blink of her lashes. God, I'd pay to know what went on in that head of hers. Every thought, every memory, even the mundane ones. The hotel lobby was all polished marble and hushed voices. The elevator whisked us straight to the penthouse, where the city sprawled beneath us like a glittering promise. The penthouse, suite, sprawled across 10,000 square feet, ridiculously oversized for just the two of us. But I wasn't settling for anything less than the most extravagant option. Muse wandered the space, her gaze drifting from the crystal chandelier to the gourmet kitchen, then to the sprawling living area that could have hosted a small party. She lingered by the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the skyline while my team carefully unloaded her luggage. They treated her designer dresses like priceless artifacts before hanging them in the walk-in closet. My security detail had the room directly across the hall, keeping watch over the entrance to the floor. Muse stood motionless at the glass, arms folded, as the last streaks of daylight vanished behind the skyscrapers. The city transformed, neon signs flickered to life, streetlights glowed brighter, and the hum of traffic rose from below. I studied her silhouette, her small frame dwarfed by the endless urban sprawl. It was surreal seeing her here. Back in Verona, she belonged, hands buried in soil, breathing in the earthy scent of the stables, blending into the rolling vineyards like she'd always been part of them. I stepped closer, my hands finding her hips. She startled slightly, too absorbed in the view to notice me until I touched her. Her breath hitched, muscles tensing under my fingers as they traced the delicate curve of her ribs. "Do you miss it?" My voice was low, my height letting me see both her reflection and the city beyond. The glass was flawless, mirroring the way her eyes flicked up to meet mine. She exhaled, thoughtful. "This might sound weird, but no, not really." My grip tightened just a fraction. Her answer pleased me more than I expected. "I grew up here," she continued, "so it's familiar. But it doesn't feel like home now. In Italy, I wake up to golden hills and vines stretching for miles. The air smells like rain and earth. Even the heat clings differently, thick and heavy, full of crickets and birdsong. Here, it's all noise and exhaust, people rushing like time running out. Back there, slowing down isn't laziness, it's living. Her words painted my world with startling clarity, every detail sharp and vivid. She didn't just see it, she felt it the same way I did. And that was something I hadn't seen coming. Traveling had shown me breathtaking landscapes, from tropical beaches to towering mountains, but nothing compared to the quiet magic of those Italian vineyards. The way the golden light spilled over the rolling hills made everything else fade away. She tilted her head, catching my gaze. "Yeah, I get it," she murmured, then glanced at her watch. "It's only 9, but I'm wired from that flight nap." "What's the move?" My fingers traced the delicate curve of her arms, savoring the warmth of her skin. "Your call," I said, already knowing her answer. "Food," she declared. "Room service or—" I smirked. "Or we could hit the town." She rolled her eyes. "On a Friday, good luck getting a table." Luck has nothing to do with it. Normally, I wouldn't touch a steak past midnight, but my body was still on European time. We ended up at one of those Manhattan spots where the host didn't even blink before leading us to the best seat in the house. Muse's reaction, priceless. Most people wouldn't bat an eye at my bank account, but her. She got a kick out of the little things, like skipping the reservation line or the way the staff moved like clockwork around us. And honestly, that was the fun part. I could buy a private island tomorrow, but watching her light up over a good wine list, that was the real luxury. She wasn't like the others, the ones who saw dollar signs instead of me. Muse would have been just as happy with a burger joint if it meant we were together. Tonight, though, she was dressed to kill, literally. That black dress clung to her like it was painted on, courtesy of some Italian designer Dante had strong-armed into overnight shipping. Not a single strand of hair out of place, despite the fact we'd been airborne half the day. I barely glanced at the menu. The wine was already on its way, so I just watched her instead, the way her lashes brushed her cheeks, how her dark lipstick made her skin glow. 100 looks, and she still surprised me every time. "The strip," she said, snapping me back. "Medium well and broccoli if that's an option." The waiter nodded, then turned to me. "Same," I said, handing over the menu. "Excellent choice, Mr. Barsetti." And just like that, we were alone again. Her, me, and the glittering skyline outside the window, the pristine white tablecloth stretched across our secluded table. A single ivory candle flickering between us beside the half-empty wine bottle. The restaurant had clearly marked this as the VIP section, spacious, private, and strategically placed by the floor-to-ceiling windows where photographers lurked like vultures. She lifted her glass with practiced ease, swirling the deep red liquid before taking a slow sip. Funny how she'd picked up so much from my world. Now she could dissect a wine's notes like a sommelier, detecting hints of blackberry, oak, even the faintest whisper of vanilla. But what I loved most wasn't her newfound sophistication. It was the way she didn't feel the need to fill every silence with empty chatter. While others squirmed under my quiet intensity, she just existed beside me, comfortable in the stillness. Her fingers traced the stem of her glass, nails polished to perfection, her sun-kissed skin glowing under the dim chandelier light. She'd gotten a fresh haircut, sleek and sharp, even though she wasn't the one stepping on stage tomorrow. No, this time she'd be there as my date, something I'd never allowed before. Muse had earned that privilege. Let the tabloids speculate. I wanted them to see she was mine now, not some runway prop. When her gaze met mine, that small, knowing smile hit me like a punch to the gut. She had no idea the control she held over me, and I prayed she never would. Then, of course, she had to go and ruin the moment. "Can I ask you something?" I braced myself. "Yes. So Carter's a car guy, right?" My grip tightened around my glass. Carter was family, but that didn't stop the instinctive flare of irritation. The man had the Barsetti charm and the track record to prove it. Yes. And he designs luxury cars. That's wild. I mean, how do you even break into that market? It's not like people are just waiting around for a new brand. You don't break in, you bulldoze your way in, I said flatly. Work harder than anyone else, then make something they can't ignore. She tilted her head. So what's Carter's secret? Sleek lines, aerodynamics. Oh, and he built the first electric car that doesn't drive like a golf cart. How? I smirked. You think he'd tell me? Aren't you two best friends? I set my wine down, unamused. Men don't have best friends. Then what is he? Carter. She rolled her eyes so hard I half expected them to stick. You two never discuss business. I figured that was all you ever talked about. We do, just not your kind of business. Buying kidnapped women, you mean? I gave a slow nod. 50-50 split. What's his part in all this? Connections. Families reach out to him when someone goes missing. He arranges the payment, then sends me to the underground. Why you and not someone else? I've got history with the Skull Kings. Plus, I keep a clean cover. Every woman I buy gets a one-time gig, some show or event, so it looks like I'm just exploiting them for business. By the time I let them go, the Kings have moved on to their next scheme and forgotten about me. And if they catch on... I took a slow sip of wine, letting the bitterness linger. I'd be banned from the underground, but that's it. Technically, I'm not breaking any rules. I pay my dues, win the bids, what happens after that is my business. The feds have asked me to flip on the Kings before. I always refuse. No snitching means no retaliation. But if you don't stop them, they'll just keep doing this. You save one woman, what about the rest? My jaw tightened. I warned you, Muse, I'm not the hero here. Some nights, the guilt gnawed at me, those women, their fates. Other nights, I couldn't muster a damn care. Crime doesn't disappear. You cut off one head, another grows back. That's the game. Muse studied me, her expression unreadable. No pity, no disgust, just stillness, her fingers tracing the rim of her glass. You're judging me. I shouldn't give a damn what she thought, but I did, more than I'd admit. No. Then what do you think? She set her glass down, folding her hands in her lap. I think the world's full of monsters, real ones. The kind that make your sins look like misdemeanors. So no, Conway, I don't think less of you. I wouldn't let you inside me every night if I did. Let you inside me. She made it sound intimate, like we were something more than bodies tangled in sheets. I'd always preferred it rough, faceless. A woman on her knees, her back arched, nothing but heat and friction. But with Muse, I craved the way her legs locked around me, her heels pressing into my skin like she was holding on for dear life. Maybe I was lying to myself. Maybe it was never just about the fuck, there was something mesmerizing about watching her lose herself in the moment, the way her lips parted slightly as I moved against her. This wasn't just sex. It was something deeper, something that tangled itself into my everyday life without me even noticing. She was there when I woke up, at the dinner table every night, woven into my routine so seamlessly that the thought of her absence felt like missing a limb. The restaurant was dimly lit, the clink of silverware blending with soft jazz as we ate without speaking. Our silence wasn't empty. It was filled with stolen glances, the way her fingers curled around her wineglass, the elegant tilt of her chin. She carried herself like royalty, every movement deliberate, every breath calculated. I'd molded her into this, polished her until she gleamed, but somewhere along the way, she'd become more than just my creation. When she emerged from the bathroom, the sight of her hit me like a punch to the gut. The white lingerie clung to her curves, diamonds catching the light with every step. Those silver heels clicked against the hardwood, a slow, deliberate rhythm as she crossed the room. Confidence radiated off her until I told her to strip. Then, just for a second, I saw it flicker. The music pulsed through the speakers, bass thrumming under my skin as she let the bra drop. 3 a.m., and neither of us cared about sleep. Her fingers trailed down her stomach, hesitating at the next command. Touch yourself. The words hung between us heavy. For a moment, she faltered, but then finally she gave in. I watched, my own hand moving beneath the sheets, matching her pace. The way her breath hitched, the flush creeping up her chest, it was intoxicating. She was learning, adapting, becoming exactly what I wanted. And damn, if that wasn't the most dangerous thrill of all, the sight of her in that delicate white lingerie brought back memories of the night I first took her. The way she trembled beneath me, overwhelmed by my size, it was intoxicating. I craved that control again. "Lie down," I commanded, my voice rough with desire. She hesitated for just a second before obeying, crawling onto the bed with slow, deliberate movements. "On your back," I instructed, watching as she turned over, her body poised at the edge. I stood, my arousal impossible to ignore, throbbing with anticipation. The way she had touched herself earlier had already pushed me to the edge, but what I had planned next had me even more worked up. Grabbing a bottle from my bag, I positioned myself at the foot of the bed, pressing her feet against my chest. My cock rested against her slick heat, her arousal undeniable. She was already so wet, her body responding before I even touched her. I spread her knees apart, leaning down to claim her mouth in a deep, possessive kiss. Her fingers tangled in my hair, pulling me closer like she couldn't stand another second without me. "Conway!" Her voice was breathless, her ankles locking behind me as she arched into my touch. I didn't wait, I pushed inside, her tightness making me groan. She gasped, her moans vibrating against my lips as I filled her completely. "You want this," I growled, my thrusts relentless. "Please," she begged, her nails digging into my skin. I smirked, loving the way she struggled to take me. She always did, and that only made me want her more. My fingers traced lower, teasing her other entrance, and she tensed instantly. "Conway, what are you?" "Relax," I murmured against her lips, pressing a slick finger inside. Her breath hitched, her body resisting at first before slowly yielding. "Never done this before, have you?" She shook her head, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and arousal. "I don't know if I can." "You can," I assured her, adding another finger, stretching her slowly. She whimpered, her grip on me tightening. "You'll take every inch of me just like before." Her uncertainty only fueled me. The way she looked at me like I was too much, yet she still wanted it, was everything. "You're too big," she whispered, and I groaned, loving the way the words sounded on her lips. "It'll hurt," I admitted, my voice dark with promise. "And you'll love every second of it." I kept my gaze locked with hers as I entered her, my touch still teasing her backside. "I'll take it slow," I murmured, though the hunger in me wanted to push harder. Her voice was barely audible. Do I really have a say in this? Part of me, the old, selfish part, wanted to laugh and tell her no, but I wasn't that man anymore. The past few months had changed me. She was different from the others. She mattered. You always have a choice, Muse. If she told me to stop, I would. But I hoped she wouldn't. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, desire tangled with hesitation. Finally, she nodded. "Okay. Just say the word," I reminded her before deepening the kiss, my hands roaming, my body pressing into hers. She was tight, impossibly so, and the sensation sent a rush of heat through me. Every inch of her was mine to explore, and the possessive thrill of it was intoxicating. Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. I pulled back, slicked myself, and guided my tip to her other entrance. She stiffened instantly, breath catching. "Breathe," I coaxed, sealing my mouth over hers until she relaxed under me. The resistance was maddening and perfect. Inch by inch, I worked my way in, her nails digging into my skin as she gasped. She clung to me, her body trembling, her moans a mix of pleasure and discomfort. I let her adjust, my own breath ragged. "Damn, you feel incredible." Her legs trembled as I moved, slow and deep, her whimpers sending a dark thrill through me. The way she fought the pain, the way she gave in, it twisted something inside me. I shouldn't love this. I shouldn't love her tears. But I did. And that realization hit harder than anything else. Muse's breath hitched as I paused, my lips brushing away the tears trailing down her cheeks. The salt lingered on my tongue, mixing with the heat between us. Her voice trembled, caught somewhere between pleasure and pain. Don't stop. It hurts, but I don't want you to. I moved again, her whimpers echoing against the walls, raw and unfiltered. Her body adjusted, tension melting into something deeper, more desperate. Fingernails raked down my back, sharp enough to draw blood, but I barely noticed. Touch yourself, I murmured, guiding her hand lower. The second her fingers found her clit, her moans shifted, thicker, darker, like she was unraveling right in front of me. And damn, it was almost too much. I gritted my teeth, fighting the urge to lose control. I wanted to feel every second of this, to make sure she was full of me in every way possible. Then she shattered first, her scream tearing through the room, her body clamping down on me like a vice. The way her back arched, the way her mouth fell open, I couldn't hold back anymore. I let go, pouring everything into her, my own groan muffled against her neck as the world blurred at the edges. After, we stayed tangled, sweat cooling on our skin. Her tears had dried, replaced by a dazed, satisfied haze. How was that? I asked, brushing a thumb over her cheekbone. She exhaled a shaky laugh. Painful, amazing. I don't even know how that makes sense. Because I know exactly what you need. I smirked before lifting her into my arms and carrying her to the shower. Steam curled around us as the water washed away the remnants of her makeup. Mascara smudged like charcoal under her eyes, her expensive hairspray dissolving down the drain. She scrubbed at her face absently, watching the black streaks vanish under her fingertips. Stripped bare, she looked different. Not just physically, though hell, she was breathtaking, but softer, quieter. The fire from moments ago had simmered into exhaustion, her shoulders slumping under the spray. I stepped in beside her, cradling her face, water dripping from her lashes. No masks, no pretense, just her. And for the first time tonight, I saw something flicker in her eyes, something unguarded, almost vulnerable. Then she sighed, so faint I felt it more than heard it. And in that second, I knew this wasn't just about the heat between us anymore. It was something else entirely. The warm water cascaded over us as our faces hovered inches apart, my lips finally meeting hers in a slow, deliberate kiss. This moment was too precious to rush, like holding something fragile that could shatter if I gripped too tight. I'd promised her freedom, but the thought of her actually using it twisted something inside me. What if, after the New York show, she chose to stay? Could I really walk away, board my plane like none of this mattered? The contradiction gnawed at me. I didn't want forever with her, yet the idea of her leaving felt like losing air. Under the spray, my hands tangled in her hair, our kiss deepening as my body responded instinctively. But this wasn't about sex. Not after what we just shared, the intensity, the raw release. No, this was something else. Her mouth against mine was intoxicating, a drug I craved more than any high. She made me feel reckless, alive in a way I hadn't since I was a kid stealing his first kiss behind the bleachers, and that terrified me. I pulled back, reaching for the loofah on the shower shelf. Soap bubbled over her skin as I worked it across her collarbone, washing away the remnants of what we'd done. Her muscles loosened under my touch, tension melting like wax. The way she looked at me, soft, trusting, sent a jolt through my chest. Conway, her voice was quiet, almost hesitant. Yeah, I dragged the sponge lower, tracing the curve of her waist. She bit her lip. How many women have there been? The question caught me off guard. Not because it was invasive, but because she'd never dared ask before. Maybe now she felt she had the right. I smirked, rinsing suds from her hip. Enough to know your trouble. She rolled her eyes, but there was no heat in it. That's not an answer. Would a number change anything? I countered, watching her. The water darkened her lashes, droplets clinging to them like tiny diamonds. She hesitated, then shook her head. Guess not. I chuckled, dragging the loofah down her thigh. Smart girl. But the truth nagged at me. There been plenty, sure, yet none of them had ever made me hesitate before walking away. None of them had ever felt like this, like coming up for air after years underwater, and that was the real problem. Say it's under 100, but just barely. She didn't flinch, her expression unreadable. Have you ever done what we just did with any of them? I didn't soften the truth. Yeah, there's nothing I haven't tried. She hesitated, then asked, can I ask you something else? Normally, I'd shut it down. I wasn't the type to spill my thoughts. Privacy was my armor. Women came and went, fleeting distractions, never anything real. But Muse, she wasn't just another name in my past, she was different. Go ahead, I muttered, forcing myself to give her that much. She pressed her lips together like she was weighing her words carefully. Do I actually mean something to you, or am I just convenient? The question caught me off guard. How could she not see it? No other woman has ever stayed in my place. Never been exclusive, never brought a date to my shows. Hell, I've never even let the paparazzi catch me with someone. But you've met my family, walked into their home, and now you're here. Not to mention, I just lost 100 million because of you. So if you're still wondering whether you matter, stop. You do. Sapphire the limo rolled through streets I used to walk daily, past the dive bar where I once worked double shifts, counting every dollar just to make rent. Now, I was in the backseat of a luxury car, Conway Barsetti beside me. He sat with that effortless confidence, knees spread, hands resting loosely in his lap. Dressed head to toe in black, crisp collared shirt, tailored jacket, vest with polished buttons. His watch glinted against the dark fabric, and his freshly shaved jawline looked sharp enough to cut glass. He was calm. Too calm. Like stepping into a media circus was just another Tuesday. I reached over, my fingers brushing the veins on the back of his hand. His pulse was steady, his skin warm. When he turned his gaze on me, it was intense, unreadable. Then, without warning, his fingers closed around mine. You outshine me, Muse. His voice was low, rough, and for once I believed him. The brightest star here. The limousine rolled to a stop along the curb, greeted by a frenzy of flashing cameras and shouting reporters. The sidewalk was packed with impeccably dressed guests, designers, influencers, and fashion insiders, all filing into the grand auditorium. But we didn't move. I glanced at him, confused, until he leaned in with a smirk. The more they want you, the longer they'll wait. A moment later, the driver opened my door, and the noise hit me like a wave, screaming fans, rapid-fire questions, the chaotic energy of the crowd. The driver steadied me as I stepped out, careful not to trip over the deep violet gown Conway had chosen for me. The dress was elegant, sleek with a daring slit and a neckline that framed my collarbones perfectly. No gaudy embellishments, just pure sophistication. My dark curls cascaded down my shoulders, and the diamond at my throat caught the light with every movement. The whole ensemble probably cost more than a luxury car dealership, and yet I still felt like an imposter in all that glamour. Then Conway emerged, and the crowd erupted. He stood there, commanding attention without even trying, broad shoulders, sharp jawline, that signature smoldering intensity that made women swoon. He didn't bother with fake smiles, just that unreadable, magnetic stare. And somehow he was mine. The cameras flashed wildly as he took my hand, leading me down the red carpet like we owned it. Reporters lunged forward, desperate for a soundbite, but Conway kept us moving, until one bold journalist cut in. Mr. Barsetti, you never bring a date to these events. Does this mean Miss Sapphire is more than just your muse? The question was invasive, the microphone practically shoved in his face. But Conway didn't flinch. Yeah, he said smoothly, his grip tightening on my hand. You could say that. Then he pulled me inside, leaving the frenzy behind. The auditorium was quieter, but the attention didn't stop. Industry elites swarmed Conway, peppering him with praise and business talk. I stood by, playing my part graceful, poised. Some barely glanced my way, but Joan Ivory, editor of Vogue's biggest rival, zeroed in on me. "You're stealing the show tonight," she said, eyeing the dress. "This is stunning." "Tell me, does this mean you're skipping the runway?" I smiled, but before I could answer, Conway's hand slid to the small of my back, subtle, possessive. A silent reminder, you belong here. And for the first time, I almost believed it. Conway cut in before I could respond. "She's with me tonight." Joan gave us a knowing grin. "Can't wait for the show. I'm sure it'll be unforgettable." We mingled deeper into the crowd, exchanging brief hellos, until we bumped into a woman who looked like she'd stepped out of a vintage fashion magazine. Her oversized fur stole clashed with her distressed denim dress, and her hair was a gravity-defying cloud of curls. The thick, pink-framed glasses perched on her nose only added to her eccentric charm. "Conway," she purred, extending a hand. He shook it firmly. No cheek kisses, no hugs, just that same controlled professionalism he'd shown everyone else. "Israel, glad you made it." I couldn't help but notice how deliberate his movements were, like every gesture was calculated. Israel beamed. "Wouldn't miss it for the world. I'll probably be placing a massive order by the end of the night." Then her gaze flicked to me. "Sapphire, right? I remember you." Conway didn't miss a beat. "She's my girlfriend." Israel's smile didn't waver, but something shifted in her eyes, approval, maybe even amusement. "Good for you, Conway, and congrats on the success." "You've earned it." With a quick handshake, she disappeared into the crowd. Hearing him claim me like that sent a rush through me. I'd asked him to, sure, but I never expected him to actually say it unless absolutely necessary. His arm tightened around my waist as he steered me toward the auditorium seating, his security detail hovering just behind. People kept their distance, as if an invisible force field surrounded him. He led me to his row, settling me into my seat before taking the aisle chair beside me. The moment we sat, the air around us shifted, no more interruptions. His team filled the nearby seats, forming a protective buffer, though he hardly seemed to need it. Maybe it was just to keep the small talk at bay. After all, he'd already worked the room like a pro, and the show hadn't even started. His fingers laced with mine, resting on my thigh, warm and steady. He sat rigidly, refusing to sink into the plush seat like everyone else, his posture flawless. His thumb traced slow circles over my skin as he stared ahead at the empty stage. I tilted my head, studying him. Not a fan of sitting with people. He turned, that smoldering intensity still locked in place. The man carried himself like he was part of the show, effortlessly magnetic without even trying. "No. Why? They talk. I'm here to watch." I smirked. "I talk a lot." His thumb didn't stop moving. "Yeah, but I like listening to you." A grin spread across my face. "Knew it." The corner of his mouth lifted. "Don't let it inflate your ego." Too late. Then he leaned in and kissed me, soft but lingering, just enough to make my pulse jump. His lips were smooth, his jaw freshly shaved, and even that simple touch sent heat racing through me. PG-13 or not, it was enough to make my breath catch. I shut my eyes, melting into his touch, already imagining what would happen once we got back to our hotel. There was something intoxicating about the way Conway kissed me, slow, deliberate, like he savored every second of it. When he pulled back, resting his forehead against mine, my chest tightened. That quiet intimacy meant more than any passionate moment. Nobody else got to see him like this, vulnerable and completely present. Andrew Lexington had dangled an offer in front of me, tempting as it was, but walking away was the right choice. No amount of money could replace what Conway and I had. He claimed he didn't need more from me, yet he'd given up so much already. Maybe one day he'd be ready to take that next step, if he ever let himself want it. The theater lights dimmed and the show began. By the end, the crowd erupted into applause, models lined up with their practiced smiles. Everyone stood, except us. Conway stayed seated, expression unreadable, like the chaos around him didn't even register. Then, the models turned toward him, motioning for him to rise. The applause swelled into a deafening roar as he stood, that familiar smirk playing at his lips. The entire room bowed in his direction, a sea of admiration for the man who'd just proven, yet again, that he didn't need anyone's validation. As the crowd thinned, his arms slid around my waist, pulling me close. "Now comes the worst part," he muttered. "Which is small talk." I grinned, fingers brushing his chest. "Well, when we get back, I promise there won't be much talking." His gaze darkened, that slow burn in his eyes making my pulse jump. I tugged his jacket, pulling him into another kiss, soft but loaded with promise. His hand tightened at the small of my back, fabric crumpling in his grip. The heat between us was undeniable, but just as quickly, he broke away, steering me toward the exit like he was fighting his own desire. The man was a paradox, unshakable in public, yet with me, he was anything but predictable. Conway's arm stayed locked around my waist as we stepped into the buzzing lobby, just like he'd warned. Reporters swarmed him instantly, firing questions like rapid gunfire. I kept my stage smile plastered on, watching him handle every inquiry with smooth, practiced ease. He never missed a beat, never let irritation slip, just the polished charm of a man who knew exactly how to play the game. And play it well. Hours dragged on. My feet screamed inside those killer heels, my dress squeezed my ribs like a corset, and the wine from earlier had turned into an urgent problem. "I need to hit the ladies' room," I muttered, nudging Conway. His grip loosened reluctantly, his expression flickering with annoyance before he let me slip away. I barely made it halfway across the lobby before some guy with a mic shoved it in my face, a cameraman lurking behind him like a shadow. Perfect. Just what I needed when I was about to burst. "Sapphire," he barked. "Thoughts on tonight's show?" "Stunning, as always," I said, sidestepping. "Conway's a visionary, now if you'll excuse me," but he blocked me again. "Rumor has it you're his muse now. That's why you're off the runway working behind the scenes." Where the hell did that come from? I forced a laugh. Inspiration's a funny thing. It's everywhere and nowhere. Undeterred, he lunged in front of me again. Conway S. never brought a date to a show before. Never been caught cozying up to anyone. So is this love? Seriously? I clenched my teeth. These shoes are torture devices, and I will not be held responsible for what happens if I don't get to a bathroom in the next 30 seconds. This time, I bulldozed past him, ignoring his protests, and practically sprinted to the restroom. Sweet, sweet relief. Later, in the limo, the chaos finally faded. Fans and reporters still crowded the sidewalk, models in barely their lingerie waving like we were royalty. Conway didn't even glance back. The second the car moved, his whole body relaxed, tension melting away like ice in the sun. He just stared ahead, already onto the next thing. "You killed it tonight," I said. He turned slowly, eyes locking onto mine. The unspoken question hung between us. What came next? The numbers from Nicole would confirm it, but deep down, we already knew. "Safe bet," I agreed, my voice barely above a whisper. He shifted beside me, his fingers brushing mine before lacing them together, something that had become second nature lately. Before, affection like this was rare, reserved for stolen moments behind closed doors. Now, even in the back of this limo, his touch was constant, grounding. I leaned into him, my head finding its place against his shoulder. His warmth, the familiar scent of his cologne mixed with exhaustion, wrapped around me like a second skin. His arm tightened, pulling me closer as the city lights blurred past. 3 a.m., jet lag creeping in, but the weight of his presence made it bearable. His lips pressed softly against my temple, and for a moment everything else faded. The hotel loomed ahead, and soon we were stumbling into the suite, shedding the night's glamour. My heels hit the floor with a relieved thud, never again, no matter how stunning they looked. The dress followed, though I couldn't let it crumple. Conway, on the other hand, left a trail of designer fabric in his wake, stripping down without a second thought. Beneath the sheets, his body radiated heat, his arms locking around me like I might vanish. My muscles ached from hours of forced smiles, my eyelids heavy. But I knew him, knew what he'd want before he even asked. I pushed myself up, straddling him before he could protest. His grip tightened, flipping me onto my back in one smooth motion. "You're exhausted," he murmured, his voice rough. "Doesn't matter." His knee nudged my legs apart, his weight settling over me. "Then let me take care of you." A laugh escaped me, since when did he do gentle? But the way his hands traced my skin, slow and deliberate, told me tonight was different. No demands, no pushing, just him, me, and the quiet hum of the city outside the night had been incredible, and I could tell he wasn't done yet. After everything that had happened, I figured he'd want more, and I wasn't wrong. He pushed into me, slow but deliberate, filling me completely until there was no space left. My breath hitched as my fingers dug into his arms, my body still adjusting to him even though we'd done this countless times before. No matter how familiar we were, he always felt overwhelming, like my body had to relearn how to take him every single time. "Because this is how I like you," he murmured, pressing me deeper into the mattress, our bodies flush. His rhythm was steady, his forehead resting against mine as he moved, his breath sinking with each thrust. I could feel every inch of him, the way his muscles flexed under my touch as I tangled my fingers in his hair. Each time he bottomed out, my legs trembled, not from pain, but from the sheer intensity of being so completely claimed. "You enjoy this, don't you?" I gasped. He didn't slow down, just kept driving into me with that same relentless pace. His breathing grew ragged, and when he pulled back to look at me, his gaze was locked on mine, dark with need. That look, the one where nothing else existed but us, always made my stomach flip. "More than anything, Muse," he growled. The next morning, I lounged in the hotel suite, sipping coffee while the news played softly in the background. The breakfast spread was decent, bacon, eggs, toast, but it didn't compare to what Dante could whip up at home. His phone buzzed on the table, and against my better judgment, I glanced at the screen. Mama. I hesitated, torn between answering and respecting his privacy. Last night had brought us closer, but that didn't mean I could overstep. Curiosity won. I grabbed the phone and padded to the bathroom, where the shower was running. Through the steam, I could see him under the spray, water sluicing down his back as he worked shampoo through his hair. The sight was distracting, to say the least. "Conway," I called over the sound of the water. "Your mom's calling, want me to let it go to voicemail." "Answer it," he said without missing a beat, tilting his head back under the spray. "She'd probably prefer talking to you anyway." I retreated to the living area and picked up. "Hi, Pearl, it's Sapphire." "Oh, sweetheart." Her voice was warm, cheerful. "How are things?" "Conway's in the shower, so he asked me to take the call." I braced for awkwardness, but she didn't miss a beat. "Perfect." I just wanted to congratulate him. From what I've seen, last night was a knockout. "It was," I agreed, smiling. "He got a standing ovation." The noise in that auditorium was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, not that I had much to compare it to. "I caught some clips online," I admitted. "And there's this article floating around you might want to see." "Oh, yeah, there are photos of you too, one where you're leaning in, foreheads touching. It's kind of adorable. Then there are shots of Conway watching you with this look on his face, like you're the only person in the room." Heat rushed to my cheeks, spreading down my neck. It wasn't just embarrassment, something deeper, warmer. "My son is head over heels for you," she said, her voice softening. "You can't imagine how much that means to me. Every mother dreams of her son finding someone who loves him fiercely, just not the way she does." The flush didn't fade. My palms were slick, my pulse erratic. Conway had been tender, sure, but he'd never said those words. Still, correcting his mom felt awkward, so I let it slide. "And I can see you feel the same," she added. Conway's laptop sat open on the desk. Curiosity got the best of me, and I typed his name into the search bar. Articles from last night's event flooded the screen. One headline jumped out: Conway Barsetti's heart stolen by his leading lady. I clicked, and suddenly there we were, candid, unposed moments frozen in pixels. A kiss backstage. Him staring right past a reporter, gaze locked on me like nothing else existed. My breath hitched. I barely registered Pearl still on the line until she spoke again. Tell Conway to call me when he can. Any idea when you're coming home? My brain short-circuited, torn between the photos and her question. Tomorrow, I think. Perfect. We'll do dinner. You can tell us all about it. Sounds great. All right, I'll let you go. Talk soon. Bye, Pearl. The second I set his phone down, the screen lit up with a text from Vanessa. You crushed it last night. So freaking proud of you. 3 heart emojis followed. A smile tugged at my lips. Those two bickered nonstop, but their bond was unshakable. Turning back to the screen, I studied the images again. My ribs ached from how hard my heart was pounding. His mom was convinced we were in love, and staring at those photos, it was hard to argue. We looked like it. Maybe we even were. New detail. The added moment of Vanessa's text reinforces the sibling dynamic, adding warmth. The tone shifts from flustered to tender, then back to breathless excitement. I was so wrapped up in my chat with Pearl and the article I'd been reading that I didn't even hear the shower shut off. The sound of his footsteps made me jump, and his voice cut through the air before he stepped into view. What did my mom want? Panic shot through me. I slammed the laptop shut and shoved it back where I'd found it, nearly knocking over my coffee in the process. I barely managed to steady the mug as he rounded the corner, towel slung low around his hips, water still glistening on his skin. His sharp eyes locked onto me. Didn't mean to scare you. You didn't, I lied, forcing a laugh. Just clumsy. Dropped my fork, went to grab it, and well, you saw the mess. He didn't blink, just kept staring like he could see right through me. But then again, that was his default expression, unreadable, intense. His gaze flicked to his laptop, lingering for a beat too long. Crap, did I leave it at a weird angle? I hadn't exactly been careful when I snatched it. He settled into the chair across from me like nothing was wrong, flipping open the newspaper and pouring himself coffee like it was any other morning. But my pulse was still racing. He took a slow sip, then pinned me with that same unrelenting stare. Well. I gripped my mug like it was the only thing keeping me grounded. If I squeezed any harder, the ceramic might crack. Relax, it's not a crime to use his computer. But the article I'd found, what if he saw it? Would he be pissed? Annoyed? Well, what? Another sip, another unnerving silence. What did my mother say? Oh, the tension in my shoulders eased a fraction. I set the mug down, exhaling. He arched a brow, waiting. She just wanted to say your show last night was amazing. Total hit. She's proud of you. I slid his phone toward him, showing Vanessa's text. Said you can call her back if you want, but no pressure. I left out the part where she gushed about him being head over heels for me. Like I hadn't spoken at all, he turned back to his paper, the quiet between us comfortable, almost domestic. Sunlight streamed through the window, catching the water still clinging to his shoulders, deepening the shadows along his toned frame. Last night he'd been different, tender, almost possessive, like he couldn't get enough. Now, here we were, two people sharing a morning like it was the most natural thing in the world. Maybe his mom wasn't entirely wrong. Sometimes, the unspoken moments said more than words ever could. Meanwhile, Conway was already buried in work, sitting behind his desk while Nicole buzzed in his ear. Hughes was still in the shower, and as much as she distracted him, business came first. She had this way of throwing me off balance, but I needed to stay sharp and not let it happen so often. Conway, sales are through the roof, just like before. Everything's gone and pre-orders are stacking up, which leads me to the first problem. I hate when you say problem. Tough, I'm not changing my vocabulary for you. What is it? Your distributor can't keep up. We need to bring in a second one. Andrassy. Great, I'd already chewed him out, but now I might have to crawl back. I'll handle it, but I wanted to run it by you first. Looking back, I'd let my ego get the best of me with Androsy. Nobody questioned my skills without me biting back, not after everything I'd accomplished. But maybe I needed to swallow my pride and think straight. Reach out to Androsy Beaucount. He'll want the deal. Nicole caught the edge in my voice. She knew it too well. That bad of a meeting. A little tense. But money talks, right? He'd be an idiot to turn this down, no matter what he thinks of you. I flipped open my laptop to pull up the files she'd sent. People lost it over Sapphire, even though she wasn't performing. Honestly, having her as your girlfriend might have been the bigger draw. Girlfriend. That word kept echoing in my head. Yeah, she looked amazing. The screen lit up, and there it was, my name typed into the search bar. I never Googled myself, so I knew I hadn't done it. Only one person had been on my laptop. Muse, why was she searching me? Now that I thought about it, she'd been twitchy when I walked in and my laptop wasn't where I'd left it. I'd brushed it off as paranoia. But no, this was real. Just sent everything over, Nicole said. Let me know when you're ready. I opened a new tab and typed my name in. Hold on. The results flooded in, mostly flattering headlines about last night. But one stood out, highlighted differently. The one Muse had clicked. I opened it, and there we were, photos of us tangled up in each other, my lips on hers, my forehead pressed to hers. The article spun some grand romance about me falling for my favorite model. Part of me wanted to laugh, it was absurd. The other part, pure dread. The writer's take was just speculation, but the pictures didn't lie. The way I looked at her, I'd never looked at anyone like that. Obsessed, maybe. Who wouldn't be? She was stunning in every shot, even more so on my arm. But love. No, she didn't love me, and I didn't love her. What those photos really showed was something messier. Friendship, desire, and a connection neither of us wanted to name. Not loving her didn't erase the fact that I'd move heaven and earth for her. People saw what they wanted to see, twisting reality into something it wasn't. They had no clue. Shutting my laptop, I turned to Nicole with a nod. Let's go. The flight back to Milan was uneventful, the hum of the engines lulling us into quiet exhaustion. By the time we reached Verona, the afternoon sun cast long shadows over the rolling hills. Muse barely spoke, her face pressed against the window as the Italian countryside blurred past. No makeup, just raw beauty under golden light, effortless in jeans and a worn tee. She had no idea I'd seen her search history, the questions she'd typed into my laptop. Did she really believe there was something more between us? I hoped not. Home was exactly as we'd left it, open, airy, immaculate. Dante had laid out a spread in the dining room, though neither of us had an appetite. Muse disappeared into the bedroom, emerging minutes later in a flowy sundress, the fabric swaying as she flopped onto the bed with a grin. God, it's good to be back. I smirked. Your mom wants to hear all about the trip over dinner. Maybe we'd take another getaway soon, somewhere quiet, just to reset. But before I could suggest it, my phone buzzed. Carter's name flashed on the screen. Give me a sec, I muttered, stepping into the sitting room. The second I answered, his voice crackled through the line. Cut the bullshit, man. You think I don't see what's happening? Outside, the horses grazed lazily under the fading sun. If you're talking about the show, yeah, it crushed. Sales are through the roof. Not the damn show, he snapped. The whole world's talking about you and that girl. You're not fooling anyone. I exhaled sharply, keeping my voice low. Affection isn't a crime, Carter. Then stop acting like it is. Silence stretched between us. Somewhere behind me, Muse's laughter drifted down the hall. Damn it, you've always been real with me, no fake personas, no bullshit. And I'm not starting now, I replied, my voice steady. If we're done here, I'm ending this call. She's with you, isn't she? His tone turned smug. Knew it. Yeah, I admitted. Fine, he sighed. We'll circle back to this later. No, we won't. This conversation is over permanently. Whatever, Carter muttered. Got another call coming in. Some girl named Yasmine. Israeli, I think. These jobs paid well, lining my pockets fast, but they also dragged me deeper into the ugliness of the world, predators everywhere, no real way to fight them all. When's the pickup? Tonight, you in? like I had a choice. Yeah, cool, I'll text you her photo. Her folks are freaking out. Good. If someone I loved was in that situation, I'd be losing my mind too. What's the price? 15 mil. 7.5 for me. Just 10 more jobs like this, and I'd dig myself out of the financial crater Muse had left me in. Got it. Keep me posted. Hold up, I'm bringing Yasmine to your place. Mine, he scoffed. That's not the deal. I only took the last girl because Muse lives with me now. I don't need another woman under my roof. One's plenty. But Muse isn't just any woman. She's your. I'm walking into this blind, no weapons, no backup. Least you can do is take her off my hands, Carter. A long exhale. Fine. I hung up and tossed my phone onto the couch, staring out the window. The urge for a cigar hit me hard, just one deep drag to take the edge off. But Muse would snatch it away the second she saw it. Couldn't even enjoy a damn smoke anymore. Then her hands slid down my chest, lips brushing my neck. I leaned into her touch, savoring the warmth of her mouth, the way her breath sent shivers down my spine. My fingers closed over hers, pressing her closer. Forget the cigar, this was better. She pulled back slightly. Going somewhere tonight, so she'd heard. Yeah, her thumbs dug into my shoulders. Am I coming? If she had to ask, she had no clue where I was headed. No, the underground. Her hands froze. Buying someone? Yeah, I see. Her fingers resumed their work slower now. Who? Israeli woman, don't know much else yet. Is she staying here? Number Carter's problem. A soft sigh. She must be scared out of her mind. They always were. New detail, the craving for the cigar, a small moment of weakness, contrasts with his hardened exterior, showing the tension between his old habits and new reality. Voice twist, the sarcastic edge in forget the cigar. This was better, shifts the tone from frustration to dark amusement. Does your dad have any idea what you're up to? Not a chance. My family was completely in the dark. If my father knew I was tangled up with the Skull Kings, he'd lose it. My mom would disown me if she found out I was getting paid to rescue women. And Uncle Kane, he'd probably knock some sense into me. No, I admitted. How long has this been happening? 5 years, ever since my dad told me the truth about Aunt Vanessa. She sighed, circling the couch before dropping onto the cushion beside me. Look, I get why you're doing this, but it's reckless, Conway. Those guys are monsters. Monsters were everywhere. I can handle it. Her face was still tight with fear. Can I at least wait in the car? Not a chance. The last thing I wanted was her anywhere near that place. Then let me stay at your apartment. No, Conway, you're staying here, that's final. She clenched her jaw, but her eyes screamed frustration. You really think I'd let you walk back into that hellhole alone? You're insane. The warmth of her kisses was long gone, replaced by tension. I reached for the cigar pack on the table, but she snatched it before I could grab one. Seriously. I couldn't believe she just did that. Don't push me, she shot back. If you don't want me tagging along to the underground, fine, but these, she waved the cigars in my face. As long as I'm under this roof, they're banned. Last I checked, this is my roof, and I'm the one running this house. With one swift move, she yanked the cigars out and dunked them into a glass of water, killing them instantly. No more cigars. She strutted off, hips swaying with defiance, leaving me staring at her retreating figure. Damn if that attitude didn't do something to me. Once she was gone, I glanced back at the ruined cigars, the same ones Carter and I always shared. She fought for what she wanted, no hesitation. And what she wanted most, keeping me alive even if it meant pissing me off. For some twisted reason, that turned me on. Later, I slipped through the hidden passage to the Opera House basement. The guards at the entrance patted me down, checking for weapons. When they found nothing, they let me through. Inside, the dim room was filled with shadowy figures, the air thick with secrets. A waitress moved between tables, her bare chest earning her stacks of cash in tips. I took my usual seat, keeping my gaze low. Rule number 1 at the underground: no staring, no recognition. What happened here stayed here. Spot a senator or a movie star. You kept your mouth shut unless you wanted a lifetime ban and a massive fine. The waitress, Big Tits, as everyone called her, brought over my usual drink. Without a word, the bartender slid the glass toward me. Scotch on the rocks, yeah. I kept my eyes fixed on the counter. Yeah. She dropped 2 cigars beside my drink, but I waved them off. Normally, I might have stolen a glance, just out of habit, but something about tonight made me hesitate. Muse deserved better than that. Even if she'd never know, I would. And that was enough to keep my gaze in check. The smoky haze of the room clung to my throat, but I ignored the itch to light up. A new guy took the seat next to me, all dark leather and ink, sleeves rolled up like he was ready for business. His stubble was thick, his eyes sharper than the knives tucked behind the bar. Italian, maybe, definitely trouble. The stage lights flickered on, and the women were dragged out, bound, terrified, stripped bare. It wasn't desire I felt, just a sickening twist in my gut. They looked like lambs in a slaughterhouse, wide-eyed and trembling, and the worst part, they knew what was coming. Yasmin stood in the center, too young, too fragile. The bidding started and the room turned rabid. One by one, they were sold off like livestock. The guy beside me never lifted his paddle, just sipped his beer, calm as a Sunday morning. When Yasmin's turn came, I threw in my bid, low at first, playing the game. The numbers skyrocketed. 10 million. 15. I dropped my paddle. The guy in the leather jacket still hadn't moved. Who the hell was he? A few months back, I dropped a cool 100 mil on Muse without anyone batting an eye, so when I placed my bid tonight, no one dared challenge it. Sold to Mr. Barsetti, the auctioneer announced. There was one last girl on stage, but Leather Jacket didn't even glance her way. If he wasn't here to buy, what was his deal? Surveillance? Undercover? Nah, no way he'd slip past security if he were dirty. The final sale wrapped up, and then the Skull King himself locked eyes with the guy. None of these women meet your standards, Bones. The name hit me like a bullet. My pulse flatlined. Even for Muse, I'd never felt my blood turn to ice like this. Rage and nausea twisted inside me, Bones. My father had told me about the Barsetti blood feud with that name, an arms dealer who trafficked in black market weapons. He never gave me the full story, never explained how my grandparents died. But he did say Bones was the man who murdered my aunt, the man my father killed before I was born. Yet this guy looked my age, maybe a few years older. A coincidence? In this world, names like that don't just happen. The bastard took a swig of beer, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and smirked like he owned the place. Cockier than me. Then he shrugged. Nah, I'm not good enough for them. Yasmin was still sobbing when I hauled her outside to my SUV, her wrists bound, dressed in the sweats and tea I'd brought. Even at night, parading a half-naked woman through the streets wasn't exactly subtle. Cops turned a blind eye, but I wasn't about to push my luck. I shoved her into the passenger seat and peeled away. Tears streaked her face, her breath hitching between ugly, shuddering cries. God, the sound was unbearable. Muse never broke like this, she fought, even when she had no cards left. That's why I respected her. This, pathetic. Pull yourself together, Yasmin, you're safe now. She only cried harder. I gritted my teeth, pulled out my knife, and sliced through the ropes. Look, I'm not your enemy. I won't lay a finger on you. Just breathe. She rubbed her raw wrists, staring at me like I might lunge any second. Part of me wished she'd try to bolt or swing at me, anything but this weak surrender. Women should be raised to fight like hell. My father drilled that into Vanessa from the time she was 16. Your family paid me to extract you, I said flatly. You're staying at my cousin's place until the heat dies down. New detail. As I drove, I caught her glancing at the knife still in my hand, not fear, but calculation. For a second, I thought she might actually grab it. That flicker of defiance almost made me smile. The moment things cool down, we'll arrange your trip back to Israel. I was relieved my tech crew had upgraded my car's security, letting me speak freely while driving. But you just dropped a fortune on me. Not me, your parents did. Oh, thank God. She pressed her hands to her face, exhaling hard. I was terrified. Save it. Your folks paid top dollar to get you home. Comforting her wasn't my priority. My mind was stuck on the guy who called himself Bones, cocky, slimy, the kind of guy who made my instincts scream. I pulled into Carter's driveway, guiding her inside without knocking. Carter strolled into the foyer shirtless, sweatpants hanging low. Built like me, broad shoulders, the kind of frame that turned heads, he smirked when Yasmine immediately averted her eyes. Put a damn shirt on, I snapped. She's 16. Knock first, jackass, he shot back, yanking a tea off the couch. Then I'd be decent. You knew I was coming. Whatever. He dragged a hand through his damp hair, fresh from the shower. How'd it go? Standard procedure. I glanced at Yasmine. You hungry? She nodded. Carter, you got food? I asked. Yeah, he said, jerking his chin toward the kitchen. Sandwich in the fridge, help yourself. As she disappeared, I turned back to him. Something weird went down, you won't believe it. He folded his arms. Try me. Some new guy showed up tonight, never seen him before, confident, good-looking. Focus, Romeo, get to the point. I scowled. He didn't fit in. Didn't bid on anyone, even with top-tier women there. Then the Skull King called him out by name, Bones. Carter went rigid. His face drained of color, lips parting like he'd been sucker-punched. His arms dropped to his sides. You're sure, dead sure. Did he recognize you? Skull King said my name, no reaction. Bones, Carter muttered, shaking his head. That can't be right, how? Beats me. Any chance he's related? I shook my head. My dad swore he had no kids. Unless he didn't know, Carter countered. Could have had a side piece who never told him. A beat of silence. Then, under his breath, this changes everything. New detail, as we talked, the fridge door clicked shut in the kitchen, Yasmine listening just out of sight, her breath uneven. She knew more than she let on, Bones SR. Passed away, so she gave his name to her son, Carter muttered. Could be. Or maybe he's just some nutjob obsessed with the Bones legacy. Also possible, I admitted quietly. Or it might be pure chance. Maybe he just likes the name. I scoffed. Doubt it. In our world, coincidences don't exist. Carter stepped back, rubbing his jaw like he was trying to erase the tension. Damn, should we bring this up to our dads? He shot me a look. Seriously, how do we explain how we even know about this? Tell them the truth. Yeah, right, he said, shaking his head. They'd smash our skulls in. Fair point. Not that we didn't have it coming. My old man would be furious if he knew half the things I'd gotten into. So this guy didn't even acknowledge you? Carter asked, disbelief sharp in his voice. Barsetti meant nothing to him. Seemed that way. Then maybe he wasn't there for the auction. Maybe he was there to watch you. How? I didn't even know I was going until a few hours ago. Unless he hits up every meeting, hoping to cross paths with you. A chill shot through me. That name doesn't sit right, Conway. Anyone carrying it is a threat to the Barsettis. I get it. The guy hadn't exactly volunteered his name. The Skull King had dragged it out of him. He hadn't seemed dangerous, but in that room, every man had money and a violent streak. If war broke out, none of us would walk out alive. We have to tell our fathers. I don't know. Let's sleep on it. They deserve to know. They think Bones died without anyone left to seek revenge. And yet, for 30 years, no one's come for us. Because his kid was probably too young until now. We're making assumptions with zero proof, Carter countered. I'm not stirring up that hornet's nest unless we've got solid reason. No way I'm risking our necks for a hunch. Then what's the move? I asked. You gonna dig into this? Yeah, but quietly, he said. No point poking the bear if he's not already growling. Smart. I shoved my hands in my pockets, suddenly desperate to get home to Muse. After the insanity of the night, all I wanted was to spill everything to her, lose myself in her, and crash hard. Keep me posted. Will do. I turned to leave when my phone buzzed. Muse's name flashed on the screen. It's 4 a.m. and you're still not back. Please tell me you're okay. She wasn't checking up on me out of suspicion. She just needed to know I wasn't dead in a ditch somewhere. A few months ago, I would have been annoyed. Now, it hit different. Carter smirked at my phone. Go home to your girl. I did argued at the moment I stepped into the car. I could already picture her waiting. Our place was just a quick drive down the street, less than 5 minutes, but I still shot her a quick text. Be home soon. When I walked into the bedroom, she was propped up against the pillows, wrapped in one of my old college tees, her face bare and her long brown hair draped over one shoulder. Even though she looked exhausted, her eyes lit up the second she saw me. You're finally back, she murmured, relief softening her voice. I loosened my tie, letting it slip free before shrugging off my jacket and letting it fall to the floor. Crossing the room, I bent down to press a quick, familiar kiss to her lips, the kind that said I'm home without needing words. Didn't expect you to still be up, I said, stripping down to my boxers. She shifted under the covers, watching me. Couldn't sleep. I slid into bed beside her, the sheets cool against my skin. Still adjusting from the trip, she shook her head, curling into me like she'd been starving for my touch. No, she whispered against my chest. I just sleep better when you're here. The way she said it, so simple, so honest, hit me harder than I expected. Normally, I thrived on solitude, but there was something about coming home to her that made the chaos of the day fade. I brushed my fingers through her hair, letting the silence settle between us. She traced idle patterns across my chest before finally asking, how did it go? Good, dropped Yasmine off at Carter S. She's young, but she'll be okay. Thank God, she breathed. I hesitated, debating whether to bring up Bones. But she looked so at peace, wrapped in the quiet of our room, that I couldn't bring myself to ruin it. The world outside was ugly, violent, but here, with her, I wanted to keep it all at bay. My fingers tilted her chin up until her eyes met mine. Make love to me, Muse. A soft exhale escaped her lips as she leaned in, pressing slow, teasing kisses along my collarbone. Then, with a sudden shift, she climbed over me, her thighs framing my hips. Show me, she whispered, her fingers hooking into the waistband of my boxers. She guided me inside, taking her time, her breath hitching as she sank down. Her teeth caught her lower lip, eyes locked on mine as she moved, slow, deliberate, like she was savoring every second she settled onto my lap, taking a moment to adjust before her hands slid under my shirt, tugging it off in one smooth motion. The air between us grew thick with anticipation as her bare skin pressed against mine. My fingers traced the curve of her waist, lingering just long enough to make her shiver. No distractions, I murmured, my voice rough. She arched against me, her breath hitching as my hands explored every inch of her. The way her body responded, every gasp, every shudder was intoxicating. Her hips rolled in slow, deliberate circles, drawing me deeper with each movement. I could feel her pulse where we were joined, her warmth wrapping around me like silk. Tell me, I demanded, gripping her hips tighter. Her nails dug into my shoulders as she whispered, because when I'm with you, nothing else exists. The confession sent a jolt through me, my control fraying at the edges. She moved with purpose, her rhythm unrelenting, her body demanding everything I had. The sound of her pleasure filled the room, raw and unfiltered, and I knew I'd never get enough of it. When she finally came undone, her head fell back, exposing the delicate column of her throat. I kissed my way down, savoring the way her muscles tensed beneath my lips. That's it, I coaxed, my voice rough with need. Let go. Her climax hit hard, her body trembling as she clung to me. The sight alone was enough to push me over the edge. My grip tightened, pulling her impossibly closer as I followed her into oblivion. Afterward, she slumped against me, her breath still uneven. A lazy smile curved her lips as she traced idle patterns across my chest. Guess I wasn't the only one who missed this. I chuckled, brushing a damp strand of hair from her face. Understatement of the year. The quiet hum of the city outside faded into the background, leaving just the two of us. Exhausted, satisfied, and perfectly content the moment I walked through the door, all the chaos of the underworld faded away. She was all that mattered, her body, her warmth, the way she made me forget everything else. I poured myself into her, every ounce of passion, every ragged breath. My face buried between her breasts as I finished, our bodies tangled in the aftermath. God, it was perfect. I traced kisses along her skin, lingering on her nipples, savoring the taste of her mixed with my own satisfaction. She didn't move, didn't let me pull away. Instead, she stayed right where she was, my cock still inside her, her fingers now soft against my chest, a stark contrast to the way she'd clawed at me moments before. I expected her to roll over, to drift off, but she just smirked and tightened her thighs around me. I want more. My grip tightened on her hips, fingers digging into her skin. More what? She leaned in, her forehead pressing against mine, her breasts flush against me. You. The next day, I was back in my office, buried in reports with Nicole. Andrassy had finally agreed to handle part of production, but he hadn't taken everything from me. Business was booming, orders flooding in from everywhere, from Moscow to Budapest. I doubled my best sales week, but by 2 in the afternoon, I couldn't focus anymore. I stood by the window, staring at the stables in the distance. The horses grazed lazily, but it was Muse who held my attention. She moved with purpose, hauling feed, sweat glistening on her skin despite the heat. Watching her, my success suddenly felt hollow. Money, it didn't mean shit anymore. Not when she looked at me the way she did, like I was worth more than my bank account. She never cared about the money. She cared about the way people respected me, the way my family loved me. That mattered more than any deal. I found myself walking down to the stables, drawn to her like a damn magnet. She was a vision in those cut-off jean shorts, dirt smudged on her thighs, boots scuffed from work. Her plaid shirt was knotted at her waist, and that white Stetson sat just right on her head. Damn. She turned when I called her name, her face lighting up like I was the only thing that mattered. What brings you down here? She pushed her hat back, revealing those sun-kissed cheeks, a little dirt smeared near her temple. No makeup, just pure, unfiltered Muse. You, because she was the only reason I did anything at all. Me. She stretched up on her toes and pressed her lips to mine with a playful grin. Well, aren't you full of surprises today? But I'm kinda in the middle of mucking out stalls and brushing down the horses. I gave her my best pleading look. No chance of a quick escape for me. She sighed dramatically but couldn't hide the spark in her eyes as her fingers traced the lines of my arms. Fine, but make it worth my while. What's the plan? How about a sunset ride? There's this trail near my place, winds through the hills, past some old oaks, and leads to the perfect spot for a picnic. Her whole face lit up, and suddenly the pitchfork in her hand didn't seem so important. Seriously. Dead serious. I couldn't help but grin back. Her excitement was downright contagious, like catching a case of the giggles. So, you in? She bit her lip, already mentally rearranging her chores. All right, let me grab Dante to throw together some food. We can head out in an hour. You bringing your own horse? I asked. She pretended to think hard, tapping a finger against her chin. Ride solo or spend the whole trip with my arms around a ridiculously handsome cowboy. Tough choice. I raised an eyebrow. Ridiculously handsome, huh? Like stupidly. Laughing, I shook my head. Your call, darlin'. I secured the picnic basket to Carbine's saddle before swinging up. Scooting forward, I offered Muse my hand. You think this old boy can handle both of us? She eyed the horse skeptically. I mean, I weigh nothing, but you're built like a linebacker. Carbine could carry a whole football team and still outrun yours, I shot back. With an exaggerated sigh, she took my hand and settled behind me, arms locking around my waist, her chin resting on my shoulder. Okay, cowboy, Let's go. We followed the road until it turned to dirt, the golden fields stretching around us as the late afternoon light turned everything warm and hazy. The air smelled like dry grass and coming rain, the kind of quiet you only find miles from anywhere. Muse didn't say much, just leaned into me as we climbed the hill. At the top, Verona sprawled below, all red roofs and winding streets. Damn, she breathed. That's something else. After years in New York, I'd learned to love this open sky, land that hadn't been paved over, silence thick enough to hear your own heartbeat. And Muse, she fit right into it like she'd been part of the scenery all along. We rode until we hit the spot, a lone oak at the crest, its branches throwing shade over the grass. I helped her down, then watched as she wandered under the tree, sunlight dappling her skin through the leaves. In cut-off jeans and a faded tee, hair loose down her back, she looked like some kind of wildflower that had just sprung up from the earth. I shook my head, grinning as I spread out the blanket. Some things were just too good to rush. I reached for the insulated bag packed with our dinner, feeling the chill from the ice packs keeping everything fresh. Setting it down on the picnic blanket, I settled beside Muse as she unwrapped the meal Dante had prepared for her. Each dish was neatly tucked into its own compartment, no spills, no mess, complete with polished silverware and chilled water bottles. I'd skipped the wine, no need to complicate things. Muse's gaze drifted toward Verona, the golden light painting the city's rooftops. "Your mom took me to Juliet's balcony when we were here," she said, her voice softening. It's wild to think something that old still stands. Back home, anything over 100 years is practically a museum piece. I shrugged. Never stopped to see it myself. She nudged me with her elbow. "You're missing out. People leave letters there like actual love notes. Ever seen Letters to Juliet?" I blinked. "Romance movies aren't really my thing." She rolled her eyes. "You're impossible. It's about this woman who finds an unanswered letter to Juliet and decides to reply." Kinda cheesy, but seeing the real place, that hit different. A pang of regret twisted in my chest. I'd been so wrapped up in my own plans that I hadn't even thought to show her the city properly. She'd seen Italy through hardship. She deserved better. "We are in Verona, you know," I pointed out, tossing my empty container aside. The fading sun cast long shadows over the ancient streets, turning the stone facades warm and golden. Muse smirked. "Yeah, I noticed." She polished off the last bite of her meal, sealing the container with a satisfied sigh. "Dante's a wizard. This stayed in the saddlebags for nearly an hour and still tastes amazing." I smirked. "Milan's culinary school doesn't mess around." "Clearly." She leaned back, stretching her legs. A breeze rustled through the grass, carrying the faint scent of olive trees. For a moment, the weight of everything else faded. Just us, the city, and the quiet hum of an evening well-spent carbine munched lazily on the tall prairie grass nearby, never straying more than a few yards from us. That stubborn gelding had a mind of his own, ignored strangers, but turned into a loyal shadow once he trusted you. She tucked her legs beneath her, the breeze playing with loose strands of her wavy hair. The sunset painted the sky in fiery oranges and purples, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from her. "So, Conway Barsetti," she teased, nudging my arm with her elbow. "What's the next big move?" We lounged on a thick wool blanket, me in my worn-in jeans and a faded tee, rare for me to be in boots instead of my usual sneakers. "New heights, huh?" I smirked. "Maybe I'll just enjoy the view for once." The sun dipped lower, setting the rooftops ablaze before the colors softened into twilight. She arched a brow. "You, taking a break, that's a first." "Call it a midlife crisis at 29, I joked. "My old man's always on me about slowing down, says I'll blink and miss the good stuff." "Smart man," she murmured, fingers tracing idle patterns on my forearm. "So what's the grand plan? Binge-watching reality TV? Taking up knitting?" I chuckled. Only one thing I'm interested in: travel. Got a villa in Santorini. Thinking of sailing the Aegean for a while. Her whole face brightened like I'd just handed her the keys to a candy store. Funny, she purred, shifting closer until her warmth pressed against me. My schedule's wide open. Thought you had horses to train. Marco owes me favors, she countered, lips grazing my stubble. The contrast of her soft mouth against my rough jaw sent a jolt through me. And I'm very good at repaying debts. I dragged a thumb along her bottom lip. Convince me. Her laugh was low, promising. Oh, I'll do more than that. The way her hands slid up my arms told me this trip was about to get a lot more interesting. She whispered against my lips, her voice dripping with temptation. I could make this yacht trip unforgettable. Whatever you're into, I'm game. Damn, she had a point. Fine, you're in. Her smile pressed into mine as her fingers tightened around my arm. Thank you. This has been a dream of mine. I stretched back onto the blanket, tapping my chest to signal her to join me. She curled against my side, fitting perfectly like she always did. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other resting on her thigh, my thumb tracing idle circles on her skin. The second her body molded against mine, the scent of her shampoo hit me, something sweet like vanilla and summer. The city skyline had vanished behind us, but the sky, pure magic. Streaks of sunset painted the horizon, melting into deep purples as stars flickered to life. Her fingertips trailed down my ribs. This is perfect. Don't thank me. Thank Carbine's terrible sense of direction. She laughed, nudging me. You know what I mean. There's something about lying here, the grass, the wind, the quiet. I never realized how much I needed this until now. I don't think I could go back to just existing. Back to New York, or back to a life without me. Why did that thought even cross my mind? You never missed it, the late-night bodega runs, the chaos. She shrugged. It had its moments. But after feeling this, the noise, the rush, it just feels hollow now. Sure, this place hasn't been all sunshine, but the good stuff, worth every second. I kept my eyes on the sky, watching the colors bleed into twilight. The question slipped out before I could stop it. Am I part of that good stuff? She propped herself up, her hair spilling over one shoulder as she hovered above me. My fingers tangled in those silky strands without thinking. Her palm pressed against my cheek, warm and steady, before she leaned down. The kiss was soft, almost hesitant, but the way her breath hitched gave her away. When she pulled back, her grip tightened. You're all of it. My suitcase was zipped and waiting by the door. Muse, on the other hand, barely needed 5 minutes thanks to Dante's shopping spree. Her wardrobe was stacked, but nothing screamed Greek island escape. Just as I grabbed my keys, Carter's name flashed on my phone. Note, adjusted tone to balance sensuality with emotional depth, added subtle humor, and expanded sensory details while keeping the core dynamic intact. I left the bedroom to give the movers space to pack up our belongings. Wandering into Muse's old room, I ran my fingers over the empty bed where she used to sleep alone. It felt like another era now. She was always curled up against me, safe and close. My phone buzzed, and I answered without hesitation. What do you have for me? Carter skipped the pleasantries. Nothing solid. I've tapped every contact I've got and nobody's talking, and that silence, that's what worries me. Because they don't respect you. It's not about respect, it's terror. Whoever this guy is, he's got them scared stiff. That sent a chill down my spine. There's gotta be a lead somewhere. Someone knows something. Yeah, but poking around too much could backfire. You ever notice how the harder you run from fate, the faster it catches up? I smirked. You been reading philosophy or just takeout menus? Sounds like something off a fortune cookie. Cut the crap, Con, he snapped. This isn't a joke. Exactly why we should joke, keeps the nerves steady. A heavy sigh crackled through the receiver. I'm out of ideas, you got any? I knew a few players in the underground scene, but none I fully trusted. Still, one name stood out. Iron, the Skull King who ran the auction, he'd know. True, but if you ask him directly, Bones will hear about it. Damn. He was right. So we need someone else to ask, someone who won't raise eyebrows. Like who? Downstairs, I heard Muse's soft footsteps trailing the movers. Carter stayed silent for a long moment before finally speaking. I've got a play, but you're gonna hate it. Then maybe I'll hang up now, he barreled on. Sapphire, a pretty face asking questions, less suspicious. My grip on the phone turned white-knuckled. Yeah, no, next idea. Fine, but a woman's our best shot. Any other options? There was Cynthia, the waitress, if that was even her real name. Maybe, but money might not be enough to keep her quiet. 10 grand usually shuts people up. Unless she's more scared of the Skull Kings than she is greedy. Those guys didn't just rule the shadows, they own the daylight too. We need someone disposable. A prostitute. Skull Kings don't pay for it, they take what they want. Carter exhaled sharply. Then Cynthia Essett. She's the only one who can ask without getting a knife in her ribs. I stared at the empty room, the weight of the risk settling in. Sometimes the only way forward was through the fire. She worked with the underground crew, so she could easily ask Bones these questions herself. I'll talk to her when I get back, I said. Back from where? He snapped. Sapphire and I are heading to Greece. You're joking, right? Now of all times. My show wrapped up. I need a break. Seriously, we've got work to do, he growled. I glanced at my watch, almost 8 p.m. Since I was flying private to Santorini, I could leave whenever I wanted. I'll deal with Cynthia tonight before I go. She can update me later. Fine, there's an auction tonight of all things. I'll swing by. Just bid, don't buy, no need to raise eyebrows. Got it. Keep me posted. The line went dead. I slipped my phone into my pocket and headed to the foyer, where Muse stood waiting in a flowing blue dress and a soft pink cardigan, already dressed for Greece, even though we were hours away. Everything okay? She asked. With the guys still lingering, I couldn't explain. Yeah, just a quick detour before we go. I pulled into the underground parking and took the elevator up to my penthouse. Muse stayed close, her purse dangling from her arm. Why are we here? Need to handle something fast. The doors opened straight into my living room. She perched on the edge of a velvet couch, not bothering with the TV or magazines. The way she sat, stiff and alert, told me she thought this was just a pit stop. Stay here, I'll be back in an hour. Her eyebrows shot up. Wait, where are you going? The underground. I braced myself for the explosion. She flung her purse down and stood, arms crossed, eyes blazing. Why, I thought we were leaving. It's just a quick errand. I'll be back before you miss me. What kind of errand? She demanded. Are you buying someone? Moments like this made me nostalgic for the days when I answered to no one. But her anger, weirdly hot, she always freaked out when I walked into danger. No, just gathering intel, then we're out of here. On who? Why? Later. Can I come? I almost laughed. No, then it's dangerous. We were supposed to be on a romantic getaway, and now you're dragging us back into that place. Her voice cracked. She pressed her hands to her face, then dragged them down, forcing composure. But her eyes. Pure torment. New detail. As she turned away, I noticed the faint tremor in her hands, something she always hid when she was scared. It hit me harder than I expected. The sight of her alone had me on edge. She used to despise me, and now the tension between us was eating her alive. Stepping into that hellhole felt like walking into a lion's den, and she was barely holding it together. Relax, Muse. I'll be back before you even miss me. Her breath hitched, heavy with frustration. Then why won't you just tell me what's happening? Because we don't have time for this. Later. I turned toward the elevator, knowing this argument would go nowhere if I didn't cut it off. The doors slid open again as I hit the button. 1 hour, tops. I held the doors with my arm and turned back to her. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable, her arms crossed tight like a shield. 1 hour, she repeated, voice sharp. Don't worry, Muse, I don't break promises. The underground was a cesspool that night, crawling with predators hunting for fresh prey. Every step inside twisted my gut tighter, flashes of Muse's near fate playing in my head. If I hadn't been there that night, my throat went dry just thinking about it. At least Bones wasn't around. Small mercies. Before Cynthia could slink over, I leaned against the bar. The usual crowd of cigar-chomping, brandy-swilling psychos filled the room, Iron holding court with his booming laugh. "You look like hell," Cynthia purred, sliding up in her usual barely-there outfit, thong and confidence, raking in more tips than any bartender had a right to. Yeah, well, I should be halfway to Paris by now. Instead, I was stuck in this pit. "Scotch, neat," she arched a brow as she poured. "You never sit at the bar, what's the rush? Just not in the mood for small talk." She slid 2 cigars across the counter, but I shook my head. "Gave that up." Her smirk was knowing. Must be a woman. I didn't humor her. "Need a favor." She pushed the drink toward me. "I don't do side gigs, Conway. Not asking for that. There was only one woman on my mind. I need info." Her eyes flicked toward Iron's table before dropping her voice. "What kind?" "Guy named Bones, comes in here sometimes. Know him." She busied herself wiping the counter, feigning disinterest. "Yeah, and he's not someone you mess with. Gonna cost you more than pocket change. 15, 20. I didn't blink. "Done." Detail. As Cynthia pocketed the cash, her fingers trembled slightly, first sign of fear I'd ever seen from her. Maybe Bones wasn't just another thug. Tone shift, sarcastic, oh, and let's not forget the ambience, nothing like the scent of cheap cigars and desperation to really tie the room together. "Classy joint, all right." She leaned in, her fingers tapping the counter. "What's your angle?" "Just curious about his roots. Why the name Bones? Any connection to the arms dealer from Rome decades back?" A slow smirk curled her lips. "You don't ask easy questions, do you?" "Wouldn't be here if I did," she shrugged. "Rumor is he earned the name because he likes hearing Bones snap before he finishes the job. Charming, but I need facts, not barstool gossip." Her gaze flicked to the men at the other end of the room, weighing the risk. "I can ask him next time he swings by, but this isn't free. Obviously. 40, no haggling." I exhaled, shaking my head. "You drive a hard bargain." I scrawled my number on a napkin and slid it toward her. "Call me when you've got something solid." She tucked it away with a nod, and I left the cash on the table before moving to my seat. The auction kicked off soon after, 5 women on stage, but one stood out. Not a woman. A kid. Barely older than Yasmine, trembling, tears streaking her face. Too young, too scared. I threw in bids on the others just to blend in, careful not to win. My real mission was waiting. Muse wouldn't be patient forever. Then the bidding for the girl started. Iron's voice boomed. 10 million, do I hear 12? A suited man lifted his paddle. 20. Another voice from the shadows. 25. My stomach twisted. Every predator in that room was salivating, eager to shatter her. The numbers climbed, the air thick with greed. 25 million, going once, going twice. I raised my paddle. 30. Silence. Sold to Mr. Barsetti. The gavel cracked. I got her out fast, bundling her into the car with Muse's spare clothes. She curled against the window, shaking, silent. "I'm not them," I said. "I'm getting you home." No response, just wide, hollow eyes. I hit Carter's number on the car's system. He answered with his usual sarcasm. "Tell me you're calling to invite me onto that yacht of yours." "Not a chance." "Come on, we've had our adventures." "Yeah, back when we were reckless idiots chasing cheap thrills." "Listen." There was a kid at the auction tonight. His tone shifted instantly. "How young?" "Too young." A beat of silence. "Then where are you headed?" "Your place, nowhere else to go." "Damn right." His voice hardened. "I'll be waiting." The girl flinched at the sound of his voice. I lowered mine. "Almost there, just hold on." She didn't answer. But for the first time, her fingers unclenched slightly from the seatbelt. The girl was barely older than a child, younger than Yasmine even. "Disgusting," I muttered under my breath. They were treating her like some kind of prize, bidding like she was nothing more than property. So I stepped in, I bought her. "You're kidding, right?" Carter's voice crackled through the phone, sharp with disbelief. Dead serious, she's in my car. Not my problem, she's not on the list. I know, I shot back, but I wasn't about to leave her there. She didn't deserve to be torn apart like that. The price wasn't cheap, and I'd never see that money again, but at least I could sleep tonight knowing I did something. I'm bringing her to you, 20 minutes. Are you out of your mind? He snapped. I've got someone here. Then kick her out, you've got work to do. A low growl rumbled through the line. I just got rid of Yasmine. Perfect, now you've got space. This is your mess, not mine. Shut it, Carter, she's coming to you. A heavy sigh. Fine, but you owe me. Funny, I scoffed. Pretty sure you owe me more. I hung up before he could argue. After dropping her off, I turned back toward Milan where Muse was waiting. The detour cost me an extra 45 minutes. I'd broken my promise, been gone 2 hours now. She hadn't called, probably afraid a text might somehow put me in danger. So I hit the car's speakerphone. She answered before the first ring finished. Are you okay? I'm fine, I assured her. Just left Verona, be back in 45. You said an hour. I know, I'm sorry. Old me would have brushed it off. But now, I actually cared that I'd let her down. But you're safe. Her voice was barely a whisper. Yeah, completely. What happened? The road stretched ahead, nothing but darkness and the dim glow of the dashboard. I'll explain when I get there. No, she demanded. You've got 45 minutes, start talking. I smirked. She knew she had leverage, she just didn't flaunt it often. Remember how I told you about my aunt? Yeah. And the man named Bones. Her breath hitched. Yeah. Last time I was at the underground, there was a guy using that name. Young, cocky, way too polished to be the original. That Bones has been dead for decades. But the name isn't a coincidence. It means something, I just don't know what yet. A pause. Then, softly, so what did you do? Tonight, I went back. Paid a waitress to dig up info she'll call when she finds something. I was gonna leave after the auction, but then there was this girl. My grip on the wheel tightened until my knuckles turned white. The night was pitch black, my fingers gripping the steering wheel so tight I could feel the ache in my knuckles. Muse, she couldn't have been older than 14, I muttered into the phone, my voice rough. Muse let out a slow breath on the other end. I was about to walk out after the auction, but then those men started bidding like she was some prize. It made me sick, so I bought her instead. Conway. Took her straight to Carter S. Now I'm heading your way. She paused, her voice cracking slightly. She barely said a word the whole ride, just sat there shaking, 30 million down the drain, but I couldn't leave her there, not when she was just a kid. A quiet sniff came through the line. You did the right thing. Right or wrong didn't matter to me, just action. And in that moment, my gut told me to get her out. You're a good man, Conway. Normally, I'd shut that down. But this time, I let the words settle. I didn't do it for Muse's approval or some grand moral victory. I did it because I wanted to. The silence between us wasn't empty, it was thick, alive. We didn't need to fill it. Even miles apart, I could feel her there, like she was sitting right beside me. Sapphire, I'd scrolled through photos of Greece, pristine white buildings, those iconic blue domes, the ocean photoshopped to an impossible shade of turquoise. But nothing compared to standing there, breathing in the salt air. The Mediterranean stretched out, dotted with sailboats bobbing near the shore, their hulls gleaming under the midday sun. The city climbed the hills behind us, buildings stacked like steps leading to the sky. Conway's villa was a dream, white stone, open terraces, a private dock where his yacht waited. The infinity pool seemed to spill right into the sea, and the balcony offered a view so perfect it didn't feel real. I stood frozen, arms crossed, trying to process it all. Conway slipped up behind me, arms circling my waist. Well, I let out a disbelieving laugh. Are you kidding? This is insane. I don't even know what to say. He chuckled, resting his chin on my shoulder. Just wait till sunset. Added detail, the tension between them lingers even in paradise, unspoken but palpable, and that sunset, it's going to wreck her. The world around us was breathtaking. so stunning it almost didn't feel real. His lips trailed along my neck, sending shivers down my spine as he murmured, "You think this is beautiful? I've got something even better right here." I arched into his touch, grinning as I tightened my grip on his arms. The Greek island stretched before us, more vibrant than any postcard could capture. "Okay, what's first? I want to do everything: swim in the pool, dip my toes in the ocean, eat, explore the town, sail on your yacht. I can't pick." He laughed, his breath warm against my ear. "How about we order dinner and lounge in the pool at sunset? Best of both worlds." "Deal." Night had settled in, but the island still glowed with scattered lights. The air was thick with lingering warmth as we floated in the pool, wine glasses resting on the deck. Conway pulled me onto his lap effortlessly, the water making me weightless. "Dinner meet your expectations. Best lobster I've ever tasted, not that I've had much to compare it to." His grin was slow, his tanned skin shimmering under the pool's blue glow. One arm hooked under my knees while he nudged my nose playfully with his. "You want lobster every night. Consider it done." "Absolutely not. I'm going light tomorrow. Today was a feast." His hand skimmed my stomach. "Why, you're perfect." I looped my arms around his neck. "Says the man who designs lingerie for supermodels. I should be half my size. For the runway, maybe, but you're not a model, you're mine." His lips brushed my cheek. "And I like you happy, fed, and exactly as you are. Sexy doesn't come with a size tag." I snorted. "Every woman on earth would kill to hear that." "Lucky you, then." "Insanely lucky," I blurted, then immediately cringed at how cheesy it sounded. Before I could dwell on it, he leaned in, his fingers tracing lazy circles on my thigh beneath the water. The ocean breeze kissed my shoulders as I hesitated, then asked, "So, have you brought anyone else here?" His pause was brief. "You sure you want to go there?" I studied the way our legs tangled under the surface. "Just curious. Never brought anyone, but I've met women while traveling." So I was the first he'd actually invited. That counted for something, right? "What's the plan for tomorrow? Yacht or Oya, your call." "The town with no cars?" "Exactly. Cobblestone paths, white buildings, sunset views, touristy but charming." "Sounds perfect." His fingers tightened slightly around my waist. "You're really not used to having a say, are you?" I exhaled, watching the ripples in the water. "Not even a little." New detail. As we sat there, a shooting star streaked across the sky, something neither of us mentioned, as if acknowledging it might break the moment. The power of choice was finally in my hands, and it felt exhilarating. "You've always had options, Muse. Took you long enough to realize it," Conway murmured, his fingers trailing up my spine before tugging the strings of my bikini top. The fabric loosened, slipping into the pool with a quiet splash. His hands didn't stop there. They slid my bottoms down my thighs beneath the water, leaving me bare against him. He wasted no time, shucking off his trunks and tossing them onto the deck. Even in the cool water, his body burned hot, his arousal undeniable. I shifted onto his lap, my thighs bracketing his hips, and gasped as his hardness pressed against me. My body responded instantly, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. Conway always had that effect, turning me on without even trying. He carried me deeper, my back meeting the pool wall as he lifted my legs around his waist. There was a brief resistance before he filled me completely, drawing a moan from my lips. I clung to him, breathless even before he moved. His gaze locked onto mine, intense and unrelenting, as he rocked into me with deliberate slowness. The water barely rippled around us. This wasn't about frenzy, but connection. Every inch of him claimed me, stretching me in the best way. "I love when you take me like this," I whispered, my voice shaky. He buried himself deep, pausing just to remind me who owned every part of me. "I know." Later, we wandered through the charming streets of Santorini, sipping iced coffees and browsing the Atlantis bookstore. The cobblestone paths offered breathtaking views at every turn, whitewashed buildings against the endless blue sky. Conway kept me close, his hand possessive on my waist or tangled in my hair when he kissed me outside a shop. "Get whatever you want," he said, and I knew he didn't just mean souvenirs. After lunch at a cozy cafe, we returned to his villa to pack for the yacht. Conway navigated the Mediterranean like a pro, steering us away from the harbor with Santorini's cliffs shrinking in the distance. I lounged at the bow, the sun beating down as jagged rock formations jutted from the turquoise water. My sun hat barely shielded me from the heat, but I didn't care. I was exactly where I wanted to be. Conway killed the engine, letting the yacht drift gently on the water. The waves rocked us, but the cove's jagged cliffs shielded us from the open sea's roughness. He settled beside me on the cushioned bench, his arms slipping around my shoulders. With his sunglasses perched on his nose and his bare chest bronzed from the sun, he looked like he belonged in a travel ad, effortlessly perfect against the backdrop of the Greek islands. "This place is unreal," I murmured. His fingers traced lazy patterns along my arm. "Tell me you haven't checked your emails once since we got here." I smirked, not even tempted. "Good," his hand stilled, "because I haven't either. You're different here, lighter." He exhaled, staring at the horizon. "Verona's home, but Santorini, it's like a reset button. Makes me wonder if I could ever split my life between them." "You could. You work remote half the time anyway." He shook his head. "Not that simple. My studio's set up there, tools, materials, clients who still want face-to-face meetings. Tuscany, maybe, but here, logistics nightmare." I turned to study his profile. "So you have thought about moving back?" A shrug. "Occasionally." His parents would lose it if he did. They adored him, their pride practically glowing whenever he visited. "This trip, it's been everything," I said softly. His fingers tangled in my hair, tugging just enough to make me shiver. No one else I'd want here, Muse. Something had shifted between us these past weeks, deeper than attraction, hotter than lust. It terrified me how much I needed him, how my chest ached at the idea of him in danger. And the way he looked at me sometimes, like he was fighting the same war. He swore there was no future for us. But what if he was wrong? Time blurred in that villa. Mornings spent sailing, afternoons tangled in bedsheets, evenings lazy with wine and stolen touches. Santorini wasn't just a place, it was a feeling, golden and endless. Now, under the glow of harbor lights, we sprawled on the couch, his bare chest warm against my cheek. His fingers still played with my hair like he couldn't stop touching me. "Let's never leave," I mumbled. He laughed, low and rough. "Keep dreaming. You're happier when you're not working." "And broke," he countered. "Retirement's a myth. You stop moving, you rot." I rolled my eyes. "Dramatic, practical." His thumb brushed my jaw. "But this I could get used to." The unspoken for now hung between us. I ignored it. For tonight, the world was just us, the sea, and the impossible hope that maybe, just maybe, he'd change his mind. "I'll probably be working until my last breath," he said with a resigned chuckle. "You might want to rethink that strategy if you plan on enjoying any of it," I teased, nudging his arm. His gaze softened as he looked down at me. "Fair point. You could be exploring the world instead of grinding away. Why not take advantage of that?" "I've seen my share of places," he replied, but I wasn't convinced. "Everywhere, though," I pressed, grinning. His smile widened, catching my drift. "Is this your sneaky way of asking for a world tour? Because all you had to do was say the word." "So you would take me?" He leaned in, brushing his nose against mine. "You know I'd move mountains for you." My fingers trailed up his chest, warmth spreading through me like sunlight. This wasn't the same man I'd once known, cold, sharp-tongued, distant. Now he treated me like something precious, like he'd do anything just to see me smile. He loved me. He didn't say it, but it was there, undeniable. "Conway!" The sudden buzz of his phone cut me off. It vibrated against the coffee table, and the second his eyes flicked to the screen, his expression hardened. "Sorry, Muse, gotta take this." He snatched it up and strode toward the hallway. "Conway speaking." He stopped by the window, the city lights casting shadows across his broad shoulders. Even tense, he looked like something out of a Renaissance painting, all carved muscle and effortless strength. The kind of man who turned heads without trying. His fingers pressed into the back of his neck as he listened, his posture rigid. "You're sure? No room for error?" A pause. "Thanks, Cynthia." The call ended, but he didn't move. Just stood there, arms crossed, staring into the night like it held answers. I crossed the room, the hardwood cool under my bare feet. "What's going on?" Silence. His forearms flexed, veins standing out like ropes. "That was the underground waitress," he finally said, voice low. I studied the sharp line of his jaw, the way it clenched like he was bracing for impact. Whatever this was, it wasn't good. And his fingers dragged along his stubble, eyes unblinking. "It's exactly what I was afraid of." Conway Carter walked into my study and dropped onto the couch, his drink already waiting. Ice clinked as he took a long sip, then set the glass down hard, leaving a wet ring on the cherry wood. I stayed hunched forward, elbows on my knees, fingertips pressed to my lips. My mind was still spinning, the ground beneath me suddenly unsteady. He exhaled. "How was the trip? Not why you're here." "I know." The dim glow of the table lamp barely lit the room as we sat across from each other, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy between us. He took another sip of his drink, the ice clinking softly against the glass. Muse and I had flown back from Italy early. After my talk with Cynthia, the trip lost its charm. 5 days had felt like a blink. 5 days, wasn't it? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged. Felt like 5 minutes. Leaning back into the couch, he kicked one leg over the other, dressed down in jeans and a plain tee. The clock had long passed 5, and the tension in the air hadn't eased. "I sent that girl home," he said, swirling his drink. "Couldn't get more than 2 words out of her." "Good, she's safer there." She gave me her name and address, then shut down completely. "Can't blame her." His expression shifted slightly. "She did ask me to thank you, though." I looked away, fighting the flicker of satisfaction. Muse saw it as some noble act, but to me, it was just balancing the scales. One good deed didn't erase the rest, but it was a start. "Hope she learns from it. Her family's probably moving," he muttered before downing the rest of his drink and reaching for the decanter. "But we both know why you called me here. Just say it." I met his gaze, jaw tight. "His father was killed by our family before he was even born. Goes by Bones' middle name, but it's the one he uses." A sharp exhale. "You're sure? Everything lines up. First and last name. No clue she didn't push for it." He dragged a hand through his hair, shoulders sagging. "Think we can dig it up ourselves?" "Maybe. So what now?" he asked. "If he wanted revenge, he's had years to take it. Maybe he's moved on. Or maybe he's biding his time. We can't risk it." He groaned, rubbing his face. "We have to tell our fathers." "Yeah, tomorrow." "Fantastic," he deadpanned, tossing back the rest of his drink. "They're gonna break every bone in our bodies, most likely, and give us a few new dents in our skulls. Wouldn't be the first time." He smirked despite the gravity. "Normally, I'd say we earned it, but without the underground, we'd never have known Bones had a kid at all. They won't care about that logic." My father respected me, but his protective streak ran deep. And our moms. "Oh, man. Slaps incoming," he muttered. I smirked. "Only time I enjoy a slap is when it's from a beautiful woman sitting in my lap." He snorted. "Same. We head out tomorrow and just hope things go smoothly." "All right, tomorrow then. Is Sapphire coming?" I didn't want her tangled up in this mess. The last thing she needed was to see the ugly side of the world, the side I was about to face. "No, she stays here." The next morning, I quietly stuffed my duffel bag, careful not to wake Muse. I wasn't about to sneak out without a goodbye, but the second she saw me packing, she'd know I wasn't planning on sticking around. The sound of the zipper jolted her awake. Her hand reached across the mattress, searching for me, and when she realized I wasn't there, her eyes snapped open. The moment she spotted me, relief washed over her face, a look that twisted my gut with guilt and warmth at the same time. She pushed herself up, fingers combing through her sleep-mussed hair. Morning. Morning. I leaned in to kiss her, but she didn't just brush her lips against mine. She lingered, slow and sweet, the kind of kiss that made me second-guess leaving it all. When I pulled back, her gaze flicked to my bag, then to my clothes. It didn't take her long to put the pieces together. What's going on? Carter and I are flying to Tuscany. We need to hash things out with our dads. Her eyebrows shot up. And I'm not invited because... There was no way I could keep an eye on her while dealing with the storm waiting for us. And I sure as hell didn't want her seeing my family at their worst. It's better if you stay. I'll be back in a few days. A few days is forever. Call Vanessa. Have a girls' night. She scoffed, those sharp eyes locking onto mine. You know that's not the point, Conway. She shifted onto her knees, my old t-shirt drowning her small frame, and squared her shoulders. Where you go, I go. We'd been glued at the hip for months now. What started as captivity had turned into something else. Trust, friendship, something deeper. She wasn't just my girl, she was part of me. And that meant she worried whenever I was out of sight, me, a guy who never thought anyone would care enough to worry. Not this time, Muse, it's not the right place for you. Frustration flashed in her eyes, but she swallowed it down. You've told me everything already. It's not like I don't get what's happening. This wasn't a discussion, it was a battlefield. No. Then at least let me. I'm not changing my mind. My voice was firm. You know I take you everywhere, but this, my father's going to be pissed. My mother's going to lose it, my uncle. Forget about it. This isn't some cozy family dinner. We know how to throw a party, but we also know how to tear each other apart. And right now, that's exactly what's coming. She exhaled sharply, fingers gripping the sheets. For the first time, I noticed the faint scar on her wrist, a reminder of a past she never talked about. It made me hesitate, but I couldn't back down. Not this time, she exhaled softly, her shoulders relaxing as she met my eyes. I'll be back before you even miss me. Now, her voice was barely audible. Yeah. She shifted closer, her fingers tracing the lines of my stomach beneath my shirt, moving higher with deliberate slowness. Got time for me. The way she looked at me, like I was the only thing that mattered, sent a jolt straight through me. I wasn't about to say no. For you, always. The drive was quiet, just the hum of the radio filling the space between us. Carter and I had that kind of friendship where silence wasn't awkward, but today it felt heavy. Neither of us wanted to say what we were both thinking. Finally, he turned the music down, his way of saying we needed to talk. Look, I joke around, but I'm serious now. What's going on with you and Sapphire? Is this it? I kept staring out the window. Since when do we talk about this stuff? He scoffed. Dude, it's all we talk about. You know what I mean. His grip tightened on the wheel, so she's different. I didn't answer right away. Yeah, she is. Then that's your answer. I stayed quiet. I'm not being a jerk, he pressed. I'm asking because we're brothers. The whole family adores her. You're all over each other in public, taking her on these insane trips. Still, I said nothing. Guess that's as close to a yes as I'll get. The truth was, I didn't know how to define what we had. Calling Muse just another fling would have been a lie, even I knew that. But girlfriend? That word felt too heavy, too permanent. I wasn't the settling down type. Eventually, I'd move on. That's just how it worked. Carter broke the silence again. For the record, I really like her. You barely know her. Don't need to. She's good for you, that's enough. The Tuscan countryside stretched out before us, golden fields and vineyards blending into the horizon. Ancient ruins stood like silent witnesses, and in the distance, Florence glowed under the afternoon sun. Carter sighed. Time to make the call. My fingers hovered over my phone screen, my father's contact staring back at me like an unopened letter full of bad news. I knew putting this off would only make it worse, so I took a deep breath and hit call. He picked up almost instantly, his voice steady. Hey, son, everything all right? Not even close. Yeah, we're good. Carter and I are about 30 minutes out from the house. There was a beat of silence on the other end. I didn't realize you were coming by. That's unexpected. Just wait. We need to talk, you and Uncle Kane, somewhere private. Another pause, longer this time. He didn't press for details, didn't demand answers. That was my dad, always patient, always controlled. No frustrated sigh, no nervous tapping, just calm. Should your mother be there? Absolutely not. We'll see you soon. His office had always been off limits when I was a kid, a forbidden space I'd only glimpsed through cracked doors. Now, sitting on one of the stiff leather couches with Carter beside me, I understood why. The room smelled like aged whiskey and old books. A massive oak desk sat untouched, papers neatly stacked, while the fireplace stood cold and unused. The walls were lined with bizarre button collage paintings. Had my mom made those? Was that why Dad called her Button? Dad poured 4 glasses of scotch without a word, handing one to Uncle Kane before settling into the couch across from us. The air was thick, the kind of tension that made my skin prickle. They watched us like we were strangers, not family, like we were a threat. "Cut the suspense," Dad said, fingers steepled, elbows resting on his knees. Uncle Kane leaned forward, his knuckles white around his glass. "Either you talk or we make you." For a second, I felt like a kid again, caught sneaking out past curfew. Dad and Uncle Kane had always shared the disciplinarian role, no hesitation, no mercy. If I stepped out of line, Uncle Kane didn't think twice about knocking sense into me. Same went for Dad with Carter. I swallowed hard. "I'll start with the big stuff first." Dad's jaw tightened. "Go on." Saying the name out loud felt like lighting a fuse. Dad hated talking about the past, and I knew why. There were ghosts in his history, ones that still haunted him. "Bones has a son." Dad's expression didn't change, but his grip on his glass tightened. Uncle Kane, on the other hand, looked ready to punch a hole through the wall. "He's around our age," Carter added. "His mom was pregnant when the original Bones died. Gave him the name as a middle name, but now it's all he goes by." I nodded. Tattoos attitude runs with the underground, the whole package. The silence that followed was heavier than before. Dad's eyes darkened, and for the first time, I saw something flicker in them, not just anger, but something deeper. Something like fear the moment we realized who we were dealing with, the infamous Skull Kings. It was clear we had to come clean. Every time we'd asked around about them, people's faces went pale. That kind of fear doesn't lie. Dad locked eyes with Uncle Kane, the tension between them thick enough to choke on. Neither spoke for what felt like forever. Finally, Dad broke the silence, his voice low and controlled. "How the hell did you even get tangled up with them? The underground? The Skull Kings? Honestly, maybe I don't want to know, because if I do, I might just strangle you myself." I couldn't look away, even though every second of his glare felt like a knife twisting in my gut. The raw disappointment in his eyes was worse than any punch he could have thrown. An apology sat on my tongue, but it would have been worthless to him. "Same here," Uncle Kane muttered. Carter kept his chin up, but I knew he was just as wrecked as I was. Uncle Kane suddenly pushed off the couch and stalked over to Dad's desk, rummaging through the drawers like he owned the place. He pulled out 2 cigars, lit them both, and tossed one to Dad, who caught it without hesitation. "Liquor ain't gonna fix this mess," Uncle Kane grumbled, sinking back into the couch and taking a deep drag like it was oxygen. "You lied to me." Dad's voice was ice. "My own damn son." He didn't yell, didn't even curse, but the quiet fury in his words was terrifying. "I didn't lie. Don't care if you're some hotshot billionaire," Dad cut in, his jaw set like steel. "I'll still knock you flat if you push me." I gritted my teeth and stayed silent. Nobody else could talk to me like that and walk away unscathed. Uncle Kane, just as pissed, forced the conversation forward. "Start talking from the top." The top, that went way back. Carter and I had been in this game for years. Carter took the lead, his tone clipped. "Short version, Conway and I have been buying women from the underground. The Skull Kings snatch them, rich girls, people who pissed off the wrong folks. It's payback. Families come to us, we negotiate, Conway makes the buy. We stash the girls in his fashion shows for a bit, then send 'em home. Dad connected the dots instantly. So you profit off saving them. I almost shut my eyes. His disgust was unbearable. Yeah. Uncle Cain leaned forward. How much? Doesn't matter, Carter shot back. Like hell it does, Uncle Cain barked. Carter's voice turned sharp. My money, my business. Yeah, you're pissed, but that doesn't mean you get to interrogate me. For a second, I thought Uncle Cain was gonna lunge across the room and throttle him. The underground had been our second home for years. That's where we first crossed paths with Bones. Someone dropped his name in conversation, and it clicked. I knew exactly who he was the second I heard it. A little digging confirmed it. My father's voice was eerily calm, but I could feel the anger simmering beneath. Does he know who you are? Yeah, I admitted. One of the Skull Kings mentioned my name right in front of him. Uncle Cain leaned forward, cigar smoke curling around his face. And nothing, no reaction at all. The silence that followed was suffocating. Carter finally broke it. We wouldn't have brought this up if it wasn't serious. Bones could be a problem or maybe not, but you needed to know. Assume he is, Uncle Cain muttered, exhaling smoke through his nose. I could have used a cigar myself, but Muse would have killed me. The tension in the room was unbearable. Glasses sat untouched, the air thick with unspoken fury. I expected strategy, a plan, anything. Instead, my father crushed his cigar into the ashtray and dismissed us with a cold, "Get out, Conway. We'll finish this tomorrow." Carter and I exchanged a glance. They wanted us gone so they could argue in private. Make your own arrangements tonight, Uncle Cain added, his tone final. Walking out of that house stung more than I expected. My mother caught us in the hallway, her eyes still warm, still loving. Leaving already? She asked. I savored the moment, knowing that warmth wouldn't last. Soon she'd look at me the way my father did, disappointed, furious. Instead of a hug, I'd get a slap. Good night, Mother. I turned before she could stop me. Conway, I hesitated. You're not staying. Her voice was soft, sad. No. The door closed behind us. Carter and I ended up at some dimly lit bar in Florence, drowning in scotch and silence. 15 minutes in, he lit a cigar, the smoke curling toward the ceiling like a ghost of everything left unsaid. He alternated between the whiskey and his cigar, two staples of manhood, according to him. The third, women. I ditched smoking years ago, so I stuck with the drink. Carter finally shattered the silence between us. Well, that went about as expected. I knew exactly where this was headed, but hearing my father's disapproval out loud still hit like a punch to the gut. Yeah, first time I've ever been kicked out of a house, Carter mused, swirling his glass. Not even when my dad walked in on me with those twins back in high school. Same for me, never been shown the door before tonight. Feels like crap. Doesn't mean we're awful people, but damn, it sure feels like we're being judged. They're just pissed we got tangled up in reckless crap, I muttered. Carter scoffed, like they've never done anything stupid, but no, suddenly we're the screw-ups. They'll tell us to stay away from the underground. My old man wouldn't ask, he'd demand it. I respect him, but he doesn't get to call the shots anymore. My life, my choices. So you're still in. At this point, it wasn't about the money. If I walked away now, those women would be left with nothing. If I hadn't been there that night, Muse wouldn't be alive. My woman wouldn't be breathing. I don't know, I lied. But they don't get to decide for us. Yeah, his anger stings, but I don't regret a damn thing. Neither do I, then we'll ride it out. They'll cool off eventually. Hope so. We drained our glasses, settled the tab, and headed back to the Forenza Four Seasons, some luxury hotel that meant nothing when all I wanted was my own bed. Or better yet, hers. The suite was pristine, the mattress like a cloud, but without her beside me, it was just another empty room. I scrubbed my face, brushed my teeth, and collapsed onto the bed. My father's furious glare burned into my mind. He wasn't the warmest guy, but he had his way of showing he cared. Now, just pure, icy disappointment. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I didn't need to check the screen, I already knew. She was calling video this time. I propped it up on my chest. Hey, bad timing. The screen showed her curled up in my sheets, wearing one of my shirts, her hair a mess. No makeup, just raw and real. Stunning, nah, just got in. She studied me, sharp as ever. It went badly. I'm at a hotel tonight. Her eyebrows shot up. Damn, that bad. Yeah, my old man's furious. Why? She asked. He rescued so many women. Don't make it sound noble, Muse. This isn't charity, it's business. No payment, no rescue. She shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. That's not true. You just saved that girl without taking a dime. That was an exception. Keep telling yourself that, Con. The nickname hit me like a punch. Only my family called me that. And he's furious because I took a risk. Because he loves you. I studied her face on the screen, tracing every detail like I was lying right beside her. If I were there, my hands would already be on her, my mouth trailing down her body. Nothing else mattered when I was inside her. No guilt, no regrets, just the two of us drowning in each other. I can't stand the way he looks at me. It won't last. Feels like it will. You should be glad he cares enough to be angry. If he didn't love you, he wouldn't bother. Still hate it. You'll get over it. Her exhaustion was oddly comforting, smoothing the rough edges of my frustration. Even through a screen, she was breathtaking, soft, warm, and entirely mine. I could have been watching anything else, but nothing compared to her. How was your day? Fine. Spent the morning helping Marco with the horses, had dinner, watched some TV. Now I'm here, talking to you. She turned into her pillow, her voice drowsy, like my words were lulling her to sleep. I miss you. The confession slipped out before I could stop it. With Muse, I didn't think, I just felt. Words tumbled out raw and unfiltered, something that never happened with anyone else. I wasn't the sentimental type, but she turned me into someone else entirely. I miss you too. The next morning, my father was worse. If anything, his anger had deepened. We sat at the dining table like opposing armies, him and Uncle Kane on one side, Carter and me on the other. The tension was suffocating, thick enough to choke on. Even my mother joined, her expression sharp, like she'd been briefed on every word from yesterday. I kept my mouth shut. No way was I dumb enough to question her presence. Coffee and pastries sat untouched, the silence heavier than the scent of brewing grounds. Carter and I waited, letting them make the first move. It felt like a courtroom, and we were the defendants. Finally, my father spoke. Kane and I looked into everything. The intel you got, it's legit. The woman who gave birth to him was never married to his father, just a mistress. 7 months after Bones was killed, she had the boy. So how do we know if he's dangerous? I pressed. Should we follow him? Uncle Kane shook his head. The moment Bones died, the kid and his mother vanished. Poof, gone. No trace of them for years. Then suddenly, he pops back up with connections everywhere. The guy S got influence, but nobody really knows what he does with it. That's the problem. He's untouchable, but we don't know whose side he's on. My father leaned forward. Trouble is, we don't know what he wants. He's got power and he's had chances to come after us before. But he hasn't. Maybe he doesn't care about revenge. Maybe he never even knew his father. And since his parents weren't married, his mother got nothing. The old feud might mean nothing to him. Best case scenario, I muttered. He didn't even blink when I sat right next to him at the underground. My father's voice turned icy. And if he did care, do you think he'd let you walk away? I just stared. Uncle Kane cut in, or maybe he's been biding his time. I clenched my fists. We killed his father because of what he did to Aunt Rosa. That was justice. Even if he's a monster, he has to understand that. My mother's gaze dropped just for a second. I wouldn't have noticed if my father hadn't looked at her like he was waiting for something. What was I missing? Carter spoke up. He might care. Why else take the name Bones? There's sentiment there. Or strategy, I countered. Bones was feared. By using the name, he inherits that reputation. Carter's jaw tightened. So do we take him out first, before he gets the chance? No, my father crossed his arms. We do nothing. Nothing. I couldn't hide my disbelief. Nothing, he repeated. The Barsettis are winemakers now. The underground, that's history. We sold out to the Skull Kings. As far as anyone knows, we're done with that life. What business? I demanded. Carter echoed me. Not important, my father said flatly. But if we strike first, we risk starting a war, and we don't want that. We watch him, that's it. I hadn't expected that, but he was right. Our lives were quiet now. No point in picking a fight with a ghost from the past. Maybe the guy hated his father as much as we did. Uncle Cain exhaled. Which brings us to the next problem. The underground was off limits now, permanently, according to my dad. Suddenly, I was a kid again, getting scolded for some reckless mistake. But I wasn't a child. I was pushing 30, a billionaire who'd built his own empire. I wasn't trying to be cocky, but his authority didn't hold the same weight anymore. This isn't just some side hustle, I argued. Carter nodded. People rely on us. My father's jaw tightened, his glare sharp enough to cut steel. You're profiting off desperate families who just want their daughters home. There's nothing heroic about it. You're two reckless fools playing a game you don't understand. Stop pretending this is about saving anyone, it's about the cash. You're greedy, and worse, you're naive. His voice never rose, but each word sliced deeper than a shout. This ends today. Carter stayed quiet, eyes locked on his dad. I didn't flinch, staring down the man I'd idolized my whole life. Last time we were there, they had a 16-year-old girl on the block. We weren't supposed to buy anyone, but I dropped 30 mil just to get her out. Carter flew her home himself. Not a dime in profit, just risk, sweat, and a clean escape. If that's not courage, then what is? Instead of pride, my defiance only fueled his anger. I didn't claw my way out of hell just to watch my son walk right back in. Your mother didn't sacrifice everything for you two. Crow. My mom's voice, calm but firm, shut him down instantly. She laid a hand over his clenched fist, but he didn't soften. Conway, Carter. Her gaze shifted between us, warm but weary. Your fathers are hard-headed. They see threats you don't. You've done incredible things and your intentions are good, but you're in over your heads. Just when I thought she'd diffuse the tension, she dropped the bomb. The Skull Kings aren't just traffickers. They started as assassins, killing politicians, warlords, anyone with a price. Then they moved to arms dealing, swallowing up territory bones once controlled. Now, human trafficking. And if they discover you've been cutting into their profits by rescuing their merchandise, who do you think they'll come for first? The room went silent. My pulse pounded in my ears as her warning sank in. Carter stayed silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Your fathers gave up everything to build the life we have now. It wasn't handed to us. We fought for it. Every one of us has scars from the past, but we're trying to move forward. That's why you need to walk away from this. No matter how much you think you're helping, it's not worth losing everything over. Your fathers might secretly admire your courage, but what you're doing is unraveling everything they worked for. Her eyes locked onto mine. Conway, I exhaled slowly as she said my name. I need you to swear you'll never go near the underground again, not ever. I met her stare but stayed quiet. She didn't back down. Conway Barsetti. The last thing I wanted was to let them down. Part of me wanted to dig my heels in, to refuse just out of stubborn pride. But hearing the raw emotion in my mother's voice, I couldn't say no. I promise. Relief washed over my father's face. Then Mom turned to Carter. Your turn, tell us this ends now. Carter folded faster than I did. He gave a quick nod. Say it, Mom insisted. I promise, he muttered. Barsettis don't break their word, she said firmly. If you do, you disgrace the family. And if that happens, you won't deserve to carry the name, so don't you dare go back on this. Understood? There was something about her presence, small but unshakable. Like Muse, she had a way of making everyone fall in line without raising her voice. Yeah, I said. We get it. Sapphire without Conway, the mansion felt hollow. The bed was too big, the sheets too cold. Silence pressed in from every corner. Funny how things change once. I couldn't wait to get away from him. Now, his absence was all I could think about. After finishing up at the stables, I trudged back to the empty bedroom. I showered but skipped the makeup. What was the point? The second I stepped out, my phone buzzed. My heart jumped, hoping it was Conway, but number Vanessa. I answered anyway. "Hey, what's going on?" "Not much," she chirped. "You free tonight?" "Completely. Conway's at your parents' place, so it's just me." "Wait, really?" She sounded surprised. "Why?" I hesitated. That wasn't public knowledge. "Just discussing the New York event." She bought it. "Perfect. Let's go do something fun." I knew Conway would hate the idea of me going out alone, especially when he wasn't around. "Or you could come here. Dante can cook and we can hang by the pool," she groaned. "Come on, live a little. Let's actually go somewhere." New detail. As she spoke, I caught my reflection in the mirror, dark circles under my eyes. When was the last time I'd slept through the night? "I've been dying to try this new spot near my place," she said, her voice bubbling with excitement. Vanessa wasn't looking for a wild night out, just a quiet dinner, so this seemed perfect. Sure, Conway would probably freak if he found out, but sometimes you've got to bend the rules. "Let me see if I can get a ride. I'll text you." "Cool." I hung up and dialed Conway, but no answer, just ringing, then voicemail. That never happened. Even mid-conversation, he'd always step away. Whatever he was doing, it must have been serious, so I was on my own. Conway would lose it if he knew I was going alone, but I wasn't about to bail on Vanessa. I was restless, bored, and honestly, she'd become one of my closest friends. So I called Dante and arranged for 2 of Conway's guys to drive me. They'd drop me off, then watch from the car while I ate. Weird, absolutely. But if Vanessa asked, I could just blame Conway, because let's be real, she'd believe it. The restaurant had a cozy patio, and Vanessa was already there, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses waiting. A basket of warm bread sat between us, its buttery scent impossible to resist. I grabbed 2 slices immediately. "This smells amazing." "Bread always smells amazing," she groaned. "That's the worst part about living here, carbs are everywhere." I rolled my eyes. "Oh, please, like you need to worry." "You'd be surprised," she said, sipping her wine. "I have to actually try to stay this way. Meanwhile, guys, they inhale entire bread baskets and still look like they're carved out of marble. Went out with this dude last week, ate all the bread himself, no shame, and the guy was shredded." "Seeing him again?" She shook her head. "Nope. Why not? Too needy. 1 date and suddenly he's blowing up my phone, asking when we're hanging out again. Cute, but way too intense. If I know it's not gonna work, I'd rather cut it off before it gets messy." "Smart move." "Exactly. No point in leading him on." She refilled her glass. "I'm not desperate for Mr. Right, but damn, the options are rough. Either they're total tools or they smother you." Conway was neither. Somehow, against all odds, we just clicked. Vanessa leaned in. "So when did you know Conway was the one?" I nearly choked on my wine. Wow, didn't see that question coming. "Why not? Are we really friends?" Vanessa asked, swirling her wine glass with a smirk. "Yeah, but the guy I'm dating is your brother," I reminded her, half expecting her to gag. She shrugged, taking a sip. I can handle it as long as I have this." She tapped her glass. "So, when did you know?" There wasn't some grand, cinematic moment, just a slow shift. He wasn't just the tough guy everyone saw. He was the kind of person who stood by me, who put me first. If I had to pick a turning point, it was when he gave me the choice, stay or leave, and I realized staying was the only thing I wanted. But I wasn't about to spill all that to Vanessa. I guess, from the start. Her expression softened in a way I'd never seen before. "Aw," she cooed, setting her glass down with a grin. "That's disgustingly sweet, even if it's about my brother. I always figured he'd end up with some high-maintenance nightmare. But you're actually good for him." I laughed. "Yeah, I think we balance each other out." We hugged goodbye on the sidewalk, the city lights flickering around us. Just as I turned toward the van, a guy with a microphone appeared out of nowhere, a camera crew right behind him, red light glaring. Sapphire got a minute. Paparazzi usually swarmed Conway at events, but this, a random Tuesday night. Then it hit me, someone must have posted about me online. No wonder Conway hated me going anywhere alone. His security guys were already moving in from the SUV, ready to pull me out. "Is it true you're living with Conway?" The mic shoved toward my face. I need to go. My pulse spiked. I dealt with this in New York, but the blinding lights and sudden crowd made my skin crawl. "Do you love Conway Barsetti?" The question was invasive, something I hadn't even said to him yet. But the truth was obvious to anyone watching us. Vanessa had just asked when I knew, not when I loved. Still, the words burned in my chest, begging to be free. "Yes," I blurted out. "I do." Conway didn't notice Muse's call until after midnight. The family meeting had dragged on, ending in the same icy silence as always. The tension hadn't eased. If anything, it felt heavier. I crashed at the hotel again, unable to face the suffocating silence of the house. Not that I was sure I'd even be welcome there. Swearing off the underground had been a gut punch, a vow I never wanted to make. What burned the most? My father couldn't even muster an ounce of pride for what I'd done. $30 million of my own money, gone in a heartbeat to save a stranger. Hell, I still didn't even know her name, and he acted like it was nothing. Yeah, I got it. He wanted to shield me. But that didn't mean he had to treat me like some reckless kid. The second things got messy, his true colors showed. I ignored Muse's call. No way was I dragging her into my foul mood. She was the one bright spot in my life, and I wasn't about to ruin that by dumping my anger on her. If she called again, fine, but I wasn't initiating the disaster. The next morning, Carter and I climbed into his Range Rover, his personal ride, not one of his company's sleek designs, and headed back to my parents' place. Neither of us had slept. The weight of last night's arguments hung between us, leaving nothing worth saying. Carter's grip on the wheel was tight, his eyes bloodshot. "I'm flying back to Milan today," he muttered. "Smart move, nothing left here but bad vibes," he exhaled, staring at the road. "You sleep at all?" "Nope." "Same," his jaw clenched. Thought they'd cool off by now, but nope. Still treating us like we're grounded teenagers. Pathetic, right? 15 minutes later, we pulled up to the house. Mom met us at the door, wrapping me in a hug so tight it almost made up for everything. Her love was a constant, unshaken by my screw-ups. Not everyone got that. She hugged Carter just as fiercely, like he was hers too. "We just came to say goodbye," I said, heading back to work. Part of me wanted to bail without facing my father. The feeling was probably mutual. Mom nodded. "I'll be right back." Carter and I loitered in the foyer, counting the seconds until escape. Uncle Kane appeared first, steering Carter outside, probably to chew him out in private. Whatever. I was about to get the same lecture. Then my father walked in alone. No mom in sight. Great. Just what I needed. He moved toward me with deliberate steps, dressed in all black, jeans, and a fitted tee that accentuated his broad shoulders. Normally, he'd be at the vineyard by now, but the weight of recent events had put everything on pause. His arms hung at his sides, tense, his expression unreadable, but the frustration radiating off him was unmistakable. Same as yesterday, same as always. He stopped inches away, arms crossed, finally locking eyes with me. Dark, piercing, like he was staring straight through me. I didn't flinch, not even for my own father. "I'm heading back to work," he muttered. "Just wanted to say goodbye." Silence. I wasn't used to this, the cold shoulder. Usually I was the golden child, but right now, I might as well have been a stranger. It hit me then nobody wanted to cross him. Even unarmed, the man was a force. How my mother, all warmth and kindness, had put up with him for decades was beyond me. I turned to leave. "Guess I'll catch you later." "Con." His voice cut through the air like steel. I froze, then turned back slowly. "There's a lot you don't know about me," he said, voice low. And I kept it that way for a reason. I waited, searching his face for answers. I've rebuilt my life, he continued. Become a better man, but I've done things I'm not proud of. At your age, I was reckless, thought I was untouchable. No wife, no kids, nothing to lose. It's a miracle I'm standing here today with a family I don't deserve. If you've done terrible things, I shot back, how can you stand there and judge me? His jaw tightened. I've never judged you, Con. Sure feels like it. I just don't want you making the same mistakes I did. He exhaled, running a hand through his hair before meeting my eyes again. There aren't words for what you mean to me. You're my son. I love you more than my own life, more than your mother, hard as that may be to believe. I push you because I love you. You're grown, but that doesn't mean I'll ever stop protecting you. My anger flickered, but only barely. I saved that woman's life. How is that not something to be proud of? He sighed. She's not your burden to carry, Conway. You've got a bright future, a woman who adores you. Just live, be happy. You still haven't answered me. His expression darkened. You have no idea how proud I am of you, always have been. I wanted you to take over the vineyard, but I respected your choices, supported them. But this, I can't. Don't get tangled up with these people. It's not worth it. I lowered my head. What kind of man were you back then? The silence stretched, thick and heavy. I wasn't sure he'd answer. I only knew fragments of my father's past, never the full story. When I looked at him, his face was unreadable, hardened by years of choices he couldn't undo. When I was younger, money was all that mattered, he admitted, voice rough. My father dealt in weapons, and Cain and I stepped into that world without question. The bloodshed never stopped. We armed both sides, profited from chaos. I took lives without hesitation, without caring who they left behind. I was ruthless. A monster. It was surreal to picture him like that now, the man who spent his days savoring wine, laughing with family, wandering the vineyards of Tuscany like he'd never known violence. What changed? I asked. Your mother. She made you want to be better. No, he corrected sharply. I wanted to be better for her, to be someone who could keep her safe. But how do you shield someone when your very existence puts a target on their back? I craved peace, even though war was all I'd ever known. When she told me she was pregnant with you, that was it. I ended every fight, buried every enemy, sent her away until the dust settled. The details don't matter now. What matters is I made sure you'd never have to live in that world. A criminal, a killer. The man who raised me had blood on his hands, yet I'd never so much as held a gun. You're acting like I'm following in your footsteps, I said, but I've only ever helped women escape the underground. His jaw tightened. That's how it begins, Con. One day, someone points a gun at you and you either pull the trigger first or die. Then suddenly, you're drowning in a war that never ends. I'm trying to spare you that. You've got a good woman under your roof, if not for yourself, think of her. As if I hadn't spent every moment since meeting her keeping her safe. It was all I knew how to do. You swore you wouldn't go back there, he reminded me, voice low. Barsettis don't break promises. I know. Walk away. Forget Bones, forget those women. Saving one won't stop the cycle. Cut off one head, two more take its place. So we just do nothing, I shot back. Let it happen. His expression turned to ice. I've paid my debts, Con. Let someone else fight this battle. Our family has bled enough. It's time for peace. If you respect me, if you respect your mother, you'll let us have that. A beat of silence stretched between us, heavy with everything left unsaid. Then, almost too quiet to hear, he added, You think you're different, but war has a way of changing people. I won't watch it change you too. New detail. The distant sound of cicadas hummed through the open window, a stark contrast to the tension in the room. For a moment, it almost felt normal, like we were just a father and son arguing over something trivial, not the weight of a legacy soaked in blood. The weight of my father's words settled heavily in my chest. Wait until we're dead and gone. The thought of them lying in the cold ground sent a sickening chill through me, twisting my stomach into knots. Anger still simmered beneath the surface. How could he ask this of me? But I swallowed it down. He'd given me everything. If this was what he needed, I'd let it go. Fine, Father, I won't bring it up again. His eyes shut briefly in relief. Good. But the real truth, that would stay buried. Muse wasn't just some girl I'd met. I'd bought her, locked her away, used her when she had no choice. If he knew, the disgust in his eyes would gut me. Sure, things were different now. I'd tear the world apart to keep her safe, but that didn't erase how it began. I should head out, I muttered, desperate to escape the weight of his stare. Yeah, he grunted. Long drive back. We stood there, two stubborn men refusing to be the first to break. But hell, I caved. Stepping forward, I wrapped my arms around him. To my surprise, he held on tight, longer than he ever had, like he was memorizing the feel of it. For all the power I had in that moment, I was just a kid again, clinging to his dad. When he finally pulled back, his grip on my shoulders was firm. Love you, son. Love you too. His calloused hand cradled the back of my head as he pressed a kiss to my forehead. Tell Sapphire we said hi. I nodded, throat too tight to speak, and turned away before the ache in my chest could show. Outside, Carter leaned against the SUV, smirking at his phone like he'd just won the lottery. Guess your talk went better than mine, I said dryly. He flashed me a grin. Dad's still salty, but he'll come around. Then why the hell do you look so pleased with yourself? Check this out. He flipped the screen toward me, a video of Muse, swarmed by paparazzi outside some upscale restaurant. Vanessa hovered in the background while my security team tried to shield her, but the vultures shoved cameras in her face. Are you living with Conway Barsetti? The question hung in the air, unanswered. My grip tightened on the phone. When the hell had this happened? Was this why she'd called? Then came the kicker, some reporter yelling, Sapphire, do you love him? The screen blurred as fury spiked through me. What the hell were they doing to her? She didn't brush me off this time. Instead, her lips curved into that familiar, tender smile. The same one she'd give me over candlelit dinners, or when she whispered how much she missed me. No cameras, no act, just raw honesty. Then, softly, she answered. Yes, I do. Carter kept shooting me sideways glances from the driver's seat as we inched closer to Verona, the city lights just half an hour away. Dude, you've been radio silent this whole ride. What's eating you? I wasn't in the mood for conversation. That damn video kept replaying in my head, her voice, those words. She loved me. And I knew it wasn't some staged PR move. I'd seen the truth in her eyes, felt it in the way she curled into me every night, how she noticed my absence before I even stepped out the door. When I gave her every chance to walk away, she stayed. Now it all made sense. Carter let out a low whistle. You still breathing over there? Shut it, I muttered, my gaze fixed on the blur of trees outside. The second I'd heard her confession, warmth had flooded my chest. Then just as fast, it turned to ice. I'd been clear from the start, no romance, no love. But that didn't mean she meant nothing. If she had, I wouldn't have spent every night with her instead of anyone else. Still, that didn't equal love. Maybe she'd convinced herself I'd change. Maybe she mistook passion for permanence. What we had was electric, possessive, all-consuming, but temporary, like everything else. She was my muse, but muses fade. Eventually, I'd move on, harsh, maybe, true, absolutely, Carter scoffed. Oh no, a stunning woman-s in love with you, tragic, half the planet's obsessed with her and she picks you. I never asked for this, I snapped. Yeah, right, he shot back. You're so far gone for her, it's pathetic. I know, I admitted, voice low. I'm hooked, I care, but that's it. I told her from day one, no love, no future. She just refused to listen. Can you blame her? Carter shook his head. The way you two are together, it's fire, but it burns out. Says who? He challenged. Expiration dates, seriously. I scoffed, shaking my head. That's not how passion works. Monogamy kills the fire, turns everything predictable and dull. You're at the top of your game, Conway, he countered. Maybe it's time to ease up a little. Ease up, I shot back. Look at our parents, still crazy about each other after all these years. So much for your theory. His gaze locked onto mine. If it's so wrong, then why don't you ever keep a woman around longer than a night? Because I haven't found the right one, he said, voice steady. I turned away as Verona's skyline appeared, the familiar streets leading home. The car rolled to a stop in the driveway, but he didn't move to leave. Con, he said, just as I swung the door open. What? Women like her. Rare. Your family adores her and she tolerates your crap. Don't screw this up. I slammed the door harder than necessary, my jaw tight. The staff hauled my bags inside while I stormed through the house, every muscle coiled. Just being back here meant facing her. The anger was a live wire under my skin, resentment toward my parents, fury at her. Why couldn't she have just kept her mouth shut? We were fine before. Perfect, in our own messed up way. But she had to push it, had to drag everything into the open. By the time I hit the third floor, my arms were trembling with tension, veins standing out like cords. I forced a breath, trying to smother the rage before it burned everything down. The bedroom door swung open, and there she was curled on the couch in nothing but my shirt, damp hairproof she'd showered after work. No makeup, just her. She startled, hand flying to her chest. Jesus, Con, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Con, only my family called me that. At first, it had felt intimate. Now. It grated like she'd staked a claim, but I was the one who owned her. She crossed the room like she didn't see the storm in my eyes, pressing against me, arms locking around my waist. Her sigh warmed my shirt. Missed you, the anger wavered. Damn her. The second her scent hit me, vanilla and something just hers, the fury bled out, replaced by something quieter. My arms tightened around her almost against my will. Couldn't stay away, I muttered into her hair. Funny. I'd planned to rip into her the moment I walked in. Now, all I wanted was to pull her closer. The anger burned through me when I thought about her leaving the house while I was away, even with my security detail in tow. Part of me wanted to yell at her for confessing her love on camera. What kind of reckless move was that? But instead, I just pressed my chin against her hair, breathing in her familiar scent. I barely slept, I murmured. The bed's too empty without you. Her fingers slipped under my shirt, tracing slow circles over my abs before drifting higher, teasing the muscles of my chest. A shiver ran through me as she toyed with the button of my jeans, popping it open with a sharp tug. And I missed this, she whispered, her voice thick with need. Just like that, my fury dissolved. One touch, one hushed confession, and I was putty in her hands. It was ridiculous how fast she could flip my mood, from furious to desperate in seconds. She stood there in nothing but my old shirt and a pair of panties, her fingers wrapping around me, stroking slowly. Make love to me, she breathed, rising onto her toes to kiss me. I tried to resist, but the second her lips met mine, I was lost. My hands tangled in her hair, my body responding before my brain could catch up. 3 days without her had been torture, and now every nerve was on fire. The bed creaked as I pushed her down, clothes vanishing in a blur. The moment I slid inside her, everything else faded. No more anger, no more frustration, just heat and hunger in her. Later, tangled in the sheets, we lay in silence, the only sound our ragged breathing. I should have said something, should have confronted her about everything, but the words never came. Instead, I stayed awake long after she fell asleep, torn between pushing her away and pulling her closer. By morning, I was gone, driving through the quiet streets of Milan before dawn. The studio felt hollow when I walked in, the sketchbook on my desk mocking me with its blank pages. Outside, the sky was heavy with clouds, the first chill of autumn in the air. I sipped my coffee, spinning a pencil between my fingers, but inspiration was non-existent. All I could think about was last night, how easily she disarmed me, how I'd let her. Twice. And now here I was, pissed off at myself, pissed off at her, and still craving her touch like some kind of addict. I was torn between two versions of myself, one ready to throw her out of my life, the other desperate to lose myself in her every night. The battle raged inside me as I sat alone in my studio. the silence pressing in like a relentless drumbeat. With all my models off visiting their families, orders kept stacking up, and the media couldn't get enough of my designs. Now that muse had publicly declared her love for me, I couldn't help but wonder if it would unravel everything I'd built. Nicole walked in, her ever-present clipboard tucked under her arm. "Didn't expect to see you here, Conway." "I own the damn place," I shot back, not in the mood for small talk. She ignored my tone. "Thought you were taking a break. Took one, now I'm back." She circled the table, eyeing my untouched sketch pad before fixing me with a knowing look. "Doesn't look like it." Most people wouldn't dare talk to me like that, but Nicole had earned the right, because she knew I'd be screwed if she ever walked out on Barsetti lingerie. "Got something to say? Just one thing." "Nope." She saw right through the lie but let it slide. "How was Greece?" "Perfect. Sailing with Muse, wandering through that little seaside town, nights tangled up in the pool. It was exactly what I needed until it was. Now the memories just pissed me off." "Fine." She dropped the clipboard onto the table, flipping through the pages. "I'm sure you've heard Sapphire's little love confession went viral. Whether it was staged or not, the world ate it up. Orders jumped another 25%. I turned slowly, disbelief written all over my face. "You're joking." "Wish I was." I dragged my hands through my hair, exhaling hard. Nicole stayed quiet, letting me process. "Isn't that a good thing? That this woman controls my entire brand." I snapped. "No, it's not a damn good thing." I hurled my sketchbook across the room, the pencil clattering against the hardwood. Nicole didn't even blink, she was used to my tantrums. "She's had this hold on you since day one, and now she's got the whole world wrapped around her finger too." Sapphire, when I woke up, Conway was already gone. After days apart, I didn't expect him to vanish without a word. I called, but he didn't answer. Hours passed, still nothing. He'd been distant when he got home, but I figured family drama had drained him. They weren't just catching up over dinner, they were bracing for war. So I gave him space. But it stung when he disappeared all day and couldn't even bother to call me back. The stables kept me busy all morning, and by the time I finished, the clouds had rolled in, blocking the usual California sun. The cooler air was a welcome change, though I still missed the heat. After a quick shower, I heard the front door creak open. Conway was finally home. Relief washed over me when I saw him in that tight black tee, muscles flexing as he tossed his keys on the counter. If he hadn't shown up soon, I would have blown up his phone until he answered. But I bit my tongue, not asking where he'd been or why he'd ghosted me all day. "Hey," I said, stepping closer. He barely glanced at me. Undeterred, I ran a hand through my damp hair and leaned in, pressing my lips to his. His stubble scratched my skin. He hadn't shaved in days, but his arms stayed slack at his sides. No warmth, no pull. "Rough day?" I asked, pulling back. "Something like that," he muttered, already stepping away like I was contagious. "Ouch. Want to eat in here or outside?" I tried, forcing lightness into my voice. "Already ate." He yanked open a drawer, grabbing gym shorts and a fresh shirt. My stomach twisted. We always ate together. Even when things were rocky, dinner was our thing. "Conway," I said, sharper now, "what's going on?" "Nothing." He shoved earbuds into his ears, already halfway changed. "Just not hungry." Patience snapped. "Conway." He ignored me, dropping his jeans in a heap and pocketing his phone. "Did something happen with your family?" "Not your business." I blinked. That wasn't just cold, it was a slap. "Seriously, what's your problem?" Finally, he looked at me, eyes like frost. "My problem? I'm an asshole, always have been." "You wanted some fairy tale version of me, but newsflash, I'm here for good sex and silence. Don't act shocked now." Then he was gone, earbuds blasting, door slamming behind him. I stood there, gutted. This wasn't Conway. Even at his worst, he'd never been cruel. Dinner was a sad solo affair in our room. I waited, stupidly, like some heartbroken sitcom wife, but he never came back. If he was still on the property, I knew exactly where he'd be, holed up in his studio, the one place he could disappear into his art. New detail. The mention of California sun grounds the setting more clearly for us audience. The sarcastic twist comes in with "don't act shocked now," shifting from confusion to biting frustration. The clock had long passed midnight, and normally Dante would have been asleep by now. But the bedroom was empty, and if he wasn't there, he'd be in his studio. Unless he'd stormed out, though that wasn't his style. The door was closed, but a thin strip of light spilled from beneath it. Dante never left lights on carelessly, so I knew he was inside. I pushed the door open without knocking. Just as I'd guessed, he was hunched over his sketchbook at the drafting table, his pencil moving in sharp, angry strokes. He didn't glance up, not even when I stepped closer. His t-shirt clung to him, damp with sweat. He'd clearly hit the gym hard but skipped his usual shower. That wasn't like him. I stood beside him waiting. His sketch was rough, just a plain black corset, nothing special. "Conway." His hand froze, but his eyes stayed fixed on the paper. "Talk to me." Finally, he dropped the pencil and looked up, his glare burning with fury. "What, Sapphire? What exactly do you want to discuss?" The name hit me like a punch. He hadn't called me that in years, not since the night we met. Muse was who I was now. It was my identity, my armor, and he just ripped it away. "Don't call me that," I whispered. The man in front of me wasn't the Dante I knew. His jaw was set, his body coiled tight like a spring ready to snap. "It's your name. Muse is my name." His fingers curled into fists, his shoulders rigid. He looked like he was seconds from exploding. "What do you want? I'm busy." "Busy?" I scoffed. "I want you to stop acting like a jerk and tell me what's going on." "Nothing's going on," he snapped. "I don't owe you every second of my time. You're not the center of my universe, Sapphire. You're not." My hand cracked across his face before I could stop myself. "Don't call me that." His head jerked to the side, but he didn't retaliate. When he turned back, his eyes were wild, his face flushed with rage, not from the slap, but from whatever was boiling inside him. "Get out." I'd lost control, and now the conversation was spiraling. "You disappear for days and come back like this. What the hell happened to you?" Slowly, he stood, his entire body trembling with barely contained fury. "Get out." For the first time, I was afraid of him. The way he loomed over me, the way his muscles tensed like he was fighting the urge to lash out, it sent a chill down my spine. This wasn't Dante. This was someone else. He didn't come to bed that night. And I knew, deep down, he wouldn't. Whatever had changed him, I still didn't understand. But one thing was clear. The man I loved was gone. The way he treated me felt like pure hatred. His icy demeanor was painful, but the worst part was not knowing why. Even after his biggest fights with his dad, he'd never shut down like this. When I confronted him in his hotel room, he was frustrated about life, but never this distant. Lost, I turned to the one person who might have answers, Carter. I shot Vanessa a quick text. "Hey, can you send me Carter's number?" She replied instantly with the digits and a cheerful emoji. The irony stung. There was nothing cheerful about this mess. My fingers trembled as I dialed. The line rang twice before Carter's deep, familiar voice answered. "Yeah, it's Sapphire," I said, my voice already wavering. "I hate to dump this on you, but damn it, what now?" He cut in, exhaling hard. "Ever since he got back, he's been a different person. Cold, harsh. Barely looks at me, won't tell me why. I know it's not your job to fix this, but do you have any idea what's going on?" "Christ," Carter muttered. "Conway's being an idiot, that's the problem." I held my breath, waiting. "I showed him that interview where you said you loved him." The memory flashed back, the reporter shoving a mic in my face, the words spilling out before I could stop them. At the time, it felt freeing. I never thought Conway would see it, let alone care. So, he knows how I feel. He loves me too. He wasn't the type to get hung up on something like that, right? Carter hesitated. "Well, he claims he doesn't." The words hit like a punch. My chest tightened, every ounce of warmth draining away. Loving Conway had never been something I hid, even after our rocky start. That's why this hurt so much. He actually said that. I don't buy it, Carter admitted. But that's what he's telling himself. He's scared, Sapphire. Thinks love fades, passion dies, and then you're just stuck. A bitter laugh almost escaped me. So that's all we were. A temporary spark doomed to burn out. 2 tears slipped free before I could stop them. Sapphire, Carter's voice softened. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady. Yeah, I'm here. New detail, as I gripped the phone, I noticed the framed photo on my nightstand, Conway laughing under the summer sun back when things were simple. Now it just felt like a cruel joke. Shift in tone, sarcasm crept in. Oh, fantastic. The man who once couldn't keep his hands off me now thinks love is just a glorified lease agreement. Enjoy it while it lasts, then walk away before things get messy. How romantic. But beneath the bitterness, the ache remained. Because no matter how much I tried to laugh it off, the truth still cut deep. Just because he's struggling doesn't excuse how he's treating me. Carter sighed, his voice softening. You're right, it doesn't. But I don't think he's doing it on purpose. He's fighting against something he can't control. And what's that? That he loves you, and hates himself for it. Another tear slipped free, and the ache in my chest deepened. Running from Knuckles had been terrifying, but this was a different kind of pain. Conway had changed everything for me, given me a home, a sense of belonging. The way we connected, the intensity between us, how could he just walk away from that? Thanks for being honest, Carter. Always, he murmured. You deserve better, Sapphire. My cousin's a stubborn idiot right now, and I love him, but damn if he isn't acting like a complete jackass. Carter was like the rest of the Barsettis, loyal, tough, but with a heart when it counted. Talking to me was crossing a line, but he did it anyway because it was the right thing. I should go. Talk to him, he urged. You're the only one who ever got through to him. I've already struck out. There was a time when my words meant something to Conway. Now, it felt like a lifetime ago. I will. Take care. I hung up, finally letting the tears fall freely. Crying over a man felt ridiculous, but Conway wasn't just any man. He was the one who had my heart, even if he didn't want it. I wiped my face, forcing myself to pull it together before I faced him. No way was I letting him see me like this, red-eyed, puffy, weak. My pulse hammered as I searched the house. With so many rooms, I didn't have time to check them all. Knowing him, he wasn't sleeping. He was drowning in whiskey. I headed straight for his office, even though he barely used it. The door creaked open, revealing him slumped behind the desk, cigar smoke curling from his lips, Scotch bottle in hand. His eyes were heavy-lidded, but the coldness in them was unmistakable. I refused to flinch. I marched up to his desk and slammed my palms down. You're a coward. His gaze sharpened, darkening at my words. First, I snapped, you storm in here acting like the world's biggest jerk. You treat me like trash, but you don't have the guts to tell me why. You act like I don't exist until I force you to face this. And second, you're mad because I had the guts to shout my love for you to the world while you're still hiding behind your fear. He took a slow drag from his cigar, his gaze narrowing like he was trying to see right through me. You can lie to yourself all you want, but we both know the truth. Every time you say you miss me, every time you reach for me, it's written all over you. The way you kiss me, like I'm the only one who's ever mattered, because I am. Sorry if that's not what you signed up for, but you'll have to deal with it. Honestly, you should be thanking me for sticking around. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. My fingers dug into the edge of the desk, leaving damp streaks from my palms. Grow up, Conway. Start with an apology. Then tell me how you really feel. He exhaled smoke, his expression unreadable, but the storm in his eyes gave him away. He was holding back, playing it cool, but the way his body stayed rigid told me he was still furious. He crushed the cigar onto the desk and pushed himself up, leaning in so close I could smell the tobacco on his breath. Sapphire. Just my name, but it carried all the finality of a slammed door. I made it clear from the start this was never serious. You were just someone to pass the time with. Love, marriage, never an option. Don't blame me for your delusions." I clenched my jaw, refusing to let him see the way his words carved into me. No tears, no weakness. You had no right to drag my private life into the public eye. You made a choice for both of us. And I'd make it again, I shot back, because it was the truth. And I wish it was. He straightened, his voice ice cold. "Is this really all that matters to you?" I demanded. "Your career, your reputation. Conway, there's more to life than being the richest man in the room. Your family, your own parents showed you what really matters, or did you forget?" "Leave my family out of this," he snapped. "They're not yours to claim." That stung worse than anything. I'd let myself care about them, let myself believe I belonged. His sister had become the sibling I never had, his parents the warmth I'd always craved. "Work is who I am," he said flatly. "It's what I leave behind." "A legacy isn't just a bank account," I fired back. "It's the people who love you, a wife, kids. Someone to carry your name when you're gone. I never cared about your money, I cared about you." Added detail. The faint hum of the city outside the window, usually unnoticed, now felt deafening in the silence between them. New emotional twist. For a split second, his mask slipped, just a flicker of something raw before he locked it down again. But it was enough to make me wonder if he was lying to me or to himself. I fell for the man behind the polished exterior, every messy, imperfect part of him. "You never had to," he shot back, cold as ice. This wasn't Conway anymore. This was someone else entirely, a stranger with his face. "If you just didn't love me back, fine. Love isn't about keeping score. But this is cruel. You should be grateful I haven't walked out already." "Or maybe you're the unlucky one," he sneered. Every word was another twist of the knife, digging deeper. He wouldn't stop until I broke. "Pathetic," I muttered. "You're terrified of letting someone in." His expression didn't flicker. "You're the one scared of disappointing mommy and daddy. Guess what? They'd be real proud of you right now." My chest tightened. I turned to leave before the tears could spill, but his voice stopped me. "Get out." "Gladly, jerk. Not just the room, get the hell out of my house." When I turned back, his calm had shattered. His face was flushed, not with passion but fury, his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitch. He gripped the edge of his desk like he wanted to hurl it through the window. He knew I had nothing, no money, no place to go, just the clothes on my back and a suitcase of memories. But none of that mattered now. Whatever we'd built was gone, erased like it meant nothing. Like I meant nothing. But the worst part, I still couldn't believe he'd do this. My jab about his parents had crossed a line, and he'd crossed one right back. 15 minutes, I said flatly. Make it 10. I shoved my favorite jeans, a couple sweaters, and a single pair of sneakers into my bag. His dresser drawer caught my eye, the one full of soft, worn-in tees he'd lounge in on weekends. The ones I'd steal to sleep in when he was gone, just to feel close to him. For a second, I hesitated. Then I ripped the drawer open, grabbed a fistful of fabric, and crammed them into my bag, abandoning a dress I loved on the floor. No looking back, I wanted to hold my head high and act like I didn't need his things, but deep down, I knew I'd regret leaving them behind. There were no photos, no keepsakes, just the lingering memory of his touch, the faint trace of his cologne. Pride be damned, I turned and walked out. The entryway was crowded with men waiting, but Conway was conspicuously absent. A guy in a leather jacket tossed me a set of keys. He said, "It's yours." Outside, a gleaming red Ferrari sat under the driveway lights. I didn't want his flashy toys, but I wasn't stupid. I needed wheels fast. I'd ditch it the second I could. Then the guy held up a sleek black briefcase. "Mr. Barsetti insisted you take this too." I didn't need to open it. Money. Without hesitation, I snatched it and hurled it across the manicured lawn. Burst open on impact, bills scattering like confetti. "Tell him I was never for sale." Sliding into the driver's seat, I tossed my bag beside me. At least the car was familiar, left-hand drive, American style. The engine growled like a caged beast when I revved it, way more power than I'd ever handled. But fake it till you make it, right? I slammed the pedal down and tore out of there, the roar of the engine drowning everything else out. My jaw was set, my back straight. No one would see me brake. Not here, not now. But once the mansion faded in the rear view, the dam cracked. Tears blurred the road ahead. I fumbled for my phone and dialed the first number that came to mind. No safety net now, just me. Andrew Lexington, his voice came through, amused. Didn't think I'd hear from you, Sapphire. Join the club. Sorry for the late call, I said, steadying my voice. But is that offer still good? Silence stretched, but I could practically hear his smirk. For you, always. Also by Penelope Sky Muse went public with her feelings, and instead of happiness, all I felt was dread. This wasn't the plan. This wasn't us. So I walked away, no other choice. But nights are long without her, the bed too empty, the silence too loud. Order now want updates on Penelope Sky's latest releases. Sign up for email alerts, free, no strings attached. Find her books and more at your favorite retailers, supporting independent authors and readers like you. Penelope Sky has crafted an impressive collection of titles that span multiple languages, showcasing her versatility as an author. From the intense drama of Buttons and Lace to the emotional depth of Buttons and Pain, her work captivates readers with themes of love, betrayal, and redemption. The series continues with Buttons and Shame and Buttons and Grace, each installment weaving intricate narratives that keep fans hooked. Her Lingerie series adds another layer of allure, with titles like Muse in Lingerie and Beauty in Lingerie, blending sensuality with compelling storytelling. Upcoming releases, such as Lady in Lingerie and Queen in Lingerie, promise even more intrigue and sophistication. For those who enjoy a touch of royalty, the Scotch King and the Scotch Queen deliver power struggles and passion, while the Scotch Royals expands the saga with political tension and forbidden desires. The international editions, Der Scotch-König, Leroy du Scotch, and Il Re Scazis, highlight the global appeal of her work. With so many titles already captivating readers and more on the way, Penelope Sky's books are a must-read for fans of steamy, dramatic fiction. Whether you prefer English, Spanish, French, or German, there's a story waiting to sweep you off your feet. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a book that makes you forget your own life for a while?